My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's going to be a day. Let me just tell you before we even roll the intro, it's going to be a day. All right, the day is going to involve the Brian Walshe hearing trial starting at 9. Then it's going to involve the CCC hearing at 10, which I have to watch at least part of, related to secret shoppers and debarment. Now, you might be saying, Grant, what the hell does that mean? Well, if you're into regulatory affairs, we'll talk about that soon enough. Thirdly, then there's a 2 p.m. hearing related to Michael Proctor's cell phones, and I want to try to cover that as well. And you might be saying to yourself, good Lord, Towel, you cannot possibly do that 3 things at the same time. Well, I don't necessarily know if I'm going to be able to accomplish it, but you're along for the ride. I'm here, and we're going to do it. Let's roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard the little towel. That's it. That's a melody to Funky Town. Oh, no, I'm frozen. Oh, yeah, I did that on purpose. Okay, so we're going to watch a video today. That's why I have my camera paused, because we need system resources to be able to watch this video. As you can see, the Walshe trial, pardon me, is starting in 36 minutes or so. Let me actually get a more updated count, 28 minutes. And that is when we will begin our trial coverage. Now, coincidentally enough, perhaps not so coincidentally enough, I have a 22-minute video for us to watch about Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction. It has a lot of insights. It's not necessarily reflective of the new insights. I guess we wouldn't call them new. It's more like kernels of, or hints. Yesterday we got in the Karen Reed civil filing about Proctor's cell phone extraction, and the response from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, which had Marbury v. Madison, who is Corey A. Hopkins, a business litigator from North Carolina, screaming on Twitter in all caps about the Norfolk DA invoking a limited number of resources to not go through Proctor's phone for Karen. Mind you, Karen isn't one of the defendants listed on Judge Krupp's order in terms of being at least the lawyers being able, on those cases, being able to look at Proctor's phone. Now, this is a 12-year extraction of Michael Proctor's phone, and you're going to find out very quickly that the timeline as to where this phone came from, how it came into the possession of the Norfolk DA, why Michael Proctor went a long period of time into August of 2025, representing to the court on 2 occasions in the Myles King et al. Cases that these phone records didn't exist, that he got a new phone in 2024, and then the new phone auto-deleted every 30 days. All right, we're going to figure that out. But we are also watching, as I mentioned, the start of the Brian Walshe trial today. This is day 4. The Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe case. Brian Walshe has put on an incredibly strange defense, but we found out yesterday for the first time kind of what he's doing. You heard Judge, when jurors were discharged at the end of Wednesday, saying that she was a little bit perplexed as to how the Commonwealth wanted to tell jurors about Walsh's guilty pleas on finding Anna's body, moving it, and then lying to police about it. Now, Brian Walsh's Google searches alone have pretty much sunk him in this case, but his defense is obtuse or obscure, and the point of his defense seems to be to prevent the Commonwealth from introducing evidence of those guilty pleas, because it would prejudice, it would kind of countermand another part of the jury instructions, which says that they can't really consider that kind of stuff. I'm summarizing. Judge does a better job of explaining it. So Judge wanted a motion response from the defense to the Commonwealth's motion to present evidence of the guilty pleas to the jury by this morning. So I'm sure we'll hear more about that, I don't know, to begin the day after Judge reads it. I don't know when Judge got it, but that was where we left off yesterday. Now, of course, this has been going quickly, this trial. We're through 14 state witnesses. Nick Garino testified. A few other police officers testified, some custodians of record. What we're really waiting to see is Proctor going to testify? Obviously, Walshe is going to take the stand in his own defense. The lawyers already telegraphed that during their openings, and we, Little Towels, are going to watch this video so we can understand potentially what today's 2 p.m. hearing in the Myles King case is going to be about. Now, the Myles King case is one of the investigations that touch on this protective order for Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction, and by virtue of some filings related to those cases, we also were able to construct a little bit of a timeline related to how those filings were distributed, how that extraction was initially obtained by the Norfolk DA, how it was distributed, etc., etc., etc. So, let's do it. Good morning. Who is it that just popped in? I have my screen half hidden. Irene, my dear friend, it is so good to see you. We're about to watch a little video. in the lead up to the beginning of the... There I am, in the lead up to the beginning of the Brian Walshe trial coverage. Now, as soon as we start the video, I'm going to pause my camera to make sure we can get nice fluid video. And I'm going to find this video indeed. Where is it? Okay, I found it. It is precisely... How long is it? It's got to load. 21 minutes. All right, we got time. So this is going to end exactly as we then nicely transition over into the Brian Walshe hearing, where I'll show you what Judge said yesterday. It was only about 5 minutes Judge was talking. So give me 1 second. It's a long transcript, and the Grok overview of it is actually the best part of it, but we're not going to listen to that again because we did that yesterday. And as enthralling as listening to an AI analyze towel we're not going to do that. All right, so ready for the pause? There we go. All right, so that frees up some resources. Now we have the video up of towel. Now we open this. See what I mean? Look at me. I'm an efficient little towel. I am nothing if not efficient little towels. All right, so here's what we do with this. Ready? Watch this. You got to look at this real-time video editing. Call me video towel. Abby's all right. Abby's like, well, he is a video editing towel. Look at him doing that in real time. Indeed. I'm a little towel. And then see what you do there? You just do that, and you do that, and then, oh, no, did the wrong thing. You do that. All right, there we go. And you do that. There we go. Well, it's still not what I want. I want it to look like that. And then I want it to look like that. And then we'll do that. All right, little towels. Hey, there you go, indeed. And then we just take the Walshe hearing and we have it up here, just kind of waiting for when we're going to watch that. All right, towel editing in real time. Let's do it. I'm a little towel.
18, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. That fucking sentence is 123 words. It is more than double the length of what you would need in terms of, like, if you quoted something, you would be required to put half that in a block quote. I've never seen a sentence like that. Listen, we may need to take this sentence, okay? This may well be one of the longest single sentences since Hemingway. And they're all dangling participles connected by fucking semicolons, nested within each other. This is a paragraph that's designed to make your eyes gloss over, which is my point. There's something here. It's nested within this structure that is designed to make you not be able to tell what's going on. And that's why I'm kind of really harping on this. Weeks from now, months from now, years from now, you remember that I said this. I'm telling you, I don't know where this is going. I'm not that hubristic. I can't predict where it's going. But there's some... First of all, you don't write 123 words in a single sentence gratuitously. I don't care if you love run-on sentences, like grammatically to write that sentence. The only way you could submit it to a judge without looking like a kindergartner is to use semicolons a la Ernest Hemingway. Okay, why would you ever do that? Why wouldn't you just write individual sentences? Because you want the person reading it, you want their fucking, not their eyes, you want their brain to glass over. Why do you want their brain to glass over? What is it about a close reading of this specific paragraph, of this specific motion, in this specific sentence, etc., that is so concerning? Well, we found it right away. It's nested in the second line under the sentence about, or dangling participle. I guess it's not a dangling participle if you cheat and use a semicolon. Listen, there's this guy on Twitter who really hates that I use semicolons, and I'm going to post this and be like, hey, motherfucker, what do you think about this? In a loving way. My point is, take a look at this sentence. Nested within it is the key that unlocks this whole mystery. Staring in our faces. National treasure, eat your heart out. This is the stuff that true puzzles are made of. And you know what my brain's doing right now? I'm trying to think, why would I, putting myself in the position of an ADA, but I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm a towel. Putting myself in a position of an ADA, why would I ever write that sentence? I'm basing, like, the guy's, like, thrown to the wolves already, Proctor. His counsel's the one that made the misrepresentation. Why are you still protecting him? Unless you're not protecting him, what am I missing? An investigation? I have an idea. We're going to move on in a second. But what if, after August 12th, 2025, another agency, like the feds, came to Proctor and gave him his old phone, and we're like, hey, you have to turn this over now? Is that a thing? I've never heard of such a thing. Yeah, right. Council did say they have nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's not just the council saying they have nothing in footnote 3. It's this period of time, August 12th through September 26th of 2025. Something happened in there. And it tracks, you know what else is weird? We got to think about this timeline. Because shit kind of hit the fan in early October, especially with Karen and Aiden. Like, it didn't really hit the fan, but it was like starting to hit the fan, and then by September, like, it really did.
Wow, okay, going to pause here for a second. News coming over the wire right now from Brian Enton, ladies and gentlemen. The FBI has made an arrest in its nearly 5-year-old investigation into who placed the pipe blank in Washington on January 5th near the office of the DNC and the RNC, per the Associated Press. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. We may have even more to cover today. Who have they captured? Who did it? Oh, one of the longest mysteries, what became a political flashpoint in the United States. Oh, who did it? Well, a grand old whodunit has been solved. Apparently, we're going to get our answers, ladies and gentlemen. Who did they find? I'll let you know as soon as I have an update. I'm a little towel.
I'm close. There's so many moving parts. And they all coalesce around, like, not only whatever happened in September and early October. The public didn't really know about it, but clearly people inside the DA's office did. It's something to do with that. And then the reaction to that. There's something big, like something so big that the only option was wasn't that right when Karen also filed her suit? Or initially it was going to be a countersuit and then a standalone suit. And then also, that was right when, like, there was a lot of efforts to fracture the Free Karen Reed movement, especially like in people in Kate Peters' orbit. And people got very desperate, and they've been very desperate ever since. And it has something to do with what Karen knows and what Aiden probably was exposed to but doesn't realize the importance of. And because of that, he's misfiring on Karen. That's what I think it is. And so there's this time frame between, like, October 1st, maybe a little bit earlier, of 2025, and now, that there's like a big unexplained variable for people who follow this chaos. I don't think any one person, because of how compartmentalized everything is, can tell you a unified theory of why everything is so chaotic right now. There's a lot of different explanations for why micro situations are happening, but a grand unified theory hasn't really yet been proposed. The way that I think it all ties together, as much as I think Kate Peter is central to it, she's central to it only as like if you think of Aiden as a useful, public facing PR apparatus for Karen, but with liabilities, Kate is like that for Proctor and Jen McCabe and the Norfolk DA and Tully. Therefore, it's not Kate. It is Kate. She is the primary vehicle, but it's not her calling the shots. It's whoever found out that Proctor was screwed. It all comes down to that circle of people, because one, I think they're all very upset. They liked this guy. I don't know the guy. All right, maybe he's a nice guy. Maybe his wife is nice. I don't know. I have no idea. I've never met them. I cannot pass judgment on their character. I just get the sense that a lot of people liked this dude. Whether he was your cup of tea or not, he just had friends in places. All right. So then that kind of makes you wonder, okay, if he had friends in places and the reaction is very visceral to him getting exposed, that explains a little of this, but not all of it. There's something institutional about this. We're going to find this motion is actually about Sean Good and this material getting turned over, which means it implicates Sean Good, who's on the Canton PD. And then it was obviously involved in the Reed case. So then it makes you wonder, if Sean Good was exposed to something, was Tully exposed to something because of this? Was Garino? Was Buchanan? Was John Fanning? And then you time it with Adam Deutsch announcing his... Wait, when did Adam Deutsch resign from the federal prosecutor's office? Didn't he resign right in November? What did Adam Deutsch know? That's another good question. What does Adam Deutsch know? Imagine how he would read this paragraph compared to us. And why did he announce right after this? I think the feds, I'm sorry, I know that I keep trying to talk around it, but I think the unspoken elephant in this the unspoken proverbial elephant in this motion is the feds. And they can't, there has to be, I've long had a theory that Michael Morrissey was at least willing to cooperate with the feds on some of his own guys about Birchmore. But this, this document reads, at best, in the light most favorable to Michael Proctor, like he obstructed justice. That's the bare bones reading of all of this. But more than that, it's that, the Norfolk DA was, made aware that he was doing it and, forced to kind of go through the motions. Now, if you're the feds, what are you most concerned about if you have this Proctor cell phone? That he's going to go into court and be listen, this doesn't exist. Well, then, so frustrating. The unknown is so frustrating about this, because one possibility is that he literally got rid of his phone and someone else got it and then gave it back to him, forcing him to turn it over. The other is that he had it the whole time and was lying. The third, though, is that it was turned over to him by, like, the feds after he represented to the court that it didn't exist. But then, like, in those situations, he kind of has the ability to be like, well, I didn't know they had it. So what would have caused him, and his lawyer also left the case and he stopped his appeal, which makes me think he really thought this stuff didn't exist. That's kind of I think I'm going to go from that premise. That Proctor believed, and at least between, up until August 12th, that they didn't exist. So I really do think that somebody got this phone. Whether they had a copy of it, whether it was the exact same phone, I think somebody got that phone. And between August 12th and October or September something, they must have not just given it to Proctor. They must have been like, I'm giving you this and I'm documenting that I'm giving it to you, because why else would he turn it over? Wait a minute. And that's the other thing. It says that it received Proctor's cell phone, that an extraction had occurred, and that the phone was returned to Proctor. But it doesn't say who it received the cell phone from. We need that. I'm sorry, we need that answer. I cannot put this together without the answer to the question, who gave that cell phone to the Norfolk DA and when? I'm sorry, the public needs an answer. Because as it reads right now, it's too ambiguous. All right, I'm going to bang my head against the wall unless we move on. But do you all understand that that's the key to all of this? If we can just figure out who gave this phone to the Norfolk DA's office, like how'd you receive it? Proctor gave it to you? Well, if Proctor gave it to you, how'd he get it? If Proctor didn't give it to you, who did give it to you, and why are you being so weird about it? Was it the feds? Are you not allowed to say it was the feds? Is that why there's all these protective orders on this stuff? You know the implications of that, right? It's that Proctor's under federal investigation. All the powers that be want answers as soon as possible. The powers that be know the answers. Yeah, politics is very compartmentalized, though. You know, Bunny Tell, we talked about the Manhattan Project once. And I told you about how the people in Oak Ridge, they didn't know what the scientists at Los Alamos were doing. No way. No way. The people at Oak Ridge were just punching computer cards. They had no idea what they were doing. 20,000 people in Tennessee. Still exists to this day, but it doesn't function the same way. But my point is, they didn't know what Oppenheimer was doing at Los Alamos, and that's what we're dealing with here. I think some of the powers that be know. And my best read of this, and we're going to move on after this, but this is, again, there are other important elements to this, but the new element to this is right here, all right? And it's hiding in plain sight. Whoever figures this out, especially if the answer is what I think it is, the most, like, I know not many people are saying it, I'm willing to. I think the hidden hand here is the feds. I think it's always been, but it wasn't about what we thought, okay? It wasn't necessarily the investigation of John's death. That was a way to get information about what this unit was otherwise doing. And the federal investigation, I don't think people really understood. First of all, they're not short. Like the NBA Mafia gambling investigation, that took them 4 years. 4 years to bang those guys up. This, what I have always believed, and what ties this together is twofold. One, the Sandra Birchmore case was a cover-up. There was an actual cover-up. They covered up that murder, the state police unit, in my opinion, and they did it to protect Matthew Farwell, who was a cop in Stoughton. And I think there's a lot of cops that were in his orbit that were doing bad things. Right? I think it's like the worst kept secret in Massachusetts that the feds are onto these guys, and it's brutal. That's what I think is kind of being kept from the public. Because one, I think they are actually onto them, and two, I just think it's very big. Like, they have to build it. Two, I think that also what this became was people were right that this unit was not playing by the rules. It's not that they, like, The investigation of John's death was not good. Okay, I think it was, under the circumstances, it was okay, but the reality is it just was. It was not good. It was a lot of that stuff. It was way too much inside baseball. Even though objectively, you probably could have got Karen on manslaughter, which even the foreperson said. The investigation was just riddled with conflicts of interest, okay? And it was way too much inside baseball. And I get it. Karen took, allegedly, in the eyes of these investigators, took the life of a cop. They were going to treat her with hostility. Yeah, well, you let it impact the investigation. But I think it just started there. That's how Karen got into Levy's office. What I think it branched out to was a question of what this unit was doing. How was it handling evidence? How was it talking to its friends? What were they doing? What do they know about Farwell? It became this whole thing. All right, what is the one thing then that you might be thinking about if you're the DOJ? Okay, well, if you subpoena his phone or get Proctor's phone, all right, you have all that stuff. Maybe he doesn't know, maybe he does, I don't know. My point is, you just wait, right? Especially if he doesn't know you have it. You just wait to see what he doesn't reveal in future cases. You know he was an investigator on a bunch of cases, but you can't jump the gun. You got to make him think he's not under investigation anymore. If I'm right about this, the implications are huge. One, it means Hank Brennan was actually Michael Morrissey's federal defense attorney, which I've always believed. I've always believed that. Two, it means that there was a lot of wheeling and dealing. And three, it means this is far from over. Because the state is never going to hold Michael Proctor accountable for, they already fired him from the state police. He's going to be decertified, whatever. The state is never going to hold Michael Proctor accountable for doing this. He's their witness. He's their state police officer. So, who made them do this? And they haven't charged him with anything. They're not going to indict him. So, who's going to do it? And why would you even want to indict him on a low-level obstruction charge? I mean, it makes a point. But, he's, as far as I know, he's not, a Democrat. I guess Morrissey's a Democrat. But there's no... I don't know. I need answers. The public deserves answers. I understand this is big. I realize what I'm looking at. But why? Why don't we get to know how this happened? It's crazy. It's like staring at... I've never had this experience reading a document before, but it's like staring at a document that's locked behind a door. And if you just turn, the right key, if you just find the right keys and turn them, the door will open. But you don't have all the keys. And so all you can really do is peer through, the looking hole. And it's so frustrating. The Commonwealth further proffered that, where appropriate and consistent with the Commonwealth's obligations, the Commonwealth would produce pertinent information to individual law enforcement.
All right. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. That's our prep for the Myles King hearing. Now, let us get ready for... of course, I removed the wrong one. That's okay. I got a backup plan. Ready for my genius backup plan? I'm just going to re-add it to the screen. All right. We're getting ready to start the Walshe trial coverage. As soon as it comes into session, we will... take it over. Now, we will go over to that coverage. Now, as you know, the Walshe trial judge is very on time. There's no such thing as dilly-dallying in this judge's court. Okay, you are on time. We start on time. No exceptions, etc. That's what I like about this judge. A lot of people, oh, that's right. We actually have a few minutes so I can watch my other video that I wanted to show you all. Let me just drag this down. I want to get rid of this one. All right, and I'm going to drag this one down here. All right, now, what I'm going to grab for you all if we have time, is a video from Judge yesterday. Okay, Judge was very good to provide a quick summary of the issues she was thinking about, and she wanted a response from the defense from this morning. So this is a good way to get caught up as we transition over into the Walshe case. Somehow I posted this video. It's only 5 minutes with my analysis, and it got 20,000 views. I'm baffled. Pardon me, I burped. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I am baffled. I don't understand. I really, really, really don't understand. I'm just a little towel. I go around being a little towel, and then all of a sudden, people are just watching this stuff in droves. I am just like, oh, okay, that's evident. I guess it's because I pay attention, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It baffles me. I'm a little bit baffled by a lot of things. This is one of the things that baffles me. So with the understanding that we are going to turn over to the Walshe case in probably 5 minutes, here's a video for you to watch to get caught up on what happened at the end of the day yesterday, and I'm a towel.
The plea was filed on Sunday night, and I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check, because my recollection was that the defendant never filed a written. I know you've been busy. I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
I haven't had the chance to address it, but I will have something emailed to the court by tomorrow morning.
Okay. And so here's, with regard to that, let me focus you a little bit more precisely, which is, I want that to address what relevance does the defendant's plea of guilty, not his taking responsibility by testifying consistent with the expected evidence presented in the opening. I lied to the police. I improperly disposed of my wife's body. What relevance does the fact of the plea, if you are seeking to get the plea in, of guilty to indictments or counts 2 and 3, have to any permissible fact finding that this jury would do, recognizing that the jury is prohibited and will get an instruction consistent with almost every criminal case, that they may not consider punishment or the consequences of its verdict. So one of the things I'm concerned about is in line drawn, that I'm inviting the jury, if I allow them to hear evidence that he pled guilty, that I'm inviting them to do exactly what I'm going to tell them not to do, which is you are not to consider jurors. You stay in your lane, I stay in mine. So it's not clear to me entirely, and it's, again, no fault of the parties. You may be thinking through a lot of the information I gave you earlier today. But think about now where you are seeking to admit that he pled to those 2 counts. And if you are still seeking that information, what relevance does it have to this jury's permissible job? All right. So let me see if I leave myself another note. When's the Commonwealth going to get me the FASTO things? They've reduced FASTO text messages.
Your Honor, I had a chance to discuss the messages with the Commonwealth. In my position, and I alerted Commonwealth to this, is that if the court was inclined to allow even some of the messages, that my preference is the whole package of the messages that they initially wanted to come in comes in whole.
Okay. So relevant or not, you wish me to put it in?
Given the court's ruling that some of the messages are coming in, it is our belief that the context of all the messages
Is more beneficial as a strategic matter for your client?
It's strategic, it's relevance, it gives a full context. I think otherwise you'd be able to cherry pick certain statements and make an argument that another argument could be made on the exact opposite side of the coin had the other parts been admissible. So it is a strategic
I
request.
said this probably a million times. You know the evidence better than I did. I started before I assigned the Commonwealth to reduce. I started to try to reduce it myself, and I was able to reduce it. But again, I don't know your cases nearly as well as you do. I'm just consuming it as the jury's consuming the evidence. All right? Anything, those are the 2 things that I wanted to talk about before we suspended for today. And first go to the Commonwealth and then I'll go to the defense. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to talk about.
Your Honor, with respect to the text messages, we did send counsel a copy with names and images of certain individuals blurred out and redacted. I don't know that that's an issue with.
It's just the text content. I don't care about the photographs that are blurred.
All right, so particularly of the third parties, the minor third parties that are in those text messages, those absolutely need to be blurred. But I'm not suggesting that the photo, maybe saying that the photo that Anna Walsh sent at 10:07 is blurred.
No, Your Honor, only the third party minor children.
Okay, all right, that seems appropriate. Anything else from Colin?
Nothing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you saw the timing. Right as the video ended, Brian Walsh walked in. So, as you know, customary about 5-minute wait here. Brian Walsh is in the courtroom, and we are about to begin the day's proceeding. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis, and I am a towel. Okay, Brian Walsh is in the courtroom, and we are now waiting for the jury to arrive as day 4 of the Anna Walsh murder trial begins. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis. There's normally, if you haven't watched the proceedings, as I mentioned, things are very on time. There's normally about a 5-minute delay. Judge will take the bench, and we will go from there. Right. All right, here we go. I was expecting an update on the FBI arrest of the January 5th pipe bomber. We will cover that as soon as we know. Judge is on the bench.
Unmuted.
See if there's any preliminary matters to address. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yes for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let me just get my computer up and running, and then I'll talk about a few things that I want to address with the counsel before the jury comes in. Just give me a minute. All right, so I guess I'll hear from the parties first about the issue that we discussed at the side of the bench. Attorney Porges referred to it as the 2010 or 1020 issue. Does Commonwealth have anything you wish to say to the court about that issue?
Your Honor, only that looking at the memorandum the defense submitted, that also said 20 as a potential penalty would be the only thing the Commonwealth would add at this point.
You mean their prior sentencing memo?
Yes.
All right. Defense.
So, Your Honor, we were unclear at that time what exactly the colloquy was going to look like. And so I was giving the court the spread of the potential. The way it has worked out is different. As the court noted, there were not admissions to allegations with respect to misleading on that charge.
That's not necessary for the court to take the plea on that charge, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Right.
I'm just saying, answering the court's question is what the max is. I think it is a live issue that I'm still looking at, and I will have an answer for the court, but I don't think it's as simple as the Commonwealth is saying, well, they put it in their sentencing memo. That is the potential spread. As the court, as the factual basis stands now, there very well could be a legal precedent or case that hamstrings, for lack of a better term, the court to the 10.
So let me tell you what I'm doing on my end and where I think that brings me today, because I don't want you wasting your time. The statute, as you know, is written in a way that the very first time that this concept of imprisonment punishable, or a crime punishable by life imprisonment, it's not a statute where there's a section that, oh, if you lie in relation to a police officer, in relation to investigation that does not trigger a life felony, blah, blah, blah. And that's punishable by maximum 10 years. And then there's an alternate provision that says if you lie to a police officer in connection with a crime that's a life felony, it's 20 years. The first time that life felony is mentioned in that statute is in the very tail end of it, when it's setting forth the potential punishments for the conduct. And as a result of that, in order to take a plea on that charge, which I did, the defendant only has to admit that he lied in connection with an investigation. And so that's what he did. He lied in connection with an investigation. It seems to me the enhanced penalty, I'll call it enhanced, the higher maximum penalty of 20 years, which is triggered when an individual misleads the police in connection with a crime that is punishable by life imprisonment, then becomes an issue for the court to decide. We could debate as to what standard. It almost feels like a subsequent offense type scenario, but it's not. That's not how it's set up. But it seems to me that the time at which I should determine that is when this jury has spoken about whether or not the defendant has been found guilty or not of any life felony, and not now. Because it could end up in a very perverse situation where I sentence him to an illegal sentence if the jury came back and found out and told me he's not guilty to a life felony. So I am going to put off the sentencing on the two charges until I hear from the jury on their verdict on the murder charge, so that I have the benefit of that jury verdict when I decide this issue. And I encourage the parties to continue to research whether or not the Commonwealth has an obligation to prove that he lied in connection with an investigation that was a life, punishable by life imprisonment at a sentencing, and how they do that. Is it through an evidentiary hearing, and to what standard? Now, if the jury's verdict is one way, it would seem to me that the Commonwealth could met out that burden if they get a conviction. And if they don't, it seems to me that it becomes a bigger task for the Commonwealth if the burden of proving that part for the higher penalty is beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's where I stand with regard to that. Yes?
Me?
Did you say something?
No, I was just whispering to Mr. Tipton.
Oh, maybe the whisper came out a little louder than you thought. Anyway, I also want to, I understand from the emails that came to me last night that the defense is no longer agreeing to all the William Fastow messages coming in. Is that right?
I'm not trying to hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right. That's like a,
Well, actually, can we approach? That might be
well,
easier.
no.
No. Okay.
So I'm not giving an advisory opinion. And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both the my thought process with regard to the William Fasto text messages to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Anna Walsh. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record. And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Anna Walsh and William Fasto. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Anna Walsh had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/29/22. The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fasto and Anna Walsh as evidence of Anna's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017. Such evidence is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period, end of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fasto and Anna Walsh. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walsh told detectives that sometimes Anna's iMessenger comes up on his phone and that he had seen messages people were leaving for Anna. That is at the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told police that Anna took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fasto around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Anna texted Fasto the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Anna sent the photo to William Fasto, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, the text messages at issue contain some evidence of Anna's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fasto, and her desire to make future plans with Fasto. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages, that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Anna's state of mind. And if the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fasto's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time, as we do in many cases. So that's that. Madam Court Reporter, we're starting at 1:45 today. Exhibit 145.
Yes.
And what about ID number?
5 for ID.
I is the next one? Thank you. All right, anything, the jury's ready to go, is that right? And is there anything that the parties need to raise with the court?
Your Honor, if I could have 1 minute, we have done some redactions of the Fastow messages that I think would take out some of the concerns that you had. We're having a printer issue this morning, so we couldn't make a color copy of it. But if I could just get a black and white copy for the defense and for you, I think that might help the situation.
All right, as I said, I'm happy to rule on it real time.
I'll just have
and
it
I don't
sent
know
out
how you're parsing through those messages and how you can present them as I rule on it. So maybe are you saying it's going to be difficult for you to do that job if I'm ruling on them real time?
I think so. So I think it might be a little bit simpler if we could look at the redactions ahead of time, and I could just have that made. I'll have the copies made right now. I can start with Mr. Fastow, and then we can have those brought up. And when we're ready to do that, we could go sidebar.
All right, it's my interest in getting the jury out here and getting the day's work.
And I'm ready to start.
All right. Anything from
May Ms. Cusick be excused so she can take them right down?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And anything from the defense before we bring the jury in? Defense, is there anything that you wish to bring to the court's attention before the jury comes in? Bring them in.
Someday. Yes.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having interest, the Honorable Justice Stanton for the Justice of the Little Superior Court. Broad and give your attendance and you shall be heard. Let's have a call from Massachusetts in this humble court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phones.
Welcome back and good morning, jurors. Good morning. Good morning. Jurors, I will start today with the questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you given up on answering to me? Let's try that again. Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and not take in any news media? And were you able to avoid talking to anyone about this case? Yes. And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative, we're ready to start today's work, and I thank you for your continued vigilance to those rules, jurors. Alma may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls William Fastow.
Just watch your step for me. Thank you. Slide over. Just check it for you. No, a little bit more. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fastow, Fastow.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a real estate broker
And where do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
And is that where you live as well?
It is.
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
Just about 20 years.
Always in the D.C. area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Anna Walsh was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Mutlow. They were looking for a home in the D.C. area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, D.C.
And did you know Anna or Brian Walsh before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
It was on 43rd Street in Northwest D.C.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase that led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Anna Walsh.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Anna close on that property?
March of 2022.
And did you meet Anna in person?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Anna in person?
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian Walsh come with her?
He did not.
Had you ever met Brian Walsh in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walsh?
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So after you sold the townhome to Anna Walsh, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Immediately.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends. then confidants, and before long we started an intimate relationship.
And what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversations about our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And you said that your relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C. From Massachusetts to Washington, D.C.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me about the types of things that you and Anna did in the course of your relationship.
We would go out to dinner, go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me. We did a couple of fitness dates together, see movies, those sorts of things.
You said movies?
Yes.
And you said fitness dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
Anna was very active physically. Being in shape was very important to her. I hosted a outdoor yoga event, and she had attended on multiple occasions.
When you say Anna was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very focused on staying in shape, sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
What kind of exercise did she do?
She had a home gym that she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there, and then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Anna Walsh in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Anna communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Anna communicate with each other?
Phone calls, text messages, and a private messenger through Instagram.
Did she use a cell phone?
Yes.
And how many cell phones did you contact her on?
1.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just 1.
And the cell phone number that you used to communicate with Anna, do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes.
Do you recognize 617-599-796?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Anna use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
She was a frequent Instagram poster.
And when you say frequent, what was her practice or custom with social media?
Typically, I'd say at least once or twice a week.
Any other platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her post using your name?
Yes, I did.
Your full name?
Whatever, yes, but that my account's under.
So the townhouse that you sold Anna, is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
I had.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in D.C. overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that starting like the garage level?
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, well, was the home furnished?
Yes.
And how was
She
the
had furnished it.
Okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level, the owner's bedroom, and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
And what had she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired beds, accessory furniture. I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Anna's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Anna tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Anna tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walshe, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
When did Anna tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house, and the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy, and they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
What did Anna tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her in D.C.?
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time, she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of Anna Walsh's state of mind, and it is limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to, I think.
All right. Restate the question, and I'll have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
Anna felt deeply disappointed that she wasn't in a position to be the mother the children deserved.
Did she tell you she discussed the children not being with her, with Brian?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was a point of contention for them. Brian's attorney had...
May we approach sidebar?
Yes, you may.
All right, this is wild. We're at sidebar. Let me just tell you what happened in a very rapid series of developments. First, the judge ruled on the admissibility of text messages between this man, who was a realtor that Anna Walshe was dating as she was moving on from Brian Walshe. We also found out that Brian Walshe in his police interviews did the stupidest thing possible as a defendant. He did a lot of stupid things, his Google searches notwithstanding. He told the police that he knew about the iMessages between Anna and this man. Now, why this is so relevant, Judge explained it in her ruling. If you are a murder victim, okay, and the person who's on trial for murdering you knows that your state of mind indicated something that would be relevant to the murder, then that comes in, okay? And you saying to the cops that you knew about her messages with this guy is the stupidest thing you can possibly do, because guess what? The texts are coming in. This guy's getting up on the stand and he's telling the jury that Anna Walshe was happily moving on into a new relationship with him. Brian Walshe found out about it. Anna was upset about Brian Walshe, like, learning about it. Furthermore, Anna was initially willing to leave the kids with Brian in Massachusetts so he could meet his condition of his supervised federal release on an unrelated case related to, like, paintings and art theft or some kind of money laundering. I'm not really sure. The point is, she goes out of her way to help the guy. Eventually, this tears at her heart, obviously, and she wants to bring the kids to D.C., and we're also going to find out Anna's mother got texts from her on the night that she was murdered, or into the morning she was murdered, saying Brian was scaring, or that Brian and her weren't getting along, and Anna wanted her mother to come to D.C. with little notice, and Anna's mother was like, "Why didn't you tell me?" Anna responded, "Brian and I aren't getting along," indicating this was like a new development, in the sense that Brian was getting upset, probably, it seems, because Anna was in a new relationship and was going to move the kids to D.C. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson inverted with the situation. And Anna was going to move on to a new life. And it wasn't just a life insurance policy. It was that she had found a new partner. It was the man who helped the Walshes buy a home in Washington. She was happy. She only wanted the kids to come down with her. Walshe was cascading into debt. He was facing federal issues, and he killed her. That's what this is laying out. And it all came out in, like, real time right there, the ruling on the text. Now, a lot of people didn't track this case as closely as they tracked pretrial motions in other cases. So it is interesting to watch it live. Now, the jurors don't get the benefit of seeing the rulings on the state of mind evidence related to Anna and this man, the realtor, talking, and Brian Walshe knowing about Anna moving on to a new partner. Let's just say they don't know about that discussion, but they just got the state of mind instruction before this sidebar, which means they're about to get these texts. All right. Like, if it wasn't over before, this adds a whole new layer to it being over, but also a completely unpredicted layer that came out of nowhere. And yes, don't let the witnesses' calm demeanor sort of make it hard for you to see the weight of this. This came out of nowhere if you're just sort of watching this trial as it's playing out, the motion hearings, etc. Immediately, this is the most devastating thing possible, because if it were just the Anna moving on to a new partner, okay, but when you get to talk about Anna's state of mind about what Brian thought about, or what Anna was perceiving about Brian's behavior about her finding a new partner, etc., oh, you're done. That's it. It was not ever a close call in this case, but game over. Game, set, match. There's no coming back from it. Like, state of mind evidence in cases in general is very damning. It did come up a little bit in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case related to the Aruba incident. We did have a little bit of state of mind discussion. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. This is going to be bad for Walshe, so get ready.
Did you keep your relationship with Anna secret?
I did not know.
Did you tell people about your relationship with Anna?
Yes.
Did you socialize together with any of Anna's friends?
We did not.
Did you socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
Did Anna ever discuss with you telling Brian Walshe about her relationship with you? Socialize with any of your friends?
We did.
Did Anna ever discuss with you telling Brian Walshe about her relationship with you?
Yes. Anna felt it was really important that when Brian was to find out about the relationship, that she would hear it from her. She had expressed great concern, and I think she felt it would be a strike against her integrity if he found out a different way.
So, at some point, did your relationship become more serious?
It did.
When would you say that your relationship became more serious?
In the early to mid-summer, around July.
And how would you describe it?
Anna had traveled to Massachusetts for Brian's sentencing, and the expectation was that she was going to be able to bring the children and him back to Washington, D.C. following a favorable sentencing for his art fraud issues. And that sentencing was delayed because of investigations of
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sustained.
At that point, were you seeing other people?
Prior to that, yes,
At that point, did you stop seeing other people?
I did.
And did you begin spending holidays together?
Yes,
And did you spend Thanksgiving together of 2022?
we did.
And what plans did you and Anna have for Thanksgiving of 2022?
We had planned a trip to Dublin, Ireland together.
And when did you get to Dublin?
I believe we left on the 23rd or 24th of November.
Did you fly together to Dublin?
We did,
And how long were you in Dublin?
until the 27th.
And then where did Anna go after Dublin?
She flew to Serbia to see her mother via Paris.
I'm sorry, via Paris, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go after Dublin?
I returned to Washington.
And did you and Anna have plans for Christmas Eve?
Yes,
And what did you do for Christmas Eve?
we drove out to Annapolis to have dinner with friends of mine.
And where did you have dinner?
The Annapolis Yacht Club.
And where did you and Anna go after dinner in Annapolis?
We went back to my home in Washington.
And did you spend the night there together?
We did.
And what did you do on Christmas morning?
It had snowed the night before, so Anna's flight had been delayed or canceled. She left because I was taking custody of my children either later that day or the next day, in anticipation of taking a winter vacation with them.
And do you know where Anna went on Christmas Day?
Been back to Massachusetts.
And I'm sorry?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you and Anna discuss how Brian Walshe reacted to Anna not being in Cohasset on Christmas Eve and getting there later on Christmas Day?
She told me that they had had an argument about it, and there were some points of contention.
Did you and Anna discuss any stressors about that, or any stressors in her marriage to Brian?
The biggest stressor was his inability to resolve his criminal case, and the fact that because of that, she couldn't be with her children and bring them back to Washington, D.C., and the fact that it felt like it was holding up her life.
Was there any discussion about credit cards?
Yes.
And what was that?
Anna was the primary breadwinner with her job in Washington. And one evening, she was looking through her credit card statement and had found numerous charges that Brian had made. And they had had a conversation about it that was heated. It was about some sports memorabilia that he had purchased for some sort of sports memorabilia business.
When was the last time, were you and Anna making plans to go on any other trips in 2023?
Yes. I was in Idaho with my children for New Year's, was flying back to Washington, D.C., and we had planned to celebrate New Year's together on the 4th.
And were you going to go to any other locations together, any vacation locations?
While we were communicating over New Year's, we had talked about doing a trip to New York City. Tishman Speyer, the company that Anna works for, has an ownership interest in Rockefeller Center. So she had mentioned wanting to go to New York, and we had discussed it. I think we may have even planned it at one point. But I was concerned coming back from Idaho that I would need to be back on the job, and I didn't want to commit to travel before coming back to the office.
So you said you went to Idaho. When was that?
I left early morning, December 27th.
And did you communicate with Anna while you were in Idaho?
I did.
And how did you communicate?
Through text message and through Instagram.
And how did you communicate through Instagram?
Through the private messenger feature.
And what is the private messenger feature?
Within the application of Instagram, you can send a private message to users.
And did you voluntarily provide text messages from between you and Anna to the Commonwealth?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may we be seen at sidebar?
You may.
Oh, yeah. Here it comes. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. You can sense the moment. It was already bad for Brian Walshe. It's about to get a lot worse. And this new relationship wasn't just developing. Anna Walshe told Brian Walshe about it. Anna Walshe was discovering unpermitted financial transactions by Brian Walshe. Anna Walshe couldn't move her kids to D.C. because of how Brian Walsh's federal case was not getting resolved. Hi, Allie. No, he was not divorced. Good morning, Rue. Good morning, Toffee Towel. No, he was in an active relationship, and it was ending with Anna Walshe right before her murder, and we're now finding out in real time this man who's testifying was also not in a relationship with anyone else. He slowly started developing a relationship with Anna after selling the Walshes a home in D.C. Then they became exclusive. Anna wanted to tell Brian about it. She was very open about her new relationship. She even let the kids stay in Massachusetts as a condition of Brian's pretrial release on federal charges. When that got delayed, his sentencing, Anna wanted to move the kids to D.C. Brian and her started fighting. There was evidence that Brian knew about Anna texting with this man. Anna spent the holidays, November and December, Thanksgiving and Christmas with this man, the realtor, developing a new relationship. Anna was clearly moving on. We're now finding out that this man and Anna were texting about the breakdown in the marriage between Brian and Anna, and it's all about to come out for the jury in real time. Yes, no, this guy testifying just told us he was not in a relationship, okay? He was separated from his partner, and it didn't even just jump into a relationship with Anna. It developed because he met her selling the home. They then started talking. They then became confidants. They then developed a romantic relationship. So, no, they were not having an affair. I guess Anna told Brian about it. So to the extent Brian and Anna's marriage was dissolving, you could say that they were like separating, but this man on the stand was not in a relationship with anyone. He just told us he had ended his relationship. So I think a lot of people not following this case, first of all, even the people following this trial every day were probably not expecting this. I wasn't. what a turn of events. Very damning for Brian Walshe. Really teases out the motive. It wasn't just the money. He was being possessive of Anna Walshe. This makes this so much more dark. And there you go. This is really bad. I mean, as bad as possible. This is so dark, and it's not just he was in dire financial straits. His wife was leaving him. She was taking the kids. His life was collapsing, and he killed her when it wasn't going to go his way. Yeah, and it's wild to see how this is playing out, because it's such a straightforward motive, but it's so dark and evil. And you can see Walshe nervously twitching his thumb there, folks. I mean, it's so bad. He didn't just want money from Anna Walsh's death, which a lot of people thought was the primary motive. We're now seeing a motive driven by control. We're now seeing a monster turn into something, if possible, that's even worse. Oh, goodness. It is... I am just disgusted. It's like a coercive control. It's like a revenge. It's it's all of it combined. The money was in there too. It's just this man is soulless. No wonder why he got attacked. This man in jail, in my opinion. This man is a monster. And if you actually look at the documents of this case, I'm sure it's all spelled out in pretrial motions. I didn't read them all, but I'm telling you, this man is an absolute monster. After the testimony I just heard, I am so upset. It was definitely money also, Allie. Don't get me wrong. I just thought that was primary. No, this was a complex motive that was about control. Oh, it's horrible.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
All right, we're going to have some kind of motion hearing, or judge is going to yell at someone. Either way, I'll be here for it. But yes, definitely money, because of the life insurance policy, but also coercive control. Oh, it's so bad. Domestic abuse. I don't know if he hit her, but he was definitely trying to control her. Oh, goodness. Heartbreaking. The more I watch of this case, the more the evil comes out. Oh yeah, definitely money driven, Allie, because this man was a federal art scammer. All right, let's see what Judge has to say.
A few minutes to take a look at those redactions, and when you're ready for me to come back out on the bench to address those, I'm happy to.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We are going to sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, we have not a sidebar, we have a recess for the purposes of counsel discussing the text messages that are just about to come in the Brian Walshe case. It looks like we're going to be awaiting a discussion among the parties. It looks like the state and Walsh's defense attorneys are communicating. Now, listen, this is one of those days you need TAL commentary. All right, some days we just kind of let it all play out, but no, this would get very confusing if you were not following. So the parties are going to take some time to confer about the evidence that's about to come in. Judge is then going to come back out on the bench and make her ruling. If you missed what just happened, I'll play it for you right now again, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll make sure we also monitor, and as soon as it goes live, we'll go live. But if you missed the testimony that just happened in the Walshe case, oh my word. First of all, we should watch the hearing before this man took the stand, okay? So this hearing is relatively important, and judge makes a ruling on the motions. All right, so we're going to go to that part. We're going to watch this, and then I'm going to monitor the live stream, and then as soon as court's back, we're going to go back to court. I don't know exactly how long we're going to be in recess for, because they're doing this thing where they're conferring, and then judge has to read something, and then... all right, so we're going to skip past the decision on the sentencing, and then we're going to listen to this part, all right?
Imprisonment.
We're going to skip past the sentencing part.
I also want to... I understand from the emails that came to me last night that... the defense is no longer agreeing to all the William Fastow messages coming in. Is that right?
I'm not trying to hedge, but the court indicated that you were inclined to perhaps keep some out. And so my intention is, if any, then all, but I think Mr. Walsh deserves the benefit of knowing what the court's ruling is before I have to negotiate with the Commonwealth. So I apologize for that, but I am asking for some guidance there.
All right. That's like a...
Well, actually, can we approach? That might be
Well,
easier.
no.
No. Okay.
So I'm not giving an advisory opinion. And so here's what I'm going to say to you with regard to that. I'm going to read something in the record because I want it to be clear under what authority I am allowing those text messages in so the record is complete. And this ruling relates to both my thought process with regard to the William Fastow text messages to the extent that they reveal some state of mind evidence of Anna Walsh. And also, just so that I'm clear, these thoughts equally apply to the reason why on an earlier motion in limine with regard to the expected testimony of Alyssa Kirby, why I believe these state of mind statements are coming in. So just bear with me while I read this into the record. And this is my oral order on the motion to admit the text messages between Anna Walsh and William Fastow. And again, same reasoning for what I expect at some point will become a similar issue with regard to a conversation Anna Walsh had with Alyssa Kirby, I think on the evening of 10/12/29/22. The Commonwealth filed a motion in limine to enter text messages between William Fastow and Anna Walsh as evidence of Anna's state of mind. Quote, an exception to the hearsay rule permits the admission of evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's intent to kill the victim, end quote. Commonwealth versus Castano, 478 Mass 75 at 85, 2017. Such evidence is admissible, quote, when and only when there also is evidence that the defendant was aware of that state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. Period, end of quote. Commonwealth versus Qualls, 425 Mass 163, 167, 1997. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of the victim's state of mind, so long as the jury reasonably could have inferred that he did learn of it. Citing again to Castano, 478 Mass at 85. In this case, there is evidence from which the jury reasonably could infer that the defendant saw the text messages exchanged between William Fastow and Anna Walsh. Specifically, during his interviews with the police on January 4th, 2023, Brian Walsh told detectives that sometimes Anna's iMessenger comes up on his phone and that he had seen messages people were leaving for Anna. That is at the 1/4/23 interview transcript at page 30. During his January 7th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told police that Anna took a bunch of photos on New Year's Eve and that she sent one to William Fastow around 10 o'clock. That can be found in the interview of 1/7/23 transcript at 86. And during his January 8th, 2023 interview, Brian Walsh told the detectives that they could get the exact time that his son went to bed on New Year's Eve based on the time Anna texted Fastow the photo. That may be found on the 1/3/23 interview transcript at page 7. From such evidence, which accurately noted the time Anna sent the photo to William Fastow, it is reasonable to infer that the defendant had seen her text message exchange. Contrary to the defendant's contention, The text messages at issue contain some evidence of Anna's state of mind at the time of the crime. In particular, she sends messages regarding her feelings of confusion in her married life, her intimate relationship with Fasto, and her desire to make future plans with Fasto. While there was some discussion of redacting portions of the messages that are not relevant to the state of mind evidence, and I will reserve ruling on those as I now know the parties' positions has changed. I will reserve ruling on those. I continue to believe that there are certain messages that are not relevant to Anna's state of mind. And if the defendant objects during the proceeding of Mr. Fasto's testimony to those, I will rule on those real time, as we do in many cases. So that's that. Madam Court Reporter, we're starting at 1:45 today. Exhibit 145.
Right, so that was the ruling that then came before this testimony. Everyone on the same page?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Fasto, F-A-S-T-O-W.
Thank you. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a real estate broker
And where do you do that?
in Washington, D.C.
And is that where you live as well?
It is.
And how long have you been a real estate broker?
Just about 20 years.
Always in the DC area?
No, actually up here in Boston for a few years, and then a hiatus, and then back in D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how did you meet the Walshes?
Anna Walshe was referred to me by a mutual friend, Jem Mutlow. They were looking for a home in the D.C. area, and I assisted them in purchasing a townhome in Chevy Chase, D.C.
And did you know Anna or Brian Walshe before that?
I did not.
And where was that property located generally?
It was on 43rd Street in Northwest D.C.
And you said it was a townhome?
That's correct.
Can you just describe that townhome?
So it was a semi-attached townhome. One side of it faced on 43rd Street. It had a staircase that led up to a parlor level. It was 4 floors and had a 2-car garage underneath.
And who bought the home?
Anna Walshe.
And was the deed in her name?
I believe so.
And when did Anna close on that property?
March of 2022.
And did you meet Anna in person?
Yes.
And when did you first meet Anna in person?
I think a couple months before that, she had come up to Washington once or twice to look at properties.
And did Brian Walshe come with her?
He did not.
Had you ever met Brian Walshe in person?
No, I have not.
Did you ever speak with Brian Walshe?
Yes, we had at least one, if not a few, teleconference calls to discuss the property.
So after you sold the townhome to Anna Walshe, did you have further contact with her?
I did.
And when was your initial contact with her after you sold her the home?
Immediately.
And what was your initial relationship?
We quickly became close friends, then confidants, and before long we started an intimate relationship.
And what do you mean by confidants?
We would share conversations about our lives, what we were going through, personal troubles, those sorts of things.
And you said that your relationship became more, that
Yes.
it became intimate.
It did.
And when did that happen?
Shortly after she moved to Massachusetts, within a few weeks.
Massachusetts?
Sorry, excuse me, Washington, D.C. From Massachusetts to Washington, D.C.
And what was your marital status at that time?
I was separated.
And do you have children, sir?
I do.
Tell me about the types of things that you and Anna did in the course of your relationship.
We would go out to dinner, go to bars. She would accompany me to functions. I have a boat in Annapolis. She would come sailing with me. We did a couple of fitness dates together, see movies, those sorts of things.
You said movies?
Yes.
And you said fitness dates. What do you mean by fitness dates?
Anna was very active physically. Being in shape was very important to her. I hosted a outdoor yoga event, and she had attended on multiple occasions.
When you say Anna was very active, what do you mean by that?
She was very focused on staying in shape, sort of recovering from her multiple pregnancies, getting her figure back. She was really, trying to dial everything in and be as active as possible.
Did she exercise?
She did.
Did you see her exercise?
Yes.
What kind of exercise did she do?
She had a home gym that she worked out in. I believe there was a treadmill and some weights and a small weight bench there, and then the yoga classes we discussed. I also think she may have taken a couple Pilates or other yoga classes on her own.
So how often would you see Anna Walshe in the course of your relationship?
Typically 2 to 3 times a week.
And would you see each other on the weekends?
Yes, when she was in Washington.
And how often would you and Anna communicate once your relationship became intimate?
Pretty much daily.
And how would you and Anna communicate with each other?
Phone calls, text messages, and a private messenger through Instagram.
Did she use a cell phone?
Yes.
And how many cell phones did you contact her on?
1.
Did you know her to use more than one cell phone?
I did not.
How about you? How many cell phones did you use?
Just 1.
And the cell phone number that you used to communicate with Anna, do you remember that number?
Not off the top of my head, but I know it was a 617 number.
If I said the number to you, would you recognize the number?
Yes.
Do you recognize 617-599-7966?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Did Anna use social media?
She did.
How do you know that she used social media?
She was a frequent Instagram poster.
And when you say frequent, what was her practice or custom with social media?
Typically, I'd say at least once or twice a week.
Any other platforms that she used?
I think she had a Facebook account.
And did you comment on her posts?
I did.
And did you comment on her post using your name?
Yes, I did.
Your full name?
Whatever, yes, that my account's under.
So the townhouse that you sold Anna, is that where she lived?
It is.
And did you go inside of that townhouse after she moved into it?
I had.
And did you ever stay overnight at that townhouse?
I did not.
Did she ever stay at your home in D.C. overnight?
She did.
So talking about her townhouse, you said it was 4 floors?
Yes.
And that starting like the garage level?
The garage was at street level, and then there was an elevated parlor, and then 2 bedroom levels above that.
And that parlor level is where the kitchen would have been?
Correct.
And what had she done about, was the home furnished?
Yes.
And how was
He had furnished it.
Okay, and how was the home furnished?
She had settled in very quickly. It was important to her to nest as quickly as possible. So she had fully furnished it. She had built out the home gym, which I had mentioned earlier, furniture on the main level, the owner's bedroom, and 3 bedrooms upstairs that were for the children.
And what had she done to furnish the bedrooms for the children?
She had acquired beds, accessory furniture. I think she had the rooms painted. She may have even gone as far as buying some individual items, clothes, toys, whatnot.
Did you ever meet Anna's 3 children?
I did not.
What did Anna tell you about where her children were?
Her children were living in Massachusetts.
What did Anna tell you about why her children were not with her?
She told me that her children were with their father, Brian Walshe, up in Massachusetts, and that they were there because his home confinement was predicated on him being the primary caregiver.
When did Anna tell you that?
Fairly early on. She had attempted to apply for a insurance policy, blanket coverage policy for her house, and the company she had reached out to was unwilling to underwrite the policy, and they had disclosed to her that it was because of Brian's history.
What did Anna tell you about how she felt about her children not being with her in D.C.?
Initially, she felt that it was something necessary for her to get through, but as time came on, it became a significant issue for her. It deeply upset her, and in time she was even despondent about it.
Jurors, I'm going to give you a mid-stream brief instruction. You're going to hear through this witness evidence of Anna Walsh's state of mind. And it is limited to the purpose of establishing her state of mind as may be relevant to the defendant's motives in this case. Evidence cannot be considered as proof of the criminal act that is charged in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean despondent?
She was deeply upset about it. She was troubled. I think she was concerned about her role.
As to, I think.
All right. Restate the question and I'll have the answer.
What do you mean despondent?
All right, court's back in session. We're jumping live.
Did we reach agreement on the text messages?
We did not. We were hoping for a ruling from you.
All right. What page?
To Your Honor, it's difficult because they numbered the pages, but they took out whole pages and sections, so they don't correspond. I have visually done it. That might be easier to approach so I can show you side by side.
All right. Approach.
All right, so what's going on is, if my name's Grant Smith Ellis, Judge was, the parties were unable to come to the agreement about some of the material that was involved in the text messages between Anna Walshe and her new partner, a real estate agent, and Brian Walshe knew about these texts and the ever close-sitting relationship between Anna and this man. Anna was very open with Brian about it. This was important to Anna. She was moving on to a new life. The things got really bad between Anna and Brian Walshe, not just because of Brian Walsh's federal charges for art fraud, and not only due to just Brian Walsh's financial behavior, taking or buying things on Anna Walsh's credit card without her permission, but also Anna Walshe allowed Brian Walshe to keep their children in Massachusetts as a condition of Brian Walsh's federal pretrial release. When Brian Walsh's case didn't resolve in the fall of 2022 as expected, Anna started thinking about moving the children to D.C. And starting this new life, and now we're seeing the new partner that Anna was forming an intimate relationship with on the stand, about to read text messages between Anna and himself to the jurors, but we're at a sort of mid-testimony hearing, evidentiary hearing outside the presence of the jury, where judge is deciding which of these text messages are going to come in, and we're doing it at sidebar because I think there's something to do with like certain personal details. I don't really know what they're redacting, but the point is there's a dispute. The sides couldn't come to an agreement. Judge is going to have to rule on which of the remaining text comes in. Judge has already ruled some of these texts are coming in, okay, but we're now going to figure out on the disputed portions in the middle of testimony with the jurors thinking they're on morning break, now figuring out which texts are coming in. So that's where we're at. Now you might be saying to yourself, why is there a sidebar at a hearing outside the presence of the jury? Well, that's because you can get really sensitive info discussed, and that's even when like sidebars get released, quote unquote, they're still redacted because you don't get everything, and for a reason. There's privacy interests, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a towel. In any event, so that's what we got going on. We're at a sidebar. It's very meta. We're at a sidebar within a mid-testimony motion hearing outside the presence of the jury. You see how meta that is? There's testimony going on. An evidentiary issue comes up during the testimony. Judge previewed this by saying this objection would come up, by the way, so I knew this was going to happen. Judge previewed it when she made her ruling before the day started, after the parties were there, before the jurors were in the room, the courtroom. Judge made a ruling about some of the text messages coming in, and then previewed that she was going to interrupt testimony by saying, okay, raise your objections, defense, to the stuff you can't agree on coming in or not, and I'll deal with it at the time. Okay, they did mid-testimony. The jurors got sent out. Judge and the parties took some time to meet and confer about what they could agree on as to what text messages would come in. They couldn't come to an agreement. They came back into the courtroom. They said, Judge, we can't agree. Judge said, okay, let's go to sidebar. Let's talk about a side-by-side comparison of what the texts are you can't agree on. I'll issue a ruling. This is literally in the middle of testimony. The witness has left the stand. The jurors are on break, and we're now doing this. And we're at a sidebar within all of that. Everybody following along? No? All right. Who said anything about arming Bella? Oh, goodness. No. We're sending Bella to Latin America to fight the communists because she's going to infiltrate their kitty populations, and then the kitties are going to tell her information about the communists, all right? Don't reveal the plan to the damn communists. Oh, goodness. And then, let's see. Bella is very busy all day looking beautiful. Yes, no, listen, that is cover. You think Bella just lounges around all day, sometimes with a sock on her head. Absolutely not. She's a member of the Kitty CIA. She clearly patrols the world, okay? She's part of the Kitty Paw Patrol. Kitties have paws, although I'd call them closer to, like, beans. But anyway, she's part of the Kitty CIA. They patrol the world to undermine the communist resurgence, and there's no discussion about this. Bella can tell me all she wants every day that she's just a cat. I know she's not just a cat. In fact, I think she gets offended when I tell people that she's a cat. So there you go. But yes, I will say, oh no. Oh, you don't, well, dig the sock video out, but don't dig the sock out. Bella will lose her ever-loving mind. The only thing that stops Bella from being an effective member of the Kitty CIA is when bossy Texas chick puts a sock on her head. And then Bella's just like, oh, I'm completely demoralized. All right, here we go. Tell us interesting things, Judge.
You can actually have the witness back on the stand.
Okay.
Just hold up the jurors so the witness can get in the witness box so we're not having an intersection here.
Thank you.
All right, so the court, please. Jurors entering. Doors back open. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you.
You may.
Mr. Fassel, do you recognize that document?
Yes, these are the text messages that I provided law enforcement.
Thank you. And who are these text messages with?
They're between Anna Walshe and myself.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Subject to the prior objections. Any new objections?
No, Your Honor.
The text message packet, how many pages is it? Well, I'll have somebody count that.
43 pages.
43 pages. 43 pages of text messages between Anna Walshe and William Fastow are now in evidence as Exhibit 145.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I might again approach the witness and stand there for one moment.
You may.
Mr. Fastow, this is a printout that you gave, correct?
Yes.
And if you could just tell us who's in the blue and who's in the gray?
Anna Walshe is in the gray. My messages are in the blue.
Thank you. And in the course of this, you and Anna text some pictures as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And going to page 40.
Yes.
What is that a picture of?
That's a toothbrush that Anna had given me that she had left at my house, and I had packed it to bring with me to Idaho.
And what does that toothbrush say on it?
It says Cohasset Dental.
And sir, these text messages also discuss intimacy. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
And your trip to Dublin?
Yes.
And you also received a photograph, which is in that, well, you received several other photographs, which are in those text messages from Anna, and one of them is on apologize, Your Honor. One of them is with her son, is that right?
One of the pictures?
Yes.
Yes.
And she sent you that, and it's of Anna and her son. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she's showing you something that he made her, is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
And is this that photo?
Yes.
And is that the next she's trying to show you?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be marked, the photo will be marked and admitted as Exhibit 146.
Thank you. And Your Honor, this is blurred per the court's instructions.
Yes, so can I just see it quickly? All right, so can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Another sidebar. For those who are wondering, by the way, so I watch on my phone as well sometimes, and I comment from my phone, and I'll see it on my phone, but it does not show up on the actual YouTube feed. So the feed that you see on your screen is the YouTube analytic feed. So that's what I actually can control. If you see it on your phone, but not my screen, I can't see it. I have had this happen to me too. So anyone who thinks that maybe like it's going at them, no, it's not even the words you're using. I have just had an issue where I posted a comment from my phone that showed up on my phone, but never showed up on my PC. So that's the best I can do. It's some weird error, but I'll look into it anyway. And anyone who does remove comments, I can see them being removed and look at the logs. So.
Blurred out. It wasn't that way in the original, but it's relevant to your decision making. So that's why I've instructed that it be blurred. All right, thank you.
I'd ask that that now be published for the jury.
You may publish it.
Thank you. She also sends you a photo on New Year's Eve as well.
She did.
May I approach?
You may.
I ask if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a picture of Anna, our mutual friend Jen Mutlow, and one of her children.
I ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The photo of Anna Walsh, Jem Metlew, and the minor child are now in evidence as Exhibit 147.
Your Honor, this photograph is not redacted the child, so I'm not going to publish it at this time.
Okay.
When did you plan to return from Idaho?
I was scheduled and I left on January 3rd.
And when did you return from Idaho?
I believe I came back very early the morning of January 4th. I think it was probably right around like midnight or 1 or 2 a.m.
And did you have plans to celebrate New Year's with Anna?
I did.
And when did you make those plans?
When I was in Idaho and she was in Cohasset.
And what were your plans for? When were your plans for?
Our plans were to have dinner on January 4th to celebrate New Year's and discuss our 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plans.
And what had you and Anna discussed about your future together?
We'd had a number of conversations about what a life together might look like, what merging two families would look like, how that might work. But I had always said to Anna that she needed to figure out how she wanted things to be with Brian and what she wanted to look like for her life before, we could make any sort of commitments or decisions.
And did you have dinner reservations for January 4th?
I did.
Did you have dinner on January 4th?
I did not.
What was the last contact that you had with Anna Walsh?
I received a text message from Anna. It was a Happy New Year's message right around the stroke of midnight on New Year's Eve, East Coast time.
Did you respond to her?
I believe I did.
And then did you send her anything?
The following day, I had sent her a photo of me showing one of my children how to ski. I had sent her, I think, a waving hand emoji. I think I'd sent a question mark query and then a couple of other texts over the next day or two that went that were not responded to.
Did you try calling her?
I did.
When was that?
I believe I tried calling her on January 2nd, and it went straight to voicemail. I tried that a couple times, and then I called her from a landline, thinking that she may have blocked my cell phone.
Did she ever answer you?
She did not.
Were you concerned?
I was.
Did you have any contact with Brian Walsh after you sold the townhouse to Anna?
I may have had a call or two with him discussing the townhouse. I don't really recall. It would have been dealing with property matters. And then he called me on January 4th.
And did you answer that call?
I did not.
What did you do?
I pushed the call to my voicemail.
Why'd you do that?
I was in an intimate relationship with his wife. I had not heard from her in several days, and frankly, I was concerned that maybe he had found out and was calling to confront me.
Did he leave you a voicemail?
No.
Did you call him back?
I did not, but he called me a few hours later again.
When was that?
A few hours after the initial call, so maybe mid-morning, noonish. I couldn't tell exactly.
And did you answer that second call?
No, I pushed that to voicemail as well.
Did Brian Walsh leave you a voicemail?
The second time he did.
And did you provide that voicemail to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the voicemail be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The voicemail message from Brian Walsh to William Fasto is now in evidence as Exhibit 148.
Exhibit 148. I'd ask Ms. Gilman to play that now.
Good afternoon, Willie. This is Brian Walshe. I hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Anna hasn't been in touch for a few days. I spoke to work today. She hasn't been in. They went to the house and she wasn't there, or it was like she's been there recently. So just wondering if you've spoken to her in the near, recently, like Sunday or the last 2 days. Just so let me know, or if you know anyone that might have that contact with her, calling everyone. So sorry to bother you. Sure, everything's fine, and you can reach me at 617-929-8646. Thanks.
What did you do after receiving that voicemail, sir?
I immediately called Brian back.
And what happened when you called Brian back?
I told him that I was concerned. We had discussed that Anna had been missing since New Year's Day, and I was actually driving at the time that I made the call. I told him that I was nearby the house and that I could stop by the house and check to see if she was there, if that would be beneficial.
And what did you did you do that?
I did.
And how did you get into the house?
Brian provided me the garage code. I opened the garage and entered the garage bay underneath the house.
And was there a car in the garage?
There was not.
Was there usually a car in the garage?
Anna usually parked in the garage, yes.
And did Anna have a car?
Yes.
Do you know what kind?
I believe it was a Volkswagen Taos.
Did she have one car, two cars, if you know?
Just one car that I know of.
Do you know, did you look inside the house?
I checked the door leading from the garage to the house. That door was locked, so I couldn't enter the house.
Did you notice any damage to the house?
I did not.
And what did you do after going to the house?
I called Brian, let him know that there was no sign that she was there, that her car wasn't there. It didn't look like anyone had been home. And then I actually came back later that evening and checked the garage again in the hopes that she might have shown up.
And did you see anything at that time?
No, it was the same.
Your Honor, I approach.
You may.
Do you recognize that necklace?
Yes.
What is that?
It is it's a Gucci pendant necklace that Anna wore frequently.
Thank you. I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Do you also recognize...
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 149.
Sorry, Your Honor. Do you recognize anything else in the photograph?
She's wearing a Cartier watch, which was her primary timepiece. And I believe it's hard to tell with the resolution of the photo, but it looks like she is wearing her engagement ring.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be published to the jury. Again, this has been blurred at...
You may, and you can publish it electronically, and you can do it the old-fashioned way also.
I'd ask to do it the more modern way.
All right. Go right ahead,
Thank you.
as you wish.
Thank you. You had said that you had communicated with her after New Year's Eve. Did you only text her, or did you also communicate through Instagram or other platforms?
I tried to call her through using the cell phone, the landline in Idaho. I sent her text messages, and I probably messaged her through Instagram, but I don't recall.
No, I'm sorry. I'm specifically referring to when you texted her like Happy New Year at New Year's at midnight. Was that on text message, through Instagram, or something else, if you remember?
It would have been text message or Instagram.
Okay. Thank you. And have you seen Anna Walsh since December 25th of 2022?
I have not.
Thank you, Mr. Fastow.
Cross-exam.
Good morning. You had mentioned that you met Anna Walsh, I guess, in the late winter, early spring of 2022?
Yes.
And you were introduced to her through a mutual friend, Jem Mutlu?
Correct.
And Mr. Mutlu is also in the real estate business?
He is.
And at first you were introduced because Mrs. Walsh was looking for a property in the DC area to relocate her family.
Correct.
And you assisted her in, excuse me, finding the townhouse?
I did.
Okay. And when you were looking or showing her that townhouse, at some point you FaceTime with Mr. Walsh, who was back in Boston, so he could see the property as well?
Yes.
And this was a property for the whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that quickly you guys became confidants?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say confidants, do you mean really good friends? Would you share secrets? Would you commiserate about being, hardworking? What do you mean by confidant?
We were both at very vulnerable times in our lives. I was dealing with a separation and what was soon to be a full-fledged divorce.
Okay.
And initially, unbeknownst to me, but became quite obvious, is that she was dealing with a pretty substantial family legal trouble.
Okay. Let me start with, you had mentioned your separation. When you met Anna Walsh in that late winter, early spring, you were recently separated.
My wife and I had been estranged since late November to early December I guess it would have been 2021.
Okay, so just a few months.
Yeah.
Okay. And you had 2 young sons?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh, Anna Walsh, had described an argument that she had with Brian Walsh about some charges on a credit card?
Yes.
So they had an argument about finances or money?
Yes.
Okay. During your marriage, did you ever have an argument or disagreement with your wife about finances or money?
Yes.
You had also mentioned that there was an argument, I guess, on or around Christmas Day between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, right?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct? Excuse me. Am I correct that this argument was because she was delayed in coming home?
Yes.
On Christmas Day?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's Christmas Day, they have 3 sons, and her flight gets canceled, and she's late coming up, right?
Yes.
And so from what you talked to her about, that was upsetting to Mr. Walsh.
Yes.
The property that she purchased for the family, that was about $1.3 million?
Yes,
And was it paid for in cash? Was there a mortgage?
I believe there was a mortgage.
Okay. And it was a 4-floor townhouse?
Yes,
How many bedrooms?
4.
4. So one for each boy and then a master bedroom for Mr. Walsh and Anna Walsh?
Correct.
Okay. When you initially became friends with Anna Walsh, I think you said you would communicate with her through text message and Instagram?
Yes,
And Instagram, you said it's private. I think the kids say DM, you would DM each other?
sure.
Okay. So when you were communicating on Facebook, you weren't posting romantic, intimate messages on her public Facebook page?
I was not.
Okay. And I think you had told us that you would comment on her page, but would you comment like, love you, can't wait to see you soon? Or would it be something like, oh, fun night or great pic?
It was more the latter.
Okay. So they weren't flirtatious, open messages?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned on her Instagram that I think, or maybe you didn't, she would post a lot.
Yes.
Okay. You were never in any of those photographs.
I believe that she referenced me in one of those photographs. She had attended a yoga event that I had hosted.
Okay.
And she had posted a picture of herself at that event, and I believe that she had tagged me in that photo.
Well, you were the host, right?
Yes.
You set it up.
Yes.
So she went, it was like, hashtag thanks Will for yoga type thing.
Yes.
Okay. And your Instagram page, you weren't posting pictures of the two of you on that page.
I was not.
Okay. The timeline of your relationship with Anna, how quickly did it go from friends to more than friends?
Fairly quickly.
Bless you. So were you intimate with her after a week, after a month? When did you start becoming intimate?
To be honest, I don't remember the exact moment, but I know it was very shortly after her move to Washington, D.C.
Okay. You had mentioned, I think, that things had gotten more serious in July, so it had been going on for a few months at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. So from the spring of 2022 through New Year's Eve of 2022, during your conversations or time with Anna Walsh, she never told you that Brian was suspicious of you?
I had asked Anna what Brian's reaction would be if she ever found out.
My question is not what you asked her. My question is, at no point did she ever come to you concerned and say, I think my husband knows I have an affair or he's suspicious of you?
We had one episode where Brian called me while we were out to dinner, and I showed the phone to Anna because it was unusual for Brian to call me. Anna then later called Brian, and Brian had claimed that one of their children had taken his phone and called me by accident. That would be the closest thing that had happened where we felt concerned that maybe Brian had found out.
So I guess I'm not asking if you felt concerned. I mean, you're having an illicit affair. You're always kind of concerned someone's going to find out, right?
I mean, I suppose.
My question to you is, did Anna ever text you or call you and say, ugh, I think Brian is suspicious that I'm having an affair?
Anna never texted or called me and said that she felt that Brian knew that we were having an affair.
You had mentioned that you had introduced or socialized with your friends and Anna Walsh.
Yes.
The friends that you had that you would socialize with Anna Walsh, they weren't connected to Brian in any way?
No. Except for Jem Mutlow.
Okay, and did Jem Mutlow ever come to D.C.?
He did not, but we had correspondence.
Okay. And as far as you know, well, let me ask you this. You didn't tell Jem Mutlow about your relationship with Anna?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. Anna never told Jem Mutlow about your relationship.
I'm sorry, is that a question?
It sure is.
I don't know what Anna told Jem Mutlow or what she didn't.
So Jem Mutlow was the reason you guys met, right?
Correct.
You guys, or you were good friends?
I would say that we were professional associates.
Okay.
Actually, let me couch that. I would say we were friends.
Okay. Did you and Anna ever socialize with Jem Mutlu together?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not that I recall.
So did you ever go to dinner with Jem and hold hands with Anna, flirt with her in front of Jem? No. So would it be fair to say that you were keeping this from a mutual friend of yours?
I don't know if I was keeping it from him. Jem Mutlu and I had numerous conversations during the time that I knew Anna. We've had conversations following Anna's disappearance. And frankly, it's a little difficult for me to tell you what Jem knew or when or what I told him. I mean, this is something that's played out over 3 years, so.
Your answer is you don't know if you ever told Jem Mutlu about your romantic relationship with Anna Walsh.
I don't know if I told her before she disappeared.
Okay. So you talked to him after?
Yes.
And you told him after that you were in a romantic relationship?
He certainly knew after that we were in a romantic relationship.
Because you told him?
Yes, I believe so.
But you don't know if you told him when you and Anna were dating?
I cannot recall if I told him before or after.
Okay. You had mentioned on direct that you and Anna had conversations about your future.
Yes.
And going into the Christmas holidays, I know you were going to Idaho. Anna Walsh was planning to head back. At that point, there was never any specific plan for Anna to tell Brian about her relationship with you.
Not that I'm aware.
Well, you've been asked questions and testified about this before, right?
That's correct.
And when you testified, am I correct that either Mr. Connor or Miss Yaz were asking you questions about the nature of your relationship with Mrs. Walsh?
Is this reference to the grand jury testimony?
Yeah. In fact, let me probably ask you this. Have you had a chance before you flew up today to review your grand jury testimony?
I reviewed my grand jury testimony with the state via a call. That was, I think, over a month or two ago.
Okay. So you were specifically asked in March of 2022 if there was any specific plan to tell Brian about your relationship with Anna, and you told the grand jury that day that there was not.
That is correct.
Okay. So there was no plan as Anna went home for Christmas to be with her family that she was going to come clean and tell Brian about you.
As I said, there was no plan that I was aware of.
She never told you, hey, Will, I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna talk to Brian, I'm gonna blow up my marriage and come be with you. She never told you that.
That is correct.
She didn't tell you, I really want to tell him I just want to be with you before she went home for Christmas.
Objection.
Sustained.
That is correct.
You guys never communicated on Facebook Messenger, right?
We may have, I don't recall.
Well, did you have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did Anna have a Facebook page?
Yes.
And did you turn over any Facebook messages between yourself and Mrs. Walsh to the police?
I don't believe so.
I think you had told us that Anna would never want, or maybe I'm paraphrasing, but Anna would never want her husband, Brian, to find out about the two of you inadvertently, right?
Correct.
That I think you mentioned integrity was the word that she used, that if anyone was going to tell him, she wanted to be the person to do that.
Correct.
And at least in December, heading into Christmas, there was no plan to tell him.
Not that I was aware of.
You had mentioned that you guys would go to dinners together.
Yes.
Did you ever go to dinner with a woman by the name of Alyssa Kirby?
Not that I recall.
And Alyssa Kirby is a good friend of Anna's that also lived in D.C.?
Yes.
And she would socialize with Alyssa Kirby?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you'd go to bars together.
Yes.
Would Alyssa Kirby ever join you and have a few drinks, the three of you?
Not that I recall.
I think you mentioned that you brought her to some work functions?
Yes.
Okay. And at those work functions, as far as you knew, there was no one who knew Brian Walsh at those work functions?
That's correct.
And again, not to belabor this, but I think you went on boating trips, you went to the movies. This was with either just Anna or with your friends?
Yes, the only exception to that was I did go to a work event that Anna's company held. It was a Tishman Speyer Architects Forum.
Okay, and this was in DC?
Yes.
And Tishman Speyer is one of the things they do, is there a real estate management company? And I'm probably fumbling that.
I think that they're a real estate management and development and investment company.
Okay, and you're a realtor?
Yes.
Okay, so when you were there, were you kind of talking shop with other people there or colleagues there?
I was there in a professional capacity.
In a professional capacity, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and again, as far as you knew, there was no one at this professional or this function you went to for professional reasons that Mr. Walsh would know?
Not that I'm familiar with, no.
And I'm assuming, because you mentioned you were there in a professional capacity, you guys aren't holding hands and kissing and flirting with each other in front of other people?
We are not, but I was her guest.
Excuse me?
I was her guest. I was invited by Anna Walsh.
No, I understand, but at this function that you described, you were there professionally as a real estate agent. You guys aren't playing kissy face and holding hands in front of people?
No.
You had mentioned that Mrs. Walsh had talked to you about Brian's federal case, right?
Yes.
And in the summer of 2022, the expectation and hope was that Mr. Walsh would not have to go to jail.
That was my understanding.
And the plan was for the entire family to relocate down to DC.
Yes.
And live in that townhouse.
Yes.
And I think you had said that Mrs. Walsh was the breadwinner.
Yes.
And so her job was, you know, she had kind of the big job, so then that's where the family would go.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about her job and her hours. I think you had said you'd see her 2 to 3 times a week. Roughly, what were her hours Monday through Friday?
I don't honestly know. I assume they were 9 to 5, unless she had to work late for either an event they were hosting or management responsibilities with one of the properties that she was in charge of.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon that she might have to work late or go to a function?
Yes.
Okay. And were there ever any times where she'd have to go in early for a meeting or something came up?
Probably.
Okay. And you mentioned, I guess, professional functions. How often would that happen?
I couldn't say.
Okay.
I'm not just object.
Well, I'll talk to you about that in a minute, but we're going to go to our morning break.
All right, please. Push it open, follow me.
All right, morning break, folks. We're going to catch up on the CCC hearing. Hi, Nancy. Hi, Bossy Texas Cabela. I am a little towel. We are in morning recess of the Brian Walsh trial. What bombshell testimony? I mean, obviously, we saw it previewed and then delivered. It was basically as explosive as you imagine. Now, we'll keep the feed just to see if Judge has anything to say during morning break. If indeed we go to recess, we'll watch the CCC hearing in one window,
Witness may step
and then
down.
we'll come back. Okay? Hold on.
What's the objection?
I think she's asking things that he said he doesn't know.
So she wants you to lay the foundation.
I didn't hear what she said,
She
sorry.
said he said he didn't know. Everybody can be seated. We don't all have to
Didn't
all be
know.
standing. He didn't.
Know what she was, her words.
Oh, that's fine.
She's just asking you to lay the foundation that he has a basis for knowing.
Okay.
Anybody need anything?
All right, morning recess.
All right.
All right.
All right, morning recess. That means we are going to keep an eye on the Walsh case, but we're jumping over. Now you might be saying, Grant, I don't want to watch a regulatory hearing. I really don't. Well, we're not watching a full regulatory hearing. You know what we're doing? While the court is on morning recess, we're going to... Oh, yes, Nancy, that's coming. Now, actually, let me rephrase. I believe that is coming because of the nature of the evidentiary foundation that has been laid in order to admit them. Now, perhaps the Commonwealth just wants the jury to go read them, all right, but that's not exactly what I would think, all right, but I'm a little towel, all right. Now, what we're going to do right now is watch the CCC meeting, okay? We're going to watch it for just a little bit. It should not take very long, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little towel. All right, so all we're going to do is just get caught up on this. There's a section about secret shopper programs that a lot of you are going to be like, Grant, why do you care so much about secret shopper programs? Well, because it's about detecting contaminated product, okay? And I really care about that. And a lot of people don't understand my CCC reporting, and that's fine. It's very niche. It's about regulatory affairs. I don't expect people to be experts in it. However, if you think about the Constitution, ladies and gentlemen, Article 1 courts, I mean, they're technically courts. So anyway, we're going to watch the CCC hearing. Then as soon as the morning break is over, we'll go back to watching the Brian Walshe hearing. Then we'll go through to lunch. Then during lunch, we'll get caught up on the CCC, if it's relevant at all. And then we'll wait for the 2:15 Myles King hearing and whatever other chaos happens. I hear there's an Aiden Turtleboy Kearney hearing in New Jersey today. Listen. I don't think folks really understand the nature of all these developments tied in together. And I'm also seeing now, per Tom Winter, per NBC News, Brian Cole is the person the FBI has in custody and whom they believe left the pipe bombs in D.C. on 1/5/2021, according to 2 senior law enforcement sources briefed on the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, my goodness. What a day, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so with that said, you're only going to see about 20 minutes of this regulatory meeting. Why are we watching it? Because Towel needs to learn about what debarment means in the context of administrative actions. And you might be saying to yourself, Towel, you already know what this means, don't you? Because although you're not a lawyer, you're a towel. That's true. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a towel. But debarment means prohibiting an entity from obtaining state contracts on the basis of bad behavior, in layperson's terms. So let's listen to this meeting. I'll be with you as soon as the Walshe hearing is back from recess.
25 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Benedon, Stebbins, Ray, and myself participating in today's meeting. Although today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners before we proceed to commission discussion and votes. There are 3 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: red tape removal committee structure and roster finalization, secret shopper program and debarment update, and discussion and review of draft regulations and policy questions, revisions to 935 CMR 500 and 935 CMR 501 regarding social consumption. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting, please raise their hand to be recognized. With those initial comments, I will turn things over to commissioners for any comments or updates, and we will start to my right with Commissioner Roy.
I wasn't ready for that.
I'm sorry.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, my colleagues and everyone. I will be really brief. I just want to thank Solar Cannabis in Somerset, Mass, my hometown, and David O'Brien and the Cannabis Business Association for hosting myself and the chair. Recently, we went down to Somerset on a beautiful day, and there was about 60 folks that attended, numerous licensees from across the state. We had a very informative and lively discussion and some great Q&A, which segues me to the agenda today. What came up during our roundtable was the red tape removal committee, and folks are super excited about it. I am too, being one of the co-sponsors with the chair. We're going to talk more about that today. There's already some great ideas on how we can have significant wins for the industry while at the same time not sacrificing public health and public safety. And also, I'm super excited. We are nearing the finish line and honoring the will of the voters around social consumption license type. So we're getting real close, and excited to put a bow on that for the holidays. So
you're not gonna make an appropriate family brag, if you will, about your visit to Solar.
Oh, no, would you like to do it for me?
I'd like you to do it
Okay.
because it's very interesting.
Okay. And I've told many people, but I grew up in Somerset and South Coast, and the Braga Bridge, for those who have visited down there, spans the Taunton River between Fall River and Somerset, and that was dedicated, the Braga Bridge. That's my great uncle, Charles Braga, who perished in the USS Pennsylvania in Pearl Harbor. So I have many photos of my mom and my grandmother and my aunts and my great aunts with Governor Volpe at the time and State Senator Mary Fonseca dedicating the bridge to my uncle Charles Braga, so my great uncle. So
What's the connection with solar?
Oh, in solar, that's right. So solar, because Chair was telling him about it, and he said, I painted our building Braga Bridge blue. So it's painted Braga Bridge blue. I said, well, that's my great uncle. So
I thought that was probably
that's a cool little factoid. Braga Bridge blue. I didn't even know that's a color now. Braga Bridge blue.
Well, now we know.
So thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Now I've got to ask Benjamin Moore about Braga Blue. See if they have that color. Just a couple of quick updates. I want to thank T-Bear and Alternative Compassion for hosting me for tours just before Thanksgiving. Chance to meet with many team members. T-Bear in Wareham makes Coast Edibles and infused chocolates. They also shared with me they have a child-proof chocolate container made from recycled plastics collected from the ocean. So that was kind of neat. Alternative in Bridgewater operates in both the medical and adult use license space. So had a good discussion, including changes for our medical licensees and discussion about the heavy license renewal fee for our medical licensees. I might steal a little bit of Commissioner Benedon's thunder, but she and I also had the chance to tour Low-Key 2 prior to them opening their doors in West Roxbury, and also had the chance to meet with Phil from Freshly Baked, their equity licensee from Taunton, who's supporting the new owners. Also enjoyed the chance to listen in to one of the in-person equity program trainings last night. Thanks to Darius and Stephen, who are on the call and answered questions in the chat that pop up from our attendees. So that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Benedon.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to start out by thanking all of the commissioners as well as staff who have made my transition and onboarding go so smoothly. I feel like I've learned an incredible amount, really the entire team, starting with the HR team, the IT team to get everything set up, as well as the other departments within the agency, legal, enforcement, licensing. Really everybody has just gone out of their way to get me up to speed, to share everything that they've been working on over the last several months so that I can come to the meetings and be informed. So I'm really grateful. I'm seeing what terrific staff there is here and realizing how lucky we are to be supported by such a phenomenal team. I will mention, as Commissioner Stebbins alluded to, I did join him for a visit to Low-Key, the retail establishment that we approved a license for at my very first meeting on November 18th. And so it was terrific to approve that license and then to be able to go talk to the entrepreneurs behind that establishment, hear from them both about their challenges as well as their successes, and meeting with the proprietors, the entrepreneurs that really are the backbone of this industry. I think is something that will be a priority for me as it informs how we go about doing our work as commissioners.
Thank you. And I just also want to add my ongoing thanks to the IT team because they know I am technologically challenged and they are constantly helping me figure things out. So I want to give a special shout out to Paul and team. I also want to, one of the things that I did want us to note is that when we visited Solar in Somerset, one of the things that they are doing, which is really interesting, is they literally are, I believe, a registered power plant. They are doing everything sort of, internal, very, I don't know if they're completely energy independent, but are moving in that direction. And one of the conversations that we had on the way out is we actually have an opportunity to recognize certain licensees for doing different things that we think are promoting a good behavior in the industry. So I think it's something we should consider taking a look at in the future, seeing what some of those licensees are who are doing some good things in the community that we should recognize. So anyway, I did want to recognize that they're doing that. It is obviously, some people may or may not know, but one of the most significant drivers of energy consumption increases in Massachusetts actually has been the cultivation of cannabis. So whatever we can do to reduce energy use is usually a good thing. So anyway, I just wanted to comment on that, compliment them, but I do think that we might want to think about that in the future. And so turning to that, we are not today having a report from the executive director unless the executive director would like to make some comments right now. Any comments or updates that you have for us?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
There you go. All right. That was easy. All right. So we're moving right now to Commissioner Roy.
May I have a piggyback comment on
Yes.
this? So I agree with you. We did talk about that in 500-040. We have a leadership rating program for marijuana establishments and marijuana related businesses with the categories social justice, local employment leader, energy and environmental leader, and compliance leader. And I'm requesting for a future agenda, we put this on and figure out the process on how we get to recognize folks. So I just would like to say, if you could put that respectfully request. Thank you. On a future agenda.
We will have a chance to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So moving now to the red tape removal committee structure and roster finalization. And I want to thank Commissioner Benedon for also weighing in on us thinking about this, and Executive Director Ahern. So we will be putting together, and Executive Director Ahern has helped us put together a charter and a motion for this. But what we are trying to do, the conversations that we've been having with a number of different licensees, is how do we help the businesses that are struggling? We know that anywhere from 25 to 30 businesses are looking at or have already surrendered their licenses this year. And how can we as a commission help them with the increase in cost, help them become more profitable, help them become better contributors to the important work that the cannabis industry supports in state government. Commissioner Roy has really led the way on this. I congratulate her on that. So we're putting together this roster, and I want to, I'm just saying, do I have the motion for that?
I can put it in the chat,
Yeah.
obviously, pretty high level. So,
But Commissioner Roy, do you want to make any comments just quickly about your thoughts? Because this has really been something that you've
Thank you. And obviously we've done a lot of work collaboratively with Chapter 180 and HCAs and municipal equity and pivoting to social inclusion. But as we move forward and we realize that some of the regulations that were in place made sense at the time, maybe no longer make sense, or their utility has expired, and maybe we can sunset some of these things or modify or adjust and create some wins for the industry and the agency, but not sacrifice public health or public safety at the same time. And so people are super excited about this, as you saw, Chair, at the roundtable in Somerset. So today, I think we're just going to announce who the folks that we've identified for the group, talk about how the structure, based on the motion language, if it's more of an informal or formal structure, and report back. And I think we need to add that to the motion language by June 30th. If we could just add, I was just going to send that to you, and bring some great recommendations on, maybe it's RVT. We all agree, right? No disrespect for RVT trainers, but it's a little stale. And how can we look at that? And, I know Commissioner Stebbins, you've worked on agent badging, and, I've said architectural reviews, maybe that's something that we can sunset, that makes sense. So, really excited and, really ambitious on this, and, want to hit the ground running. So thank you, Chair.
Great. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Roy. I think since all of us have started working on the commission, we've heard these, like, this bothers me, this isn't working, this is too much. I certainly, and I've shared this, I think in a public meeting, certainly with licensees that I've talked to, I think our inaugural commissioners gave us, some have called it conservative, some have called it almost prohibition in it, but a conservative set of regs. Cautious. Great word. But I think that has given us the opportunity to look at things and begin to peel things back. Had they been too liberal or too lax at the beginning, we'd be constantly adding stuff, and that doesn't, offer confidence to the marketplace. I would suggest, and, appreciate the work that both you, Chair, and Commissioner Roy are about to undertake. Some of it is also not just looking at, where can we relieve some costs, where can we relieve some regulatory burden, but also be mindful where we can offer clarity in our regs. We always hear, I asked, our I&E team, and our I&E team is not there to necessarily always give you guidance, and the response is, go talk to your lawyer. So look for those places that we can also offer clarity so that I&E team knows what to expect and our licensees know what to expect. But that isn't necessarily a cost savings, more as maybe a headache savings. But yeah, appreciate the work ahead and look forward to seeing what we can come back with.
Great. Thank you. So we do have motion language that is in the chat here. So I'm just trying to think about how. So what I will do is I will announce, and some people may be surprised, some people may not be able to do this, but these were some folks who had either self-identified or who we had identified on the external side who could be helpful to us. But I will note that the previous motion, and we will be moving to amend the previous motion. So from the previous motion, the internal staff will be working with Commissioner Ryan and myself will be Jake Nielsen, Erica Bruno, Dara Sands, Jessica Porter, Andrew Carter, and Paul Clark. So those people are already from that previous motion. And then we had representatives from different organizations, Kevin Gilnack from EON, David O'Brien from MCBA, and Ryan Dominguez from MCC. And we had gotten recommendations from some of those folks. So these are some of the individuals that we will invite to work with us on this informal group. And I will also read, and again, I thank Commissioner Benedon and I thank Executive Director Hearn for helping us figure out how we can do this in a way that is consistent with open meeting law, but also allows us the most flexibility to get the most information and move as quickly as possible. And some people may have to decline this request to work with us, but from the labs, we have Megan Dobro from Safetiva, Chris Hudala from ProVerde Labs, Retail, Meg Sanders from Cannon Provisions, Caroline Frankel from Caroline's Cannabis, Nike John from the Heritage Club, Victor Chang from Ready, Amari White from Firehouse Cannabis. From manufacturing, we have Angela Brown, Coast Cannabis, Kristen Rogers from Levia, Brian Adams from Hudson Botanical Processing, Indoor Cultivation, John Napoli, Vanguard, Dominic Shelzy from Wellman Farm, Outdoor Cultivation, Cheryl McGuire from Stafford Green, Matt Allen from Sungrown Cannabis Alliance, John Pasecki from Wiseacre Farm, and then verticals, we have Ed Dow from Solar Therapeutics, David Noble from In Good Health, Jennifer Keeley from Salisbury Cultivation and Production, Rob DeFazio from CNA Stores, and finally delivery, Chris Fevry, Your Green Package, Devin Alexander, Rolling Relief, Alyssa Nowak, Lucky Green Ladies, Ulysses Youngblood, Major Bloom. So in case anybody says, oh my God, what are you getting me into? We're not getting you into anything. We are asking you if you would work with us on this formal group that will be making MCBA.
I&E team knows what to expect in our life. Maybe a headache savings, but yeah, appreciate the work ahead and look forward to seeing what we can come back with.
Great. Thank you. So we do have motion language that is in the chat here. So I'm just trying to think about how. So what I will do is I will announce, and some people may be surprised, some people may not be able to do this, but these were some folks that we had who had either self-identified or we had identified on the external side who could be helpful to us. But I will note that from the previous motion, we will be moving to amend the previous motion. So from the previous motion, the internal staff that will be working with Commissioner Ryan and myself will be Jake Nielsen, Erica Bruno, Dara Sands, Jessica Porter, Andrew Carter, and Paul Clark. So those people are already from that previous motion. And then we had representatives from different organizations, Kevin Gilnack from EON, David O'Brien from MCBA, and Ryan Dominguez from MCC. And we had gotten recommendations from some of those folks. So these are some of the individuals that we will invite to work with us on this informal group. And I will also read, and again, I thank Commissioner Benedon and I thank Executive Director Hearn for helping us figure out how we can do this in a way that is consistent with open meeting law, but also allows us the most flexibility to get the most information and move as quickly as possible. And some people may have to decline this request to work with us, but from the labs, we have Megan Dobro from Safetiva, Chris Hudala from Pro Verde Labs, Retail, Meg Sanders from Cannon Provisions, Caroline Frankel from Caroline's Cannabis, Nike John from the Heritage Club, Victor Chang from Ready, Amari White from Firehouse Cannabis. From manufacturing, we have Angela Brown, Coast Cannabis, Kristen Rogers from Levia, Brian Adams from Hudson Botanical Processing, Indoor Cultivation on Napoli, Van Garden, Dominic Shelsey from Wellman Farm, Outdoor Cultivation, Cheryl McGuire from Stafford Green, Matt Allen from Sungrown Cannabis Alliance, John Pasecki from Wiseacre Farm, and then verticals, we have Ed Dow from Solar Therapeutics, David Noble from In Good Health, Jennifer Keeley from Salisbury Cultivation and Production, Rob DeFazio from CNA Stores, and finally delivery, Chris Fevry, Your Green Package, Devin Alexander, Rolling Relief, Alyssa Nowak, Lucky Green Ladies, Ulysses Youngblood, Major Bloom. So in case anybody says, oh my God, what are you getting? We're not getting you into anything. We are asking you if you would work with us on this informal group that will be making recommendations to the full commission. So I'm just going to walk through the processes because this was something, and we can give this to you, but again, I thank you, Commissioner Pendon, for providing us with some background and information. So the informal working group with external consulting, and this is going to be a working group that will review regulatory work. It will review with external consulting team, the external folks we just mentioned. We will prioritize recommendations of changes to regulations and associated policies, and then make recommendations to the executive director, who will then bring this to the commissioners. We have it no later than June 30th, 2026, but we would like to move more quickly on this. But that gives us a hard stop that we need to get this done by. Meetings are not required to be noticed by open meeting law. Decisions on use of hybrid are not needed to reach quorum, but we will be doing these as hybrid to ensure accessibility and scope. We will have regulations and associated policies. Out of scope is anything other than regulations and associated policies. And so again, the external stakeholders, the consulting team will be reviewing and providing feedback on what the stakeholders give to us. It'll go to the executive director, and then the executive director will make recommendations to us, and we'll share with you, now that we have regularized this in open meeting. So anyway, with that, Commissioner Roy, and let's see, Executive Director Hearn, you put something in the chat. Do you want to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion, and we can discuss that. And if anybody needs edits to it or feels it's not fully vetted, then we can discuss that. And then I also put the original motion from the October 15th meeting. That motion would have set up probably more of a formal group. I think this decision gives us a little bit more flexibility. We can do accessibility under this structure. So I would just rescind the original motion and vote for this one. But again, if there's anything in the suggested motion I provided that people need clarity on, I have to edit, and then I just provide the original motion for reference.
So I'm just trying to make sure, and I do not have my Robert's Rules for Dummy book with me, which I usually have. I don't have it right here today. So I'm just, I might want the General Counsel to advise us on Robert's Rules of Order about whether or not it says here we would move to amend, but do we have to are we just amending the previous motion? Because I'm not clear on how we should function in terms of Robert's Rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we have members of General Counsel here, and I can't see behind me, but happy to have that conversation. I think ultimately I would personally be comfortable with amending or rescinding with a new motion. I think either way we're accomplishing clarity on how the group is being established, and that's I think what we're just trying to do.
Okay, but that so
as it's written here,
we can move to amend the previous motion. The General Counsel is standing up. Maybe he can join us and provide us with some information.
Commissioners, thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of process with respect to this motion, I would suggest that you all vote to amend the prior motion, and then you can move forward with a new motion, and then vote on that new motion. So that would be the steps I recommend here.
Wait a minute, would we amend or rescind?
Well, you can do either. So the first step would be to take a vote to either amend or rescind, and then you would consider the new language afresh.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so how about this? Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to amend the previous motion on red tape removal and finalize the roster invitation of external invitees as stated to work with the red tape removal working group to review recommendations for prioritization of future regulatory changes for commissioners to consider no later than June 30th, 2026.
So moved. One question I have is, should we just put the date we voted on, the original motion, in this motion, even though we're going out there?
Madam Chair, I'll just add to this that the original motion was previous motion on red tape removal from.
Pause. We're going back to the Walshe case. Hold on. Let me get rid of this one. And let me bring this one over here. And then we're going back to the Walshe case, ladies and gentlemen. Court is in session. Let me just give me 1 second.
Jurors entering.
Court is back in session. You may be seated. You can have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Your voice up for me, please, okay? Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
You may proceed. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, or good morning again. Before the break, we were talking about whether or not there was any definitive plan for Anna to tell Brian about your relationship. I want to talk to you a little bit more about conversations that you did have with her in which she told you that if Brian was going to find out, she wanted it to be from her, right?
Yes.
And that it would really upset her if he found out any other way.
Yes.
To the point where it would devastate her if Brian ever found out that she was having an affair.
Yes.
And you had mentioned, I think on direct, that you had conversations about a future together,
Yes.
but you never had extensive, concrete conversations about being together and when that would happen.
Correct.
And at this time frame, that summer, fall, and winter of 2022, you were also in no position to openly start a new relationship with another person.
If you mean that I had not finalized my divorce, that is correct.
No, you were in a position that because your older son would have been devastated if you started bringing another woman around.
Yes, I did say that.
And if I'm correct, I believe on page 36 of Exhibit 145, which are text messages that you turned over, apologize. No, it is 36. And this is, the text message that you turned over, just to be clear, are from December 29th of 2022 through January 5th of 2023.
I assume that's correct.
Want me to approach so you can look at it?
Sure.
You certainly may.
Am I correct in the text messages that you provided? It starts at December 29th of 2022?
Yes, that's what it says on the cover page here.
And on page 36, and I can approach again if you need it, you say, "He can't imagine me with someone else. Like all children of separated parents, he deeply wants us to reconcile. Introducing him to someone else would destroy that fantasy. It would crush him now." Right?
Yes.
And that was right around Christmas time and New Year's that you texted Anna Walsh that.
Yes.
So you had no intentions of having any immediate plans to openly start dating Anna Walsh with your two young boys.
Correct.
You were a concerned dad. You loved your son. You were protective of his feelings.
Yes.
At the same time you were having conversations just about her marriage and your relationship, you knew that it was always a possibility after having these conversations that Anna would stay with Brian, the father of her children.
Yes.
And while she would talk to you about arguments they had about finances or the stress of his federal case, she always spoke to you about him in a positive light.
Yes.
And you knew from her words, that she cared for him deeply.
Very much so.
And I believe during these times when you would talk about her relationship with Brian Walsh, she wanted everyone to see him in the light that she saw him.
Very much so.
The text messages that you turned over to the police, is it fair to say that the police asked you questions about whether or not you had any information that Mr. Walsh had discovered your affair with his wife?
Yes, I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And you understood that anything that could help them in determining if Mr. Walsh had discovered your relationship, you would turn over or it would be helpful?
Yes.
And so I asked you about Facebook and you said you don't remember.
That's correct.
Well, so you don't remember if you would send any flirtatious, sexy, or intimate messages or posts on Facebook? Isn't that something you would remember if you're trying to keep it a secret?
I don't recall if I used Facebook Messenger as a means of communication with Anna Walsh. I would periodically delete messages. I don't recall if I had deleted messages from Facebook. I had certainly deleted messages from Instagram and text messages I had over the term of our relationship.
Well, why are you deleting stuff?
Honestly, I said things to Anna that I might have found embarrassing that I just didn't want to look at, so I would delete the messages.
But you weren't trying to hide it from anyone. It was just your own kind of squeamishness or embarrassedness from whatever you had sent.
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
The witness may step down. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Christopher Murphy.
Right this way, sir. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Christopher Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y.
What do you do for work, sir?
Construction.
Where were you working in January of 2023?
I was working at a painting company. I'm sorry, I haven't been working there for 3 years, so.
It's okay.
It's been a while.
All right, so you were working at a painting company?
Yes.
How long do you think you were at that painting company?
A year.
And in that time, what were your responsibilities at that company?
I was a salesperson.
Okay. In January of 2023, were you running any specials at that point in time?
Yes.
What was the specials?
We were offering 15% off any work that people needed to have done.
And so how are you contacting people at this point in time to offer the special?
We were calling all our past customers that we had, we used to work for. And we do like a cold call kind of thing. And I called, a bunch of people that day, and the defendant was one of them.
Well, let me get to that. Okay. So when you were calling people, do you remember what phone number you were calling from? Was it a work number?
It was a work phone, yes.
And if I were to tell it to you, would you, actually, I'll ask you right now, do you remember that work number right now?
No, I don't.
Because it's been 3 years, you haven't enough time to remember where you worked.
I don't remember my own number. But
all right, so at that point in time, was the number 774-534-2005 your work number?
Possible.
Okay, possible. So, now, you said that you were calling people offering this special. And so at any point in time, did you have the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can you explain to us how?
Well, we got a list of customers that we had, that were past customers, and each salesperson got a certain list. My area was in the Hingham area. So I just went down the list and called customers, and he was, one of the customers on the list.
What day did you make this call?
January.
Okay. Early or late?
Yeah, early, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever have the opportunity to connect with Mr. Walsh?
I did, yes.
And so what was the conversation you had with him?
Again, just talking about, work that possibly needed to be done, and he stated that he didn't need any work to be done.
Okay. And then did you ever have any subsequent communications with Mr. Walsh?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Did you ever have the chance to talk or communicate with him again?
Once, I believe.
Okay. And how did that occur?
It was really quick.
Quick? Was it a phone call or a text message?
It was a phone call.
Okay. And who called who?
I called him first, and then I received a text later on during that day.
Okay. And you said you received a text?
Yeah.
To a cell phone?
Yes.
All right. And you're on my phone?
Yes.
Do you recognize these images, sir?
Yes, I do.
What are they, sir?
They were pictures sent to me describing a ceiling that needed to be repaired.
Okay. Now, the pictures that you're looking at here, sir, are they the pictures that were sent to you, or are they pictures of the phone with the pictures on them?
No, they're pictures of the phone, but they were sent to me, yes.
Certainly. And are they your phone?
Yes.
This Commonwealth would seek to have these marked as the next two exhibits.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Pictures of the phone of the messages are now in evidence as Exhibit 150, 151. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 150, which has a file name of Christopher Murphy, pick page 1. Sir, can you see this on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So, whose phone is it we're looking at on the screen?
That is my phone.
Okay. And, sir, we're looking at your phone. What is the message that begins this thread? Could you read it out loud?
I'm sorry. Let me just change glasses here. Oh, that's okay. It just says his address.
Okay. Does it say any names with it?
Phone number.
Could you just read the message, sir?
It says, hello, Brian Walsh, S16 Chief Justice, Cushing Highway.
And does it have a phone number attached to it?
Yes, it does.
All right. And underneath that, sir, you said there's a picture?
Yes, there is.
All right. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll down again? Thank you. And can we have Exhibit 151, which is Christopher Murphy picks page 2? Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom of this thread. Ms. Gilman, if you could enhance this. Sir, at the end of the thread, what is the message?
It says, good morning, let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
And what's the date on the message?
January 6th.
So, sir, did you have any phone communications with Mr. Walsh besides the initial one in relation to this damage to the ceiling?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you, sir.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Suzanne Garland.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Suzanne Garland, Garland.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I own a Bar Method studio. It's a bar workout in Hingham Center.
And how long have you owned the Bar Method in Hingham Center?
Since September of 2021, I opened the studio.
And is that a franchise?
It is, yes.
And how many Bar Methods are in the United States?
I think at this point about 100.
And where exactly is your studio?
It's right in Hingham Center, sort of on South Street, 99 South Street, across from CVS.
And how many employees do you have at your studio?
16.
And how many clients did you have in 2022 into 2023?
I would say about 160 active clients.
And at that time, did you keep and maintain records for your business?
Yes.
And what kind of records did you maintain?
We maintained membership agreements and class history, purchases, time and date of classes taken, the number of classes each client took.
And how did you keep those records?
Electronically.
And why do you keep those records?
For regular course of business, but also to report to our franchise.
And do you have a corporate email?
Yes.
And what is that corporate email?
I have two, actually. One is hingham@barmethod.com, and the other is my personal business email, which is suzanne.garland@barmethod.com.
And you also keep payment information?
Yes.
And do you maintain all communications with clients in good faith?
Yes.
And did you keep your records in good faith as well?
Yes.
Did you know Anna Walshe?
I did.
And how did you know Anna Walshe?
I knew Anna for several years. Actually, prior to owning the Bar Method, it existed in Hingham Center. Another woman in town had owned it before, and I used to take classes there with Anna all the time. She and I would be there 4 times a week together taking classes. And then when I reopened the studio after COVID in 2021, she signed up right away. And again, she was coming 4 days a week up until the time that she was moving.
And what kind of membership did she initially have with you?
She purchased a Club Bar Unlimited membership, which allowed her to take as many classes as she wanted during the month for a fixed price.
And did you have a membership agreement with her?
I did, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is our month-to-month membership agreement that we keep with all clients on the unlimited plan.
And I'd ask you to look at the last page.
This is her signature.
It's at the agreement with Anna Walshe.
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Marked and admitted into evidence, the membership agreement of Anna Walshe for Bar Method is in evidence as 152.
Ms. Garland, as part of the membership agreement, our members asked about their health.
Yes.
And do they have to sign off for medical information?
They have to sign that they are fit to take classes.
Why is that?
For liability purposes for the studio.
So in December of 2022, how often would Anna Walshe attend Bar Method?
So she would be coming whenever she was in town. She was doing quite a bit of traveling back and forth to DC at that time. So I think she was there 3 or 4 times at least. Whenever she could come in, she wanted to be there.
So do you mean 3 or 4 times a week or something else?
I think December of 2022, She was there 3 or 4 times total, right?
And did she have a membership at that time?
She did not. She was paying drop-in classes.
And did you have communication with her about the classes via email?
Yes, she had emailed me when she found out that she was getting the new job in DC. She emailed me that she needed to discontinue her month-to-month unlimited class membership and that she would, drop in when she was around. And then when she came back to DC in December of 2022, she emailed me, I believe it was December 30th, saying that she had purchased a drop-in class, but she would rather do a special we were offering, which allowed her to take an unlimited amount of classes over the next month because she was going to be in the area more.
And you said when she came back, she came to DC, but did you mean when she came to
I'm sorry,
Cohasset?
when she came to Hingham, yes.
Okay. And did you maintain the email communication that you had with her in your normal course of business?
I did, yes. I kept my email from her and I have it to this day.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you 3 documents, if you could look at those. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
And what are those documents?
These are email communications from Anna to me. The first one is letting me know that she had gotten the new job opportunity in DC and telling me how wonderful her experience at the bar method had been. However, the last 10 years, she's taken classes in DC and the Boston locations. She said, we have developed an incredible team culture and feeling of being cared for. She loves the energy of the studio. She asked if we were ever considering opening one in DC. That was the first email. The second email was the one that I mentioned on December 30th, asking if she qualified for the 30-day unlimited special we were offering for $79. If so, could she exchange the single class that she booked for it, which is $29, and apply that towards the $79 special? And then I responded to her on January 1st because I was away on vacation at that time. And I said, technically, you don't qualify it since she had been in the studio recently, but I would honor it since her situation was so different than the norm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those be the next 3 exhibits.
No objection. All right. They'll be marked and admitted into evidence. So the 3 different emails are one from, what are the dates of those emails?
The first would be from February 22nd of 2022.
Okay, that's in as 154. Well, did I mess that up? 153? Okay, so as it was coming out, I looked back up and saw there was no 153. So 153 is the email from 2/27/22. 154 is what? Date?
154 would be 12/30/2022.
Okay, and the third one?
The third one would be January 1st, 2023.
All right, those 3 are now in evidence, 153 to 155.
And did you also keep the registration for December 31st of 2022?
The class registration log?
Yes, I apologize.
Yes, we do.
Thank you for correcting me. And that's maintained in the normal course of business?
Yes, we have records of every single class.
And I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
The class registration for the bar method is in evidence. It's 156.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And seeing that document, ma'am, do you, does that show, what does that show?
This shows that Anna Walsh created a reservation for class on the morning of December 31st. She did that on December 30th at 11:18 p.m. And it shows that she was checked in for class on December 31st at 8:17 p.m.
And does that show that she attended that class?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any cross?
Just briefly.
Good morning. Getting there.
The email that Mrs. Walsh had sent you asking to convert her drop-in to the unlimited monthly, that was on December 31st?
Was it December 30th or 31st?
December 30th or 31st?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that she was asking to do that is because she expected to be in the South Shore area more the next month?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned that your studio requires a medical waiver?
When you sign the month-to-month agreement, you do acknowledge in there that you are healthy and that you have conferred with your doctor.
Okay. And she does that, or that person, for example, does that once when they first start coming to you as a client?
They sign that every time they sign a contract.
Okay. So when was the last time Anna Walsh had signed a contract with Bar Method?
I believe it was September of 2021. I don't think she was actually ever able to book that last contract she wanted to.
Okay. So the health waiver that you're talking about, or the medical waiver, was September of 2022, excuse me, September of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And the medical waiver that someone signs, do they have to provide any type of medical documentation to confirm they are in fact good health?
No, we don't require a letter from a physician.
So it's just self-reporting? Yes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Do you want this?
I'll take that.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Ashley Semino. She's going to do all of it.
Right this way. Just watch your step forward. There you go.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
What is your name?
My name is Ashley Semino.
Can you just pull the microphone just a little bit closer? Thank you so much. And can you spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Semino, Cimmino.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a special education teacher and a bar instructor.
So how long have you been a special education teacher?
About 7 years.
And you said that you're also a bar instructor.
Yes, that's correct.
And where are you a bar instructor?
Currently at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And where else have you taught bar classes?
The Bar Method in Boston, both the Back Bay location and the Financial District location when they were open.
So how long have you been an instructor for Bar Method?
So I started working there in about 2010. And so it's been about 10 plus years since I started instructing.
And how do you become an instructor for Bar Method?
So we go through an intensive training. We sit with a trainer from headquarters. This person goes through an entire day with us. We have to take an anatomy exam, and we go through at least 3 to 6 months of training after that, co-teaching with a veteran instructor. And following that, to maintain our certification, we have to take a annual exam.
So do you need to be certified?
Yes.
And you have to maintain that certification yearly?
Yes, every year we take an exam.
Were you familiar with Anna Walshe?
Yes, when I first met her, she was on a NIP.
And where did you first meet on a NIP?
At the Bar Method in Boston.
And when was that? Do you remember?
It was probably around 2011. At that time, I was working at the front desk, and she would frequent the lunchtime class.
And which Bar Method in Boston?
The Back Bay location. So that was on Clarendon Street.
And how often did you see her when you were at the Bar Method in the Back Bay location?
Almost every day.
Did you ever see Anna Nip outside of the Bar Method studio in Boston?
Occasionally, if we were bumping into each other on the street, but that would be it.
Well, did you ever see her at a different job that you might have had in Boston?
Yes, she had come to one of the Celtics games that I was working at.
What did you do for the Celtics?
I was a dancer.
And what was her demeanor when she came to Bar Method in Boston?
She was always so warm, seeing somebody every day.
Objection.
Overruled. We'll let the answer stand. Move on.
While in Boston, did you ever meet Brian Walshe?
He did come into the Bar Method, yes.
And how many times did you meet him?
At least once or twice.
Now, directing your attention to Saturday, December 31st of 2022, were you working that day?
I was.
And where were you working?
At the Bar Method in Hingham.
And which class were you teaching?
I was teaching both classes. There's one around 8:15 and one around 9:15.
And who was in your 8:15 a.m. class?
Anna was.
And how long had you been an instructor at Bar Method in Hingham at that point?
That was my first day teaching at the Bar Method in Hingham.
And when did you first notice Anna Walshe?
So I wasn't familiar looking. We all get class lists of our class prior. So one of the Bar Method qualities is that we are able to call our clients by name as we're teaching them. And actually, it was because of Anna in Boston that we always clarify with our clients, is it Anna or is it Anna? So I had asked our front desk staff that day, and she was like, I believe it's Anna. So when I started class, I just made a little note of it, but she wasn't there at the start of class.
When did she come in?
She came in about 10 minutes late.
And what did you do when she came in?
It was kind of like this, oh my God moment, because with COVID, we had closed the Boston studios, and I had, had 3 children simultaneously at the time, so I took a little step back from teaching. And when those studios in Boston closed, I decided it was either going to Wellesley or Hingham, and I chose Hingham.
And what type of interactions did you have with her during the class?
During the class, I was instructing her. I was giving verbal adjustments, hand-on adjustments. But when she came in, we kind of had, oh my God, I can't believe that you're here.
And what type of exercise do you do during a bar class? How does it work?
So a Bar Method class, you work all your muscles in your body. You work your muscles to exhaustion, and then you stretch them to become longer and leaner, but also stay healthy and safe with your body.
So can you explain how you do that?
Sure. So we start off with a warm-up. You could do up to 60 push-ups in class. We move into a portion of class where you're working your thigh muscles. You work a portion of your seat, you go into curl, and there's some stretching in between. And typically a class is 45 minutes to an hour, and you use light to heavy weights depending on the client's choice.
And do you remember how long that class was?
That was a 45-minute class.
And how did Anna Walshe perform during that class?
She was a powerhouse. Clients are given the option during my setup that they can do push-ups on their hands and knees, hands and feet, or up at the bar for a modification. And she was doing the push-ups on the balls of her feet, on her hands. She was completing the motions. She was someone that you wanted to take class with because she made you work harder.
Did you notice any injuries on her during your class on December 31st of 2022?
No, and she did not make me aware of any that would change any of the exercises that we were doing.
And after the class was over, what interactions did you have with Ms. Walsh?
We chatted, and actually I remember having to tell her, I'm so sorry, I can't finish our conversation because the next class was starting. So there was at least 15 to 20 minutes between when her class ended and the next one started.
And what, if anything, did she say about coming to the gym in the future?
So she had been so excited to see me because she had told me that I was one of her favorite instructors, and she was so happy to see that I was in Hingham. She was planning on coming to a lot more, and she wanted to know my schedule.
And have you seen Anna Walsh since Saturday, December 31st, 2022? If I might just have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
Cross.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
When was the last time you spoke to the prosecutors or police about your testimony today?
August, I believe?
Okay. You didn't speak to them today or yesterday?
No.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you are a special education teacher?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then you also still teach bar?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a mom?
I am.
Okay. Are you, and I'm not trying to be flip with you, but you're not a doctor?
No.
You're not a nurse?
I am not.
Did you perform any type of medical tests on Anna Walsh on December 31st?
No, I did not.
Are you aware she had any pulmonary issues that were undiagnosed?
Not that I saw.
Are you a pulmonologist?
I am not.
Are you aware of any undiagnosed cardiac issues that she may have had on December 31st?
No.
Are you aware of any neurological issues that she may have been suffering from on December 31st?
No.
And prior to December 31st, what was the last date that you saw Anna Walsh?
I couldn't tell you.
Over a year?
Probably.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Janet Cotter.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in there so you get this shit. There you go. All set.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Janet Cotter, Cotter.
Ma'am, what town do you live in?
I live in Hingham, Massachusetts.
In January of 2023, did you reach out to the Cohasset Police Department?
I did.
Why?
I had had an interaction with Anna Walsh at a nail salon and had subsequently read about, what had happened to her. And
So I'm going to interrupt you there. I'd like to ask you about that interaction.
certainly,
Okay. Now, When did the interaction, first off, did you know Anna Walsh at all?
I did not.
Okay. When did this interaction with Anna Walsh occur?
On New Year's Eve in 2022
And where did it occur?
at a nail salon in Hingham called Walshe.
And now, how did you two interact at Glossy Nails?
We were just sitting side by side.
And did you have the opportunity to have any conversation with Anna Walsh?
I did.
Okay. First off, what was her demeanor when you were talking to her?
She was very friendly, very open, and warm.
And do you remember what she was wearing?
I do. She was wearing yoga pants and a yoga top.
And what did she tell you about her work while the two of you were talking?
I believe she told me that she was employed in commercial real estate in Washington.
And where did she tell you that she resided?
She resided, I believe, in Washington part-time, but also lived in Cohasset.
What did she tell you about her family?
She told me she had 3 sons.
And did she say who was raising her 3 sons?
She indicated that her husband was helpful.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Eve?
She told me that she was entertaining. She was having somebody over for dinner. Yeah,
No, I apologize. I interrupted you. Did she say anything else?
she did not.
And what did she tell you about her plans for New Year's Day?
For New Year's Day, she told me that she was going to some kind of special dinner. Yeah, I think it was in Marblehead. And she was very much looking forward to it. She was going with just her husband.
How long did the two of you talk for?
Probably no more than 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And I'm not someone who gets their nails done. What were you guys doing at the nail salon?
Well, we were getting a pedicure at the time, but we were there to get both.
Did you see any injuries on her at this point in time?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ross?
No questions. Thank you, Ms. Cotter.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Julie Bassler.
Right this way. Step funny. Okay. Slide this chair in for you. There you go.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. You might want to move up just a little bit and move that microphone in. Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Julie Bassler, B-A-S-L-E-R.
Thank you. And what do you do for work, Ms. Bassler?
I am the executive director of the Learning Experience in Dedham. Work for a daycare.
Thank you. And how long have you worked in childcare in general?
Over 30 years.
And where did you work in January of 2023?
Kindercare in Norwell, Mass.
And was that also in December of 2022?
Yes, it was.
Well, actually, how long did you work in Kindercare in Norwell?
For 1 year.
And in that capacity as the director of the center, did you have the opportunity to know the Walsh family?
Yes.
And how did you know them?
They were a family that attended, the 3 boys attended Kindercare.
And when were the children enrolled?
I believe probably September, around September maybe. I might be wrong. September 2022.
And how many children were enrolled? 3. And what were the ages of the children that were enrolled?
The youngest was around 2, maybe about 15, 17 months. The middle child was 3, and the oldest, I believe, was 5.5, 6 at the time.
And did the oldest child stay at kindergarten, or did the oldest child move to the public schools?
He went to the public schools, yes.
So in December into January of 2023, how many children were in the school?
2.
And how many days a week at that point, and I'm talking about December of 2022 into January of 2023, how many days a week did the 2 children attend the center?
5 days a week.
And who dropped off the 2 Walsh children?
Brian Walsh and sometimes the grandmother would be with them.
And by the grandmother, do you know the name of the grandmother?
I unfortunately forgot.
And you know whose mother?
Brian Walsh's mom.
And what time was the typical drop off for those children? What time did Brian Walsh typically drop them off?
I really can't remember. Maybe 8:39, maybe 9, closer to 9.
And what about pickup? Who would do the pickup?
Brian Walsh as well.
And do you see Brian Walsh in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out?
Yes.
And can you say an article of clothing?
A pink tie and white shirt.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
And how often did you see Mr. Walsh's mother at the center?
Maybe once a week.
And what time of day would that be?
Usually in the mornings, around 9, drop-off time.
And did you ever see Anna Walsh at the center?
I saw her a few times. Usually I would see her at pickup.
And what days would that be?
Usually a Friday.
And how many times do you think you saw Anna Walsh at pickup?
3 or 4.
How many classrooms are at kindergarten?
Maybe 9 or 10.
How many students?
I would say at that time around 100.
Can you tell us the layout of the kindergarten in Norwell?
Sure. You walk in the front door and you need the key code to enter the building. And then there is a good-sized lobby. And you go through another door with another keypad code to get into the building. But the director's office and the assistant director's office is, when you walk into the lobby, there is a door that opens. And if we were in the office, that door would generally be open to, greet parents and families. And you could also go through that office to the hallway. So depending on which door you went, you would walk into a long hallway. And if you went to the left, it would be the preschool ages. And if you go to the right, it would be infant and the toddler ages.
And when Mr. Walsh dropped off the children, how would he generally enter kindergarten?
Usually we would say hello, and most days he would come through the office, and the boys like to go through the office.
And what, if anything, did you do to help him to get into the center?
Sometimes we would, we would just have them go through the office. That would be where the boys usually came through, and he usually came through the office area.
And what was he like in the mornings?
Very, would say hello and good morning, and, trying to get the boys to their classrooms.
And did you have conversations with him?
Yes, we would talk. We would say hello, and we would ask each other how was your day? Just small talk. Like I said, part of my job was to build relationships with the families, get to know them, and check on the boys, ask how the boys morning was or how their night was, things like that.
At any point, did you and Mr. Walsh speak about the children leaving the center to move?
I think that we did once. I think we did once about possibly him taking them out. Yes.
To go where?
To go to Washington.
And did you ask him about that?
I did. Yes.
And what, if anything, did he say?
It just wasn't definite yet. It was in the works.
Did he tell you when he expected to move?
I don't remember.
And why was it important for you to know?
If we have space available, we would love to fill those enrollments and, let families know that we have space available in those 2 classrooms.
So in January of 2023, how many days did you see Mr. Walsh drop off the children?
2 days.
Which days?
I want to say it was the 3rd and 4th.
January 3rd, that would be a Tuesday, and January 4th, a Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when he dropped the children off on those days?
He came in with the boys and went through the other door, the other key code door, and they did not come in the office. I do remember saying hello to him, and I believe my assistant director was also in the office. We both said, "Hi, Brian, good morning." Like I said, that was part of our routine to greet the families.
And what was his demeanor?
It was, in a rush. It's kind of like, "Come on, boys, let's go." I remember, when they went through, and that was it. He dropped the children off at class. So it was, definitely a little different than the usual conversations we would have in the morning.
Did you talk about anything those days?
No.
One moment. Thank you.
Any cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Hi.
I want to talk to you a little bit about KinderCare.
Sure.
Is this one of the more high-end, fancy-schmancy daycares?
I think it's in the middle right now. I think it was back then as well.
Okay. And when you said enrollment, is there usually a wait list?
There is.
There is?
Yes.
Okay. I think you had mentioned that the 2 boys were coming 5 days a week?
Yes.
And they enrolled in June of 2022?
I honestly don't remember the exact date they enrolled. I apologize.
No, not at all. You testified before with the prosecutors about this case?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about when the boys enrolled?
Yes. And like I said, I don't remember right now.
You don't have to remember.
Okay.
Looking at a copy of your transcript, refresh your memory as to when the boys enrolled?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Just what page? Just ask what page.
Sorry about that. I don't have my glasses, so I think it's
Okay.
I used to not need them.
Okay.
But I think it's either that page or that. Just take a look and let me know if it refreshes your memory as to when the boys enrolled.
The end of June.
End of June?
Yes.
Okay. Of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and so from June of 2022 until the end of December of 2022, the 2 boys were coming 5 days a week?
Yes.
And you had said that Mr. Walsh would do drop-off every morning?
Yes.
And I think sometimes you said his mom would be with him?
Yes.
Okay. And then he would also do pickup?
Yes.
And in those 6 or 7 months, you had said that you had met or seen Anna Walsh, I think 3 or 4 times?
Yes.
And those pickups, were those on Thursday or Friday night?
Usually Fridays, or I might have seen her once on a Thursday night.
Okay. And you had mentioned, let me ask it a little bit better. Miss Yaz was asking you about Mr. Walsh's demeanor those 2 days in January when he dropped the boys off. and you had said that it was different,
Yes,
that he didn't say anything to you or have a conversation.
yes,
You said it was different than the other mornings when you speak with him.
yes,
So the other mornings when he would drop off his two boys, he was friendly.
yes,
He would say good morning.
yes,
He didn't seem rushed.
yes,
Would he chat with you about how you're doing,
Yes.
how's work? Oh, yes?
yes,
Okay. This was different.
yes.
Okay. When someone brings their kids to daycare, do they have to bring a lunch for them?
No,
Do you provide lunch and snacks?
Yes.
Do they have to provide diapers, formula?
Yes.
Yes.
yes,
Do they have to provide a change of clothes?
yes,
So each day, whoever is dropping off the child, parent, friend, auntie, they have to bring a little bag for each kid.
yes,
And it's something that presumably the parent would pack each night or each morning.
yes,
Okay. And when Mr. Walsh would bring his two little sons, he would have two little bags that would be packed for both of them.
yes.
And again, change of clothes, diapers, anything else that they bring?
If they had like a favorite stuffed animal, maybe,
Okay.
things like that.
Okay. And am I correct that when kids are at daycare, sometimes they'll make little art projects or drawings about their parents or about
Yes.
their life? Yes. And then those would be given to the parents when they come pick them up?
Yes,
Okay. And in those 6 or 7 months, was there ever a parent-teacher conference or a school night or anything?
yeah, we would have some school nights, like babysitting nights,
A what night?
like a babysitting night, like it's parent night out.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if the boys ever attended that.
Okay. But would there be, I guess, options for parents to communicate with the teachers or staff at KinderCare about how their kid's doing if there's any issues?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ever have conversations with Mr. Walsh about how his boys were?
I believe once.
Okay. And it was good? Everything was great? The boys are cute, fine, there were no issues?
Yeah, there was just, we talked daily, ask questions, things like that.
When you say you talk daily, you mean with the little kids?
Yes, and with the parents.
Okay. And that is something that was common with Mr. Walsh, that when he would come in or pick the kids up 5 days a week, that he was friendly, right?
Yes.
He was engaging.
Yes,
He was invested in his sons' lives,
yes,
and he would talk to you about their progress.
yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Sandra Waldrop.
Right this way. Just watch your step. A little bit further in. Oh, there you go.
And I sit down?
Yep, you're all set.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name for us, please?
Sandra Hempel Waldrop. Last name is Hempel, Hempel, Waldrop, Waldroup.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at the Claremont in Abington, an apartment complex.
Where is the Claremont located in Abington?
At 500 North Quincy Street in Abington, Massachusetts.
And what do you do for the Claremont?
I'm the general manager.
And how many units are at the Claremont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. If there's nothing that I do not do, I do everything.
And how long have you held that position at the Claremont?
Since 2018.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager? How many units are at the Claremont?
91.
What are the responsibilities of the general manager?
Well, my responsibilities, I'm also head of maintenance, so I do everything. If there's nothing that I do not do, I do everything.
And how long have you held that position at the Claremont?
Since 2018.
What does the Claremont have for surveillance videos on the outside?
Could you rephrase?
Sure. Do you have any surveillance cameras at the Claremont apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And how many cameras do you have for the outside of your apartment complex?
Oh, for the outside?
Yes.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
3, 4. 4 on the outside. I believe 3 in the back parking lot and 1 at the front.
Now, how many dumpsters are there at the Claremont?
A total of 3 dumpsters. 2 gated areas, 2 dumpsters in one, and 1 dumpster on the top hill.
On the top of the hill. And the Claremont, is it near any other apartment complexes?
Yes, it's so right behind us, our back parking lot, there is the Chestnut Glen. Years ago, it used to be the same owner. It used to be connected.
In Chestnut Glen, is that an apartment complex or is it assisted living or like what is Chestnut Glen?
It is a home for the elderly and disabled.
Okay. And now, I had asked you about their surveillance videos. In January of 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce any surveillance videos to law enforcement as a result of this case? You did? Okay. And have you had a chance to review those videos on a thumb drive?
I didn't review it I saw it on the screen, actually, yes.
Okay. And let me ask you this about your videos. Are they kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Are they kept in good faith?
Yes.
And I take it your cameras, they're always recording?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you this drive and ask if you recognize it.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
Because I initialed it and signed it. This is what I watched on the screen. This is the thumb drive. Yes, sorry about that.
So what you watched on the screens were your videos?
Yes, that is correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, with the videos from the Claremont of January 3rd, 2023.
No objection.
No objection. It's marked and admitted into evidence as, are we at 157? Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 157? Could we go to the video channel 14? And if you could bring us to 3 minutes and say 15 seconds. Pause, if I may. Ms. Waldrop, what area are we looking at of the Claremont?
This is the front entrance, the right when you come in. So, yeah.
Okay. And how many entrances are there to the apartment complex?
6.
6. Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you pause? All right. Now, Ms. Waldrop, I have some questions about your videos in and of themselves.
Yes.
The date on the video, what is the date in the top left-hand corner?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time, what does it denote the time?
It's 4:33 p.m.
Now, in January 2023, were there any issues as far as the time on your videos being different from the real time?
Yes, I believe at the time it was, I don't know for sure, but I believe it was about 20 minutes difference. And sometimes it does that. It jumps and then I don't notice it till I actually have to pull up video for some reason. And then I'm like, okay, then I see it in real time that it's wrong.
Okay, so there are times when the time on your video is not the correct time.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, As a result of working at the Claremont, are you familiar with the vehicles of your residents?
Yes.
And how many of your residents had Volvos XC90s at the time?
None to my knowledge.
Miss Gilman, if you could press play, please. Pause. Ms. Waldrop, did you recognize this vehicle as being one of your residents?
No.
And if you could press play, Ms. Gilman. On this same video, Ms. Gilman, could you bring us to 13 minutes and 59 seconds? Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask now if you could bring us to the next video from Claremont, which I believe is titled Claremont. Thank you. Ms. Waldrop, before you, if you could just pause it at this point in time. Ms. Waldrop, where are we looking at the Claremont apartment complexes in this second video?
So this is the, right when you come to the back, this is actually at the bottom of the hill or of the backside where the two dumpsters are located in that fenced area right there.
In that fenced area. And you said they're gated. Is there a lock to them or anything like that?
No.
And what access do you give the general public to your dumpsters? It's people who don't live there. Can they use them?
No. They're not supposed to, no. And there's signs that, you know, that, yeah, it's private property and they are on surveillance. I mean, it's on surveillance. So they're not meant to use our dumpsters, no.
Could you press play, Ms. Gilman? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And finally, how many ways are there in and out of the property?
One. There is really one. So there used to be, there's a smaller, almost like a narrow walkway now that people used to use sometimes. They weren't supposed to because you can't actually have a vehicle. It's not the width of a vehicle. So technically, could you take another way? Yes, but there's only one driveway, yes. The one entrance, front entrance, sorry about that.
I think that my earlier question was probably an article. When I asked you how many ways are there into the property, and you said 6, you talking about the
Oh, entrances. I thought you meant entrances as in the doors. We have 6, I'm so sorry. We have one way to get into the complex, one driveway to get in, 6 exits or entrance doors, and there is a little pathway coming from Chestnut. Yes, but it's not a driveway. It's not. But if somebody, I've seen it before when there was a roadblock and then people would just, but it's not meant to be used. So my apologies.
No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't ask the right question. You fixed it, so thank you. My question was, how many ways are there into the property, I guess, from the street?
One.
Okay. And then there's this path area that sometimes people should use, but they could use.
Rarely now. I haven't seen it actually in years, but there was a time, and then, yeah, it stopped.
And that pathway would lead to Chestnut Glen?
Yes, and into their parking lot.
Got it.
Yes.
And as far as how to get in and out of the buildings, there's 6.
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Cross?
A few questions.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Glad I get to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Those dumpsters you just told us about that we saw in the video.
Yeah.
Is there any signage on the dumpsters saying when they're going to be picked up?
No.
Do you have a website for the Claremont?
Yes.
Does that have any notice on when the dumpster's going to be picked up?
No.
Thank you very much.
May I ask one to redirect?
You may.
When was the dumpster picked up? After January 3rd?
What day of the week was that? It was a Tuesday? I'm sorry.
Sure, I have a calendar right here on my desk. If January 3rd was a Tuesday, when would the dumpster have been picked
Wednesday. It gets picked up Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursday. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 3 times a week. Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
Let's see.
You may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth is called Connor Keith. I think so.
Try to take the flip phone, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give when falls down the line to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I talk, I'm just going to put some of this stuff over here on this chair because I can see where that is going. Now, sir, can I ask your name and could you please spell your last name?
Yes, it is Connor Keefe, last name Keefe.
And sir, where do you work?
I am a trooper for the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
8 years.
And do you work within a certain unit of the State Police?
Yes, I do.
What unit do you work for?
I work for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And what do you do there, sir?
I am a homicide investigator, digital forensic examiner, and a cell phone record analyst.
Now, how long have you had that position working with the DA's office?
4 years, approximately 4.
And do you have any certifications as far as being a digital forensic examiner?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those certifications are?
Yes, I have certificates from Cellbrite, which is a digital forensics company. Cellbrite Certified Operator, Cellbrite Certified Physical Analyst, Cellbrite Advanced Smartphone Analyst, and the Cellbrite Apple Forensic Fundamentals.
And just what is Cellbrite?
It's a digital forensics hardware and software company.
And how did you get the certifications in those Cellbrite topics?
Usually a in-person class test at the end.
Did you pass the test?
Yes.
Now, have you received other trainings concerning digital forensics?
Yes.
From who?
Magnet, Gray Key.
And who administers these trainings?
The companies themselves.
And have you received trainings from any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Which ones?
I've taken cell phone record analysis classes from the FBI and LexisNexis, which is another cell phone record analysis.
Now, in addition, could you just tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Providence College.
And have you served in the military?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you served?
I was an officer in the Rhode Island Army National Guard for 8 years. Got out as a captain.
And sir, have you ever testified before giving your opinion about digital forensics or cell phone record analysis?
Yes.
Now, on Thursday of January 5th, 2023, did you have the opportunity to become involved in an investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go on the 5th?
I went to Cohasset Police Department.
And why did you go to the Cohasset Police Department?
I was asked to analyze a Verizon cell phone records associated with Anna Walsh.
And are you familiar with the concept of pinging a phone?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Usually it's through an emergency ping by law enforcement, usually missing person, someone's in danger. The law enforcement has the ability to ask the provider to ping a phone, which gives an estimated location of that device in order to hopefully locate the person.
And so when you went to Cohasset Police Department on January 5th, did you have the opportunity to review any data corresponding to that type of pinging activity?
Yes, the data we received then was called RTT data from Verizon. It is round trip time, and in that report, Verizon is able to provide an estimated distance that a device is from a cell site, a cell tower.
And so I take it the data you were reviewing had been provided by Verizon.
That is correct.
So at this point in time, I would seek to admit the data from Verizon for 3 different phone numbers, one being 617-599-766, the second being 617-895-8082, and then the third being 617-939-8648. Verizon data. If there's any objection.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Counsel, on the first one, I'm sorry, I'm keeping track of the numbers. What's the first? It's 76.
It would be 7966.
That's where I missed it. 7966. All right. So now in evidence as Exhibit 158 are the Verizon records of 617-599-7966, and then 159 is the phone number ending in 8082, and 160 is the phone number ending in 8648.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're in evidence.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the RTT file for 617-599-7966? So, Trooper, looking at the file entitled RTT Details 599-7966, is there a date range in that file name?
Yes, there is.
What is the date range?
It is January 1st, 2023 to January 5th, 2023.
And these are some of the records you had the opportunity to review for the ping data, is that correct?
The estimated distance data, the real-time tool data from Verizon, yes.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
So this is a bunch of numbers. What are we looking at?
I can explain.
I'd love for you to do
Okay.
that. Yes, please.
Can I touch this, or is it you'll go through the columns, or
I'll tell you what. I'll ask you about the columns.
Okay.
What's record source mean?
record source is the technology used for this event on the network. So for this, 12 is Samsung and 1 is Nokia. So the technology on the tower that completed this event.
All right. And when you say event, does that mean it's a phone call?
No.
What's an event as far as data goes?
So for these records, it's a signaling event from the cell site, the tower, to the device and back. Verizon is able to estimate a distance that the device is from the cell site.
And what is start time and end time?
That is the beginning of the event, the signaling event.
And then I take it end time's the end of the event?
Yes, sir.
All right. Subscriber MSISDN. What's that?
That is the phone number associated with these records.
And what is an IMEI?
That is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's the unique identifier of the device itself.
And so then a device will have its own identifier in addition to a phone number.
That's correct.
What is an IMSI?
That's the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, and that is essentially Verizon's number for this account or device. So it's for the subscriber on that device.
What's manufacturing, or I'm going to MFG model, what's that?
The manufacturer model, so Apple iPhone 12 Pro Max.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over. Sir, are there any columns that are blank here?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are the Ericsson, so that there was no Ericsson technology used in these records.
So then that's why they're blank?
Yes, sir.
All right, if we could scroll over to say column L, thank you. What is market 4G, then column M, ENB, what are those two?
Those all pertain to the cell site, so it's essentially the cell site number and the sector in which the event occurred.
And so which one's which? There's a cell site and there's a sector, so maybe I'll take it one at a time.
Okay.
What's market 4G? Why is there a 5.7 there?
5.7 indicates the market in which the event happened. So think of it as an area code like Boston 617. So Verizon knows to route this transaction to the right area. And then eNode B, column M is 52. That is the cell site number. So that's the cell site number in which the transaction occurred.
So there's a cell site, like a tower, within a sector or within a market.
That's correct.
Okay. And so I don't want to use the word sector because that's the next column. What's sector?
Sector is on a cell site. It's typically three-sided. They have antennas on three sides. So sector 4G, sector 3 was the transaction started on sector 3, and then carrier 4G, so the transaction ended on sector 2.
So the event occurred on one and then moved to another.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you went down on carrier 4G, column O, there's a 7. What's the significance of a 7 in that column?
So for Verizon, they start with their antennas, their sectors start with 2, 3, 4, and then most providers, the antennas are stacked on top of each other. So it should be the second row in numbers.
Now, there's a bunch of another empty columns there. What are those?
There was no 5G technology used in these records.
And then first distance MI, last distance MI. What's that?
So that's the first estimated distance that was provided, and then the end of the event was the last distance.
And what happens when there's an NA there?
That means Verizon was unable to provide an estimated distance of the device for that date and time during that transaction.
So, and does that correspond to the technology in the first column?
Yes, sir.
And why is that? Like, what technology had the data and which one didn't?
Yes, after analyzing the records, all the data with a 1, which is Nokia, they were unable to provide any estimated distance of the device. The one with 12 was Samsung technology, and they were able to provide estimated distances for that.
And so Samsung and Nokia both had antennas on this tower?
Yes.
And then what is VoLTE?
That is voice over LTE. That would indicate if it was a call or not. like a voice call.
All right. And could we keep on going all the way to the end? All right, if we could stop. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So I take it there's no Ericsson's issues on why, because there's no Ericsson technology?
Correct.
And then there's a series of entries or columns from Z to AC, PCMD, and then that information. What is that?
Column Z is the per call measurement data, and the 2 indicates that it was not an emergency call. A 0 would be invalid, 1 would be an emergency call. This is just how Verizon marks their data for these records.
And then what is procedure duration?
That is, again, per call measurement data. That's how long the transaction in milliseconds was for this signaling event.
So milliseconds. That's not seconds, it's milliseconds.
Correct.
All right. And then I take it date, month, day, and year. Those are pretty much standard?
Yes, sir.
January 1st, 2023.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go down the bottom of this and then go back over to the left? And now, sir, there's a series of columns now at the bottom of this spreadsheet. What is it that we're looking at down here?
This is the tower list for the transactions that occurred in this data. So these are the tower lists, and all this data occurred within this tower. So the tower list is located at the bottom.
And then there's longitude and latitude. What do you do with it? What is that?
That's the GPS or the lat long of the cell site location. Could be a building, could be, in this case, it's a water tower.
And scrolling over, street address, city. I take it that's pretty standard, self-explanatory?
Yes, sir.
So now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go back all the way over to the left. Thank you very much. Looking at these records, sir, were you able to come to a conclusion as to the last time Verizon was able to estimate a distance of where the handset was when it interacted with the network?
Yes.
Okay. How are you able to do that? Or I should say, when is that, according to these records? That's a better question.
That would be line 828. It would be January 2nd, 2023 at 3:14 a.m.
And how do you know it interacted with the network at that time on line 828?
If you could scroll over, please. The technology is 12, so that means it's a Samsung event. And then if you could keep going over, please. If you could just highlight 828 if you don't mind, just so I could see the column. Thank you.
Okay, so 828, we see 0.024. What's that?
That is the estimated distance that Verizon believes the device is from the cell site located on Reservoir Road in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And so is that measured in feet, inches, or what?
Miles.
So approximately quarter mile,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, now, how do you know what direction it is from the tower in Reservoir Road, according to these records? So is it, are you talking that it's a circle or what?
So it would be the azimuth in which the antenna is facing.
Oh, okay. And so help me out with that because I don't know what azimuth is. What is the azimuth of where the antenna is facing? What does that mean?
So the provider puts these antennas on the cell site in certain directions, 360 degrees, usually it's 120 per azimuth in which they're placed on the tower.
And so as far as the direction of where the phone was from the antenna, can you tell us, based on these records, what the general direction of the phone was when it interacted with the network on January 2nd at 3:14 a.m.?
It was from the cell site, the tower, it was southwest in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
So it was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Ms. Gilman, on this file, there is a second folder. Could we go to that second folder? Yep. Are you familiar with subscriber data, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's subscriber data in relation to Verizon?
This is from Verizon. These are Verizon's business records associated with an account.
Looking at the spreadsheet that is on the screen, subscriber MTN 617-599-7966. Is this a subscriber data from Verizon?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the first column search value?
That is the phone number of these records associated with these records.
Okay. And what is the search start date and end date?
That is the report date that these were run.
Okay.
So January 7, 2023.
And then column D has MTN. What is MTN?
That is mobile terminating number. That's the same as the search value. That's Verizon's, the number associated with these records.
And Ms. Gilman, could you just expand column D for us? Thank you. All right. And then account number, what's that?
That is Verizon's internal account, an account number for this, this line.
Now, we get to last name, first name, business, address. What's that?
That is the account holder of this number.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll across to the right? All righty. Now we have a column P and Q. What are we looking at here, sir?
I'm just waiting. That is the subscriber under this account for this phone number.
Okay. So there's an account holder and then there's a subscriber.
Yes, sir.
And so the account holder, I take it they pay it?
Yes.
Okay. They're responsible for it?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the name for columns P and Q?
Walshe, Anna.
Council, is that a good place to stop for lunch?
It's always a good place to stop for lunch, Your Honor.
We'll do that now.
All rise, please.
We're going to jump live. They're going to lunch. We are going to get ready for a press conference, all right, as you watch Brian Walsh get ready to be taken out. We're on lunch for an hour, all right? We're taking a very important press conference, though. You might be saying, why are we doing that? Well, because you're about to see exactly why, ladies and gentlemen. The FBI and DOJ are about to announce, indeed, their arrest of the January 5th DNC and RNC pipe bomb suspect. I'm going to have that pool feed for you right here on the screen. So instead of getting caught up on the CCC, which I wanted to do, we are going to take this. So as soon as this press conference begins, you are going to see it live. This is the pool feed provided by The Hill. Thank you very much to them for having a camera in the room. This press conference was scheduled to start at 1 p.m. It has not started yet, as you can see up on your screen. We are just waiting for it to begin. We'll get back to the Brian Walsh trial at the top of the hour, 2 p.m. Then we have a potential Myles King hearing. We got a lot going on. We're going to try to do it. This is where it's going to get really, really busy. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'm going to turn this volume on. As soon as this press conference starts, we are going to take the live coverage. So, we're going to find out how it took the FBI 5 years to get this person. He apparently is a male, works for a bail bonds company, lives with his parents, and the FBI raided his father's bail bonds company along with his home just hours ago. So we're going to take this press conference. We maybe will watch a little bit of the CCC until the press conference begins. You might be saying, why are we doing that? Well, because I don't know what's going to happen at the press conference. What I do know, though, is that we can watch the CCC. The pipe guy looks just like the guy who told cops it was there. They let him walk away. Wow. Maybe that's what they'll tell us, Nicola. And I'll tell you, the second that press conference goes live, ladies and gentlemen, I will have it for you. For now, though, we're going to catch up on the CCC meeting. It's going to be a little bit about like regulatory affairs. If you're tuning in for the press conference, don't worry, that is coming up as well. As you can see, though, for now, we're just going to listen to the CCC discussion. As soon as that press conference goes live, which is right above the CCC,
you will see, well, it's not there anymore, but it will be in a second. You will see us turn over to that coverage. So you see the press conference up in your top right. All right, let's begin indeed.
October 15th.
Yeah. Supreme clarity.
Absolutely. It's in there now.
Okay. All right, you want to read it? Okay. Move to amend the previous motion on red tape removal taken on October 15th, 2025, and finalize the roster and invitation of external invitees as has been presented by the chair.
To their classrooms.
And did you have
to work with the red tape removal working group to review recommendations for prioritization of future regulatory changes for commissioners to consider no later than June 30th, 2026. Do I hear a motion, Commissioner Wright? So moved. Do I hear a second, Commissioner Benedon? Second. Having been moved and seconded, I will take a call to roll. Chair votes aye. Commissioner Benedon? Aye. Commissioner Roy? Aye. Mr. Stebbins?
Aye.
It is passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, I believe people will want that list of roster invitees, so I will provide that to Collins.
Please, thank you.
Great.
Okay, so we're moving now. We have secret shopper program and debarment here in the same area of discussion. Commissioner Roy, this is something that you have been sponsoring, and I'm just trying to say we don't have a vote here. I think we're just sort of talking and sharing with people what we are doing right now, and also just sort of discussing the issue. And some of this, and this is also one of the things, again, because we do have a new commissioner, and because we do have the limitations of open meeting law, just making sure that we're all in the same room so we can understand, what is going on with this process. So yesterday we did have a presentation from a couple of groups looking at testing. We know that's an important issue. We group looking at secret shopper. So and this is also really important because several years ago I literally raised the question about whether or not we have a secret shopper program, and it was implied by senior staff that we do. We do not have a secret shopper program. We have an intermittent process whereby we do go and we can do confirmatory testing, but because it is a problem that we do not have an independent standards testing lab, it makes it somewhat difficult for us. We actually, Commissioner Roy brought it to the table a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, working with, I think it was Carmichael, who was then the chief of police in Newton. They had some money or something from COVID, but that was not seen as something we could move forward with. So we're now looking at some different ways that we can create and fund a secret shopper program as a commission to make sure that we have products that are properly labeled, that protect public health and safety, and that protect us in terms of their purchasing what they think they are getting in terms of THC levels and other things like that. So, Commissioner River, you want to talk a little bit about what you have, been working on this?
On secret shopper.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm happy to be back on the working group. Thank you, Chair, on secret shopper. This is something I brought up a few years back on an agenda. I don't know if you remember Commissioner Stebbins and Chair, and we had a conversation, and it was clear we all had a different understanding of what was occurring around secret shopper. It's in regulations. It's on paper, and before we were loath to talk about it, but no. We need to talk about it. We need to make this a real, robust reality. And I know the team has been working. I want to thank Chief Jones and the team. They've been working creatively. Like I've said this publicly. I spoke at Holy Cross last year, and I was asked about secret shopper, and I said, it sounds easy, right? Buy the weed, test the weed. Well, it's not that easy. Who buys the weed? Who pays for the weed? How is it safely transported? It is evidence at that point. And then without a standards lab, it makes it tricky. And with our current budget constraints, it makes it even trickier. But we are executing confirmatory testing. So that is happening. So I don't want folks listening to think it's not happening right now. It is happening. We get leads, we get tips. Commissioners know it goes to I&E, and then they follow up. They're credible and follow up on it. And part of that is confirmatory testing. That is occurring. And so what we want to do is take it to the next level. And some of it is resource dependent. I floated an idea recently, and that's what we're doing. We're looking at creative ideas and solutions, and not how can't we do it, but how can we do it. So I want to thank you, Chair. I know you've had a renewed focus. We do need to get resources to be able to execute this, on a consistent and robust, random. But anyway, I thank you for your commitment to this, and I think it's critical. It's been sitting in our regulations, living and breathing, and now we'll make it more of a reality. Thank you.
So again, this is a working group that we will be looking to put in place whatever changes we need to make this happen. Some of this can be done right now with the resources we have, but there may be some regulatory changes that will be needed and certainly funding is important. I don't know if Commissioner Stebbins or Benedon have any thoughts on this issue. Any questions? Any thoughts, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Roy, for bringing this issue back. It is important. We appreciate the proviso that we still are executing confirmatory testing. Part of this is making sure that product being sold are what they say they are. There's also an element of making sure that our licensees are not selling to underage youth. So, hopefully, again, as our street expands, as we're now well over 300 retailers across the state, hopefully we can make the right argument that we need the resources to hopefully bring this to the execution stage.
Thank you. And I don't know if you have any questions, but we this is a working group, and we've sort of re-energized it. This will be something that'll continue to move. Commissioner Wright. And thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. And that is an important element as well. So it serves a twofold purpose, right? To do secret shopper, to do off-the-shelf testing, to confirm what's on the label is actually what's in the product, whether it's potency and it's total yeast and mold. We want to make sure and labeling, but also the like the ABCC does, checking for age verification. And now we're entering the new dawn of on-site consumption, which brings another additional responsibility to the commission. And so the language, I don't, aside from resource, which is a significant challenge, I think we can easily address this in regulation when we do exclusivity, and I'm requesting it be in scope for I try to get it in scope for this round. We couldn't do it. So I'm requesting now before we even have a scope for exclusivity, because I think there's just some language under commission delegee in DGC. We've had this conversation where we can leave the commission delegee part alone in secret shopper. We just need to give ourselves the flexibility. How do we send young people if we can't partner with young people like the ABCC does in the local level? Because the way it's written now, it boxes us in, and we can only partner with our other government agencies. That's how it was explained to me. So we need to have partners outside of that to be able to execute on the age verification, to execute, maybe it's someone we contract with, right, to do secret shop. We don't know what that looks like, but right now we're so boxed in under that definition. So we just need to give ourselves some flexibility to be able to explore different options. So it's not, we can do this when we do exclusivity. Yeah, I mean, the ABCC does this, and again, I used to be chair of the Lottery Commission, and the Lottery Commission, does that as well. And they have teenagers that they go in, and if you don't get ID to sell a ticket, and it's a teenager, they can get the ding for that. So, Attorney Baker, can you just share and just making that we all understand, because I think that this is important, that it would be good to put this into the scope of the exclusivity. I think that it allows us a little bit more latitude to make some of those changes and to do it more quickly. So maybe you could just share a little bit about what that might look like.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this has been an ongoing conversation between Commissioner Roy, INE, and legal, and ultimately there is a definition of commission delegee which is reflected throughout the regulations. The specific section that Commissioner Roy is referring to is the section on secret shopper program, and because of the definition and how it's tied in through all the rest of the document, I think Commissioner Roy is looking to create a carve-out within that one section to have commission to mean something other than what it's currently defined as. So if the commissioners decide to do delivery exclusivity and have a regulatory round with that, whatever you submit to the secretary as far as amendment goes up front, then that would be within scope. So I would advocate for you to do that up front, so that it is within the scope, and I don't have to tell you several times throughout the round that's outside of it.
Exactly, Commissioner Wright. And so I think, Chair, again, this is on, just tangential to this conversation, is maybe we have put scope on an agenda where all of us can say what we'd like to see in that scope. That way we're all on the same page. We're not, DGC is like, Commissioner Wright's on scope, because I'm trying to get it in there for secret shopper. So maybe we put a scope conversation on, then we can all pitch in what we want into that scope. Okay. We could do that in January, or would we need to do that sooner, because exclusivity is a vote that has a time frame. So please, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I think especially staff would appreciate that as well, so that we can prepare for what to expect in that round. Yes, I've spoken with the ED. I think the anticipated vote for delivery exclusivity would take place in January, so trying to tie those together would be very helpful.
Does that help? Timing. Yeah, I guess I'm so we're going to vote on exclusivity, or we're going to get the Donnie report, the presentation from the Donnie team. We're going to deliberate if we might want to make changes to the record. So we're going to have time to, and that doesn't have to go out to public comment. So, okay. So when do we have to figure out our scope list? So you're saying January, but we're going to vote on it? I guess I'm confused. Yeah, please, if you could just give us, so we know, and we're not giving you anything last minute.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry for going back on some conversations we've had at a public meeting before, but ultimately there is the delivery exclusivity period is allowed until April 1st of 2026. So that is again to make amendments to that exclusivity program. If you're looking to tie other regulatory changes to that timeline, then you would want to try to start that as soon as possible. And so I would advocate to you to try to have that conversation early in January, so that you're not holding up the delivery exclusivity timeline.
Commissioner Wright? The April 1st expiration, DGC, do we have to have it promulgated by April 1 or just voted on by April 1?
The current regulations would say that general applicants can apply as of April 1st of 26. So if the board does not act before then to make amendments, then general applicants would start applying on the 1st.
But has he? No. So do we have to be promulgated in the books, or do we have to just be voted on?
So yes, in saying that, they would need to be amended and finalized before April 1st.
And filed with the Secretary of State prior. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
And Madam Chair,
yes, please. Thank you.
Why it's important to expedite this additional policy discussion in light of this ongoing trend that's leading.
Thank you.
Executive Director?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just caveat everything. Obviously, all of these agendas are at the discretion of the chair. So one of the things that we have lined up, to Commissioner Roy's point, is the UMass Donahue report with the exclusivity work group is intended to be coming to the commissioners within this month. And that, to your point, it is no obligation of the commissioners to make a vote in January. Everything that's being lined up is based on the idea of, should you have the report, should you make a decision that we need to promulgate by that April 1st date. I think there are other things that we can discuss. Certainly, you have had a high-level discussion and not yet on an agenda, but I know that is in the chair's consideration for the future of potentially licensing freezes, those types of things. There may be other mechanisms we can use depending on where the commissioners are, if they need more time when you're discussing the exclusivity report. As of right now, the intent is to get you the report, and then from there, the discussion deliberation is at the discretion of the board through the chair.
Okay, Attorney Baker?
Thanks. Just one more clarifying point that I wanted to make. If the board receives the report and decides, you know what, we want to let this expire, then no action relative to regulations needs to be taken. But obviously, you want to have that decision in front of you and done before April 1st and finalized. So just wanted to put that out there.
Sure. Yeah, and thank you for that. Thank you, ED. And also, we have exclusivity, but we're moving full steam ahead as a board because we have testing on the heels of that. So test has to be ready to go. That's the regs open again. So if we want to do a licensing freeze or whatever, so we're, the sales train is leaving the station fast to get all of these things accomplished. So,
but it's also just making sure that we do understand all these. We may or may not vote. We have to see the report. We have to see this was independent. There's no prejudgment here. And we did have an initial conversation. I don't know if everyone had an opportunity to speak to. Okay, so the Donahue Institute will be providing us with the work that and again, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the Donahue Institute and all they've done to help us meet our obligations. So, are there any other questions or comments about this? But it's good to understand, and we'll make sure that everyone understands what the hard deadlines are, so that we don't drive other people crazy. But also, we do know that there is one particular deadline that if we want to move that into that framework to move things more quickly, we do need to work quickly on that. Is there anything anybody wants to ask or? Commissioner Wright?
Did you want to touch on debarment?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
So the issue of debarment was raised a while ago by Commissioner Roy, and I thank Attorney Ladizinski. I think he's out there, but I don't know if he can join us. But anyway, this is basically looking at what New York State regulators have done to, basically this is a pretty tough penalty, that if you have seen, third parties, unlicensed third parties that have been collaborating with licensees for the unauthorized sale or diversion or inversion of cannabis products, it's my understanding that join us. But anyway, this is yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay.
So the issue of debarment was raised a while ago by Commissioner Roy, and I thank Attorney Ladizinski. I think he's out there, but I don't know if he can join us. But anyway, this is basically looking at what New York State regulators have done to, basically this is a pretty tough penalty, that if you have seen, third parties, unlicensed third parties that have been collaborating with licensees for the unauthorized sale or diversion or inversion of cannabis products, it's my understanding that New York does not have as robust a seed to sale tracking as Massachusetts, but they do have greater enforcement actions related to unlicensed activities. And so I don't know if we could have, I don't know if Attorney Ladizinski is able to share. Commissioner Wright?
If he's not, I have just a little synopsis I can share.
If you want to do that, yeah, because I have this memo, which I think everyone has everyone received this memo in time?
Yeah.
So there's nothing we're voting on today, but it's an issue. Commissioner Roy and I are going to be doing a meeting within the next week or two, looking at the issue of inversion, trying to understand the scale, is it a problem? Is it something that we need to be addressing more quickly? So, and a more robust conversation may be better entertained after we have that meeting where we understand maybe the true depth of the problem, but maybe you can explain why you raised this in the first place.
And thank you, Madam Chair. So it caught my eye. I was reading MJ Biz Daily, and there was an article, New York moves to punish marijuana distributor at heart of inversion scheme. So, reading the article, I saw this enforcement tool that I had never heard of before, and I asked for a legal opinion regarding it. And I do want to thank the legal team, and I wanted to thank, Attorney Ladizinski as well for doing this memo. But I just want to share for those listening a little background information. So it's not disbarment, it's debarment. So New York's cannabis debarment is an enforcement sanction that can bar a person or business from holding a cannabis license in the future and from contracting with, now this is in New York, with the Office of Cannabis Management or with licensees, usually following serious or repeated violations of cannabis law. Definition and legal basis. In New York's cannabis regulations, quote, debarment is defined as an exclusion from obtaining a cannabis license, registration, or permit under cannabis law, contracting or subcontracting with the OCM, contracting or subcontracting contracting with licensees in the regulated cannabis market. Debarment is one of several penalties OCM may impose under Part 133 enforcement alongside fines, suspension, and revocation of existing licenses. When debarment can be imposed, debarment is generally sought in cases involving serious non-compliance, such as operating or facilitating unlicensed cannabis activities, including, quote, reverse licensing arrangements, where unlicensed businesses operate under another's license, material misrepresentations to OMC, or failure to disclose significant ownership or operational changes, violations that undermine market integrity, public health, or equity objectives. Recent OCM charging documents and high-profile cases have explicitly requested debarment from applying for future licensure as a remedy, in addition to revocation and substantial civil penalties.
Thank you. So I think that the point and the reason that we'd like to explore this further, and again, it's really, I'm trying to regularize us having conversations because we can't have these conversations, and I don't think I don't think that the public can fully understand how cumbersome it is dealing within the open meeting law because we don't have the opportunity to have some of these conversations. But when I've been going out and having meetings, and I'm sure that all of you, when you go out, are talking to the different groups, the operators who are operating under the law, who are burdened by significant taxation, burdened by significant regulation, they want to do the right thing. And that's who I think we're getting the pressure from. It's the people who want to follow the law, who want to make sure that they're, paying their fees and paying their taxes and supporting the important programs that cannabis does support across the Commonwealth. So anyway, it's really understanding how do we as a commission strengthen the work of the good operators and making sure that the people who are not following the law don't have the opportunity to compete illegally or to undermine the health and safety of our system. So I don't know if I think that we probably should table this until we have a little bit more opportunity. But, I would suggest that we all take some time to read up on the issue of inversion or talking. We are going to be holding a meeting with a couple of people who have some thoughts about this. But I think that this would be something that we all should continue to educate ourselves on to understand. And some of this is underground. We don't know it, and we're trying to figure it out. We don't know whether it's real, but we've heard rumors that this could be a little bit more widespread than we think in Massachusetts. And so we just want to get ahead of it and we want to figure out ways to address it. So Commissioner Stebbins, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Thank you, Chair. And I think like Commissioner Roy and like you, Chair, I saw this article when it popped up in our news feed and really exploring the article, actually reading, I think there was a link to Green Standard Alliance New York had an article about it and where they were seeing it. Certainly, they were calling out the New York State's seed-to-sale tracking system, which they thought was lacking and was awaiting a long delayed implementation. But just thinking through the issue itself. I was thinking about it in two parts. If we were to uncover it happening, do we have the tools to stop it immediately from happening, either through our ability to cease and desist somebody, putting an administrative hold on product, and then the follow-up to that is how do we penalize the people that are catch doing it? So I ran through and jotted down a whole bunch of questions. I'll be happy to share those with Legal and Enforcement Counsel because some of it does tie back to other parts of our statute in terms of what you can get arrested for, felony conviction for. But something that occurred to me last night, and then kind of picking up on our earlier conversation of some stuff we might want to add to the regulatory realm we know we may or may not have to do with exclusivity, is that we don't offer a definition of diversion or inversion in our regs.
We will now in this round. Yes, they're now.
I mean, we speak to diversion, we do not speak to inversion, so we should try to find the places to couple those up, but we definitely let's start with the definition, and then we can think about, the penalties later on.
Yeah, and I think so it's my understanding that we do need to make some regulatory changes before we can do this. In New York has a different legal infrastructure. But it's my understanding that way back when that this was left to the Attorney General's office, and I think it might not be a bad idea for us to have a meeting with representatives of the Attorney General's office to see what, if anything, some of this stuff would be civil penalties, and it's my understanding, having spoken with Attorney Ledzinski about this, that in New York State, this is actually a source of civil penalties and revenues that do come in. So obviously there's one issue when it comes to, I don't know, maybe a referral to the Attorney General's office for a criminal, intervention, but this would be civil. So there are some ways that we could. So what do we do now? If we are aware of maybe a licensee engaged in an illegal grow or something like that, what do our investigators do?
Generally speaking,
I
think, probably want to pull up, I need to go through the whole process. I think as it relates to kind of what we have now in the debarment conversation, and just to clarify too, this is not listed as confidential, so people will probably ask for the memo since we mentioned it, so I'm going to provide that. I think the overlap of what we have right now with the debarment conversation that's kind of covered here in the memo is our suitability process, which is in our regulations. I think that suitability process allows us in certain instances people have anything in their background for it to be reviewed by the suitability committee and follow that process. But within our suitability process, debarment is not an outcome that exists and would require regulatory change. For just a general discussion on the process that INE goes through in investigations, I believe the CIE is here if you'd like to get a high-level summary.
Sure. Yeah.
No? I think we may have to call her in. Let me just see if I can CA is on our way over.
Is she coming physically here? She's in the building, okay.
If I may.
Please, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your inversion and diversion, which will be in this social consumption round once it's promulgated. So very happy to see that. It's inversion versus other gray market behaviors. Inversion is distinct from simple diversion of licensed product to the illicit market. Instead, it is the illicit to the licensed direction that corrupts the legal supply chain. It also differs from legacy or gray market storefronts that operate entirely outside of licenses, because inversion depends on at least one licensed entity willing to falsify records or structurally front or unlicensed operators.
Sorry, could you just, what were you reading from?
It was out of MJ, the source is Cannabis, MJ Biz Daily, Cannabis Business Times.
On the New York case?
This is just an overall, yeah.
Chief, sorry. We're generally raising, looking at New York State and looking at just discussing the issue of debarment. And we know that we would have to make some regulatory changes before, and possibly statutory changes. I'm not sure. I think it's just regulatory changes. But Chief Jones, what happens now? What is the process now when our investigators, if they were to find out about significant diversion of products, or what do we do now? Do we refer criminally? What do we do?
Thank you, Chair. Typically, the process is that we involve the police. We'd have to reach out to the police department, the local police, and then in some instances, we do reach out to the state troopers, the state police through Mass Fusion Center to make a referral to them for follow-up.
And generally, how quickly do we do something like that? I mean, is it immediate? Like, if we see something like that, do we refer it immediately?
Yes, typically we make refer as soon as possible, as soon as we're aware.
Right?
Do we make refer for district attorneys?
I have to check if we have. I do know for a fact that in an instance where it involved the Fed, we in fact reached out, to the Feds ourselves.
Okay.
Yes, to see, because we had concerns about jurisdiction and all that stuff. So we reached out to them to see what they were going to be able to do and make the referral. I am aware of that. But in terms of the district attorney, I don't think since I've been at the commission, if we've ever done that. However, in instances where we made a referral to the police department or the state police, what they have done is, if the district attorney is involved, they've in fact reached out to us as well to let us know, of their process of what we're doing. And in some instances, they've requested that we participate as witnesses.
Is a criminal if we make a criminal referral, or if we go, is that confidential?
If we make so if you're asking that,
if we observe what we believe is potential criminal behavior and we make a referral, is that confidential?
Not that I'm aware of in terms of, in the sense of confidentiality. No, if we in fact made the referral and were asked to participate, we go through the channels that we have to go, which is legal, to see if our staff have to participate and be responsive to what we're being asked to do.
Could we get a list of all criminal referrals that the commission has made over the course of the past 4 years?
Yes, we can do so. We'll look into it.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, I think we're good. I think that we can, I think Attorney Ledzinski is still having trouble getting in, but I think that we've kind of done what we can before we have some of these meetings on inversion. Thank you, Chief Jones. I appreciate it. Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, just thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Jones. Next steps, so we don't put this on the back burner. So we'll have an inversion meeting. Maybe you two, could have, because we can only do 2 at a time.
We could recommend, or you may know
2x2. So whoever the 2x2s are, to have inversion meetings, and then figure out if it makes sense for us to tackle it in regulation once we've had as much information as we can on it, and figure out if it makes sense for us to tackle it in regulation.
Okay. All right. I think that sounds good. Thank you. And sorry to.
Well, actually,
Commissioner,
do you have any thoughts on debarment? I won't put you on, sorry. Basically, New York has this, it's not a hammer, one could argue a sledgehammer, where, so in New York, a massive inversion operation was discovered, and the Office of Cannabis Management levied an enforcement action of debarment, meaning those principals of those licenses can no longer in any capacity operate in the state of New York, even as a subcontractor with a licensee. So we don't have anything like that. We have suspension, revocation, fines, but we don't have that ultimate sledgehammer, if you will. So I didn't know if you had any thoughts.
If I may,
please, thank you. We don't want to put you on.
That's okay too. Okay.
So, Commissioner Roy, I think listening from the public meeting, as you indicated, that this would require some regulatory review and changes, and also for us to look at our current enforcement to see how this would work. And then, based on the article, from what I read, looking at what the issue that happened in New York, as a matter of fact, I think our enforcement counsel might be available virtually. We've had an enforcement action in the past, back in 2021, and I believe I would have to look at the date, and the stipulated agreement is actually available publicly as well, where we had a situation with the licensee where they allowed they basically assigned the duties of their license to another licensee. And so we in fact did look into that. So we've had an enforcement action related to something similar. Again, it goes back to regulatory amendments and also looking into the enforcement tools to see if it would align with what we currently have, or it could be similar to what we do with suitability. So I'm not so sure if our enforcement counsel Gooden is available to chime in as well.
Let me see. Attorney Gooden, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
You said go ahead. Okay. Voice gone. All right, here you go. Thank you, Attorney Gooden.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, apologies, I'm not there in person. I'm coming as this wonderful Wizard of Oz today. So just as we're kind of talking about the various options that are available to us, I just want to highlight for the board as well, just what's contained in our regulations currently as you're considering other options or things that might be available in other jurisdictions and how those might be transferable to the Massachusetts cannabis market. So as we're just kind of looking at the options as it stands right now in Massachusetts pursuant to our regulations, kind of our general bread and butter would be through a notice of deficiency plan of correction process that is primarily administered through the investigations team, and that is as well as testing as well in the case of ITLs, but that is more so dealing with kind of routine actions when we're talking about kind of larger actions where we're bringing a formal administrative action against the licensee where we would be collecting civil penalties as discussed previously. That would be through an order to show cause, a notice of fine, something along those lines. Actions to deal with more kind of immediate or pressing matters that particularly deal with public health, safety, and welfare. Those relate to removal prohibition of marijuana products, quarantine orders, cease and desist orders, summary suspension orders. We also can move to revoke or suspend licenses as well as the board is aware. So as Chief Jones identified in a couple of prior instances, we have identified circumstances that were somewhat similar to this action that we're talking about in New York. We've also had other issues where we've dealt with kind of diversion issues. So we have taken enforcement actions in the past on those or in those areas or when we've identified and substantiated violations of our regulations that relate to those. I will note to the point that Chief Jones brought up with the kind of unauthorized, in New York they referred to it as something different, but in our instance, we referred to it as an unauthorized assignment or transfer of a license. So in that instance, there was a marijuana transport, I believe that was essentially allowing another entity to utilize their license to complete transfers. So we did take an action in that instance, and that stipulated agreement was approved by the board back in 2021 and resulted in a relatively significant civil monetary penalty. But then beyond that, as we're talking just kind of specifically to the penalty of debarment or the contemplated penalty there, if we were to take an action and revoke a license, for example, under our suitability tables, particular table A, there are two provisions in there that identify a row of the suitability table that identify if an individual or entity has had prior registration or license violations in Massachusetts or in another jurisdiction. They are for the first 5 years following that action, and it specifically speaks to the revocation of a license, the failure to renew that license, or a similar action. For the next 5 years, that individual or entity was found to be unsuitable per that table. They are mandatorily disqualified from licensure in Massachusetts. After that 5 years, the standard is lessened slightly. So from between 5 years and 10 years following that action, they are presumed to be unsuitable. So when we're talking about mandatory disqualification versus a presumptive negative suitability determination, a mandatory disqualification, there were very few instances in which an unsuitable individual or somebody who has been deemed unsuitable is able to overcome that. In essence, it is that we are relying on wrong information or the suitability issue was corrected by the time they are contesting it. When we're talking about presumed, somebody who is presumed to be unsuitable, there are many more factors that the Suitability Review Committee or the Executive Director can consider in terms of whether that person should be actually deemed unsuitable or if they should be allowed another shot at licensure. Beyond those 10 years, however, my understanding too is that we do not have a kind of lifetime ban that this New York option seems to be considering. So I hope that information is helpful as the board is considering kind of what happened in New York, whether that would be transferable over to here, and also just kind of the general options that are available to us at this time.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Gooden. Are you, are you still, oh, sorry, Commissioner Bennett, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just one follow-up question. After 10 years, can a prior regulatory violation still be considered as a factor in evaluating suitability, or after 10 years, it essentially get wiped clean?
Chief Jones or Attorney Gooden, who wants to handle that? Did you hear that?
Sure. My question is, after the 10 years, can a prior regulatory violation still be considered as a factor in evaluating suitability, or is it no longer considered at all after the 10 years?
Chief Jones?
Thank you, Chair. I think we'd have to look into that because I don't think we've ever really encountered.
We haven't been around that long.
We haven't been around that long with a case of first impressions. So we'd have to look into that.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Chief.
And then the other thing that I wanted to add related to that matter, back in 2021, we also, it wasn't just a monetary fine. We also placed them on a 1-year probation to monitor their activities to ensure that if there were any future violations or anything like that or similar violations, then we would take further action. So I just wanted to add that as well.
If we have observed criminal criminal activity and we make a referral, how quickly is that brought to the commission for review? I mean, we don't review criminal referrals, do we? We don't review that, no?
If I may, Chair.
Please.
So in those instances, no, we would not be bringing that before the board, because typically what we do with all our enforcement actions, we wait till they're ripe for the board's review, consideration, or contemplation or discussion. So we would not bring that forth before the board to, for the board's consideration, because it wouldn't be ripe, for the final evidence.
It's ripe. Define ripe, because it is, for instance, if a licensee is engaged in criminal behavior and we make a referral, and at what point in time does it become ripe? What if they do something else wrong in the interim? Does it just stay open indefinitely? At what point in time, should it take 6 months? Should it take a year? Should it take 3 years? When we are aware of potentially criminal activity, how long before that comes to the commission?
If I may, Chair,
please.
Is it the keyword potential, right? At that time, as we all know, you are innocent until proven guilty. So it's not within our jurisdiction for us to look into criminal matters. And then also, we've had instances if they self-identify or they self-report to the staff that they've in fact lodged a criminal complaint with the police department, we would not be the ones to then make the referral, because they have self-reported that they've in fact done so. And then also too, it's on a case-by-case basis. So we don't want to prejudice the licensee. If we bring the issue before the board and say, yeah, there's an allegation of a criminal complaint, and they've in fact not gone through, the due process, it wouldn't be fair to the licensee for us to do that. Again, it comes down to the fact that it's not within our jurisdiction for us to oversee criminal complaints.
But if we've made a see, this is also my concern about what is ripe, and when does the team come to us, and how long these take. At what point in time, when we've observed and made a criminal referral, we've obviously seen something that could impact the suitability of a licensee. I mean, it's right. I mean, am I correct in assuming that if we have made a determination that criminal activity may have occurred and we make a referral, is that not incumbent upon the staff to say to us or to do something about suitability? What happens after that? If you've potentially observed it and you've made a referral, then what happens in terms of the people that apparently we could observe that there might be criminal behavior? What is incumbent upon the staff to do to look at suitability to determine whether or not that suitability still remains?
If I may, Chair, we have to wait on for the outcome of the criminal complaint from those agencies or that are actually looking into the matter. We have to wait until the matter has been adjudicated in order for us to be able to even get involved in that regard. And also, you're talking about observation. That means at that point we're either a witness or we can attest or corroborate to something, which is why earlier I indicated that in instances where we've made a referral and then the matter proceeds to an action where it goes, before district attorney and we're asked to testify, we've in fact done so for other criminal complaints that we've made referrals for. And we do not want to be stepping on the toes of other jurisdictions for things that we are not expertise on. We're not experts when it comes to criminal complaints. What we adjudicate is matters related to cannabis laws and pursuant to our regulations and pursuant to our laws.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Roy, any? Nope. Okay. Thank you. So we will, I was going to say that.
All right, we're going to switch over to the DOJ, folks. We're going to wait for this press conference to start. We're going to pause the CCC, and the press conference is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the press conference is about to begin. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you very much for tuning in. As I mentioned, this press conference is live. It is directly from Washington, D.C., where we are expecting the FBI and DOJ to explain more about this morning's arrest of the January 5th and 6th pipe bomb suspect. This suspect, ladies and gentlemen, placed devices outside the Republican National Committee and the Democratic National Committee on January 5th, in the day before that incident. And I will say, folks, these devices were disarmed, but we're about to find out a little bit more of the suspect.
Heads up, guys.
Hold on. I think that was a 2-minute heads up. Could be 2. Did someone hear if it was 2 or 10? Ladies and gentlemen, did you hear 2 or 10? Yes, folks, did you hear 2 or 10? All right, it's about...
He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device. This investigation is ongoing. As we speak, search warrants are being executed, and there could be more charges to come. I'm going to let our U.S. Attorney discuss that shortly. This was the work of multiple agencies working together. This morning's operation was carried out safely and successfully. We know that there are so many issues when you're issuing search warrants. Dangerous things can happen, and this was carried out safely and securely thanks to all of the people standing around me. They have worked tirelessly on this. Today's arrest happened because the Trump administration has made this case a priority. The total lack of movement on this case in our nation's capital undermined the public trust of our enforcement agencies. This cold case languished for 4 years until Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino came to the FBI. The FBI, along with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our prosecutors, have worked tirelessly for months, sifting through evidence that had been sitting at the FBI with the Biden administration for 4 long years. Let me be clear, there was no new tip, there was no new witness, just good, diligent police work and prosecutorial work, working as a team along with ATF, Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and of course, the FBI. We are working every day to restore the public's trust. We hope that today is a significant step towards that progress. We'll share more information when we can and when it unfolds. I cannot stress enough how hard Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino have worked for months to make our nation's capital safer and to make our country safer. I'd like to introduce now Director Patel.
Thank you, General. When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people and multiple officials, innocent civilians, is now arrested thanks to the brave men and women of the FBI and the interagency. I want to take a moment to thank the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Capitol Police, our brave prosecutors, the Department of Justice, and our leader, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, whose relentless work on this case made this possible. As the Attorney General said, we did not discover any new information. What we did, an investigation spearheaded by the Deputy Director and the ADIC of our Washington field office, brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely secure this individual into custody. Remember, we are dealing with an individual who is alleged to have made bombs. We cannot do this sort of takedown in haste because it endangers the lives of law enforcement. And this FBI will never allow the lives of law enforcement and our prosecutors to be put in jeopardy. This execution was flawless in terms of teamwork, resilience, and just a good old-fashioned way of police getting the job done. When you let good cops be cops, this is what happens. I'm eternally grateful to the team behind me, to the leadership at the FBI who made this possible. But I do want to highlight, when I introduced the deputy, he made this case and so many others, including summer heat, his priority to come in here and solve it for the American people. And today, I'm proud to stand here before you and say, we solved it. He will have his day in court. The American public and the world will learn even more information through the legal process, as we have committed under this Attorney General. We are the most transparent law enforcement operation in U.S. history, but we are also going to make sure accountability is delivered to its fullest extent, and that happens in the courts of law with our U.S. attorneys and our prosecutors. So we will divulge information when it is prudent and constitutionally permissible, while upholding the safeguards of this case to make sure that the people that this individual intended to victimize get the accountability they deserve, and most importantly, to deliver on President Trump's promise to secure our nation's capital and the rest of the cities in this country to make sure that Americans are allowed to go out free and securely in their neighborhoods and that people around the world are allowed to visit our nation's capital. And they now have that trust thanks to the leadership of the FBI, the Washington Field Office. And I'm honored now to introduce to you Deputy Director Bongino, who spearheaded this investigation.
Thank you all for being here for this critical investigation we've been working on for a very long time. We deeply appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words, Attorney General and Director. I appreciate it. Folks, this is what it's like when you work for a president who tells you to go get the bad guys and stop focusing on other extraneous things not related to law enforcement. This is what happens. We had a great team. I know it's said a lot in this business. It was a team effort. It becomes cliche, but cliches are useful for a reason because they matter. And this was a team effort. The director and the attorney general emphasized that it was not a new public tip this came from. This was our internal work at the FBI. And I want to just really express my sincere gratitude to this attorney general and this president for allowing us the latitude. I spoke with Ms. Bondi very early when we, maybe day 2, and I said, we're going to get this guy. And she said, yes, you are. And we did. I want to also thank, he's not here, but Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who we deal with often as well, who could not have been more supportive. Whatever process we need, Judge Janine, Todd, and Attorney General Bondi, they were there. All you had to do, they were a phone call away. And their team was amazing. We actually never had to make that phone call because they were always responsive. Thank you, Judge, as well. You were amazing. Folks, you're not going to
The feed reloaded. Sorry about that. I will get it right up for you. It'll take us right back live.
Again, Attorney General Bondi, for your incredible support. Director Patel, Judge, I know they're giving me a lot of unnecessary credit, but make no mistake, they were intimately involved in this and were there for all of those supportive mechanisms, and I deeply appreciate it. The man whose team did the work is the Assistant Director in charge of our Washington Field Office, Darren Cox. Darren's got some comments, and Darren has some more details on the case he can provide. So thank you all for coming. We appreciate it.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Darren Cox. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the Washington Field Office. Today's arrest of the alleged D.C. pipe bomber is a momentous day for the American public, for the FBI, for our Joint Terrorism Task Force, or the JTTF, and our partners, the U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police Department, and ATF. We've also had a large number of other federal, state, and local departments that have worked on this investigation. And last but not least, the U.S. Attorney's Office. We all worked hand in hand to solve this investigation. This has been a long week in D.C. After the terrorist attack last week, the grit and determination of the FBI and our law enforcement partners is an example to the American public of what cooperation, partnership, and selfless service can accomplish. The amount of effort the FBI and our partners devoted to identifying the pipe bomber cannot be overstated. It is the resolve and determination of our investigators that ultimately led to the identification and the arrest of this suspect. We all know pipe bombs are dangerous, not because of the potential loss of life, damage to property, or injury that they can cause, but also because they are tools that terrorize our community. Fortunately, these bombs did not explode, although they certainly could have. But make no mistake, the alleged pipe bomber did terrorize our community. Today's actions underscore the long memory and the long reach of the FBI and our partners. I know some people had given up on finding the perpetrator, but not the FBI and not our partners. We do not forget, we do not give up, and we do not relent. Though it had been nearly 5 years, our team continued to churn through massive amounts of data and tips that we used to identify this suspect. I want to thank Director Patel and Deputy Director Bongino for their leadership and for providing us the resources and the personnel to reevaluate all of the data that we had. We dove into more than 3 million lines of data to come up with this suspect. Director Patel, Deputy Director Bongino, thank you for your support, thank you for your passion, and thank you for your investment in this investigation. From me, on behalf of the investigators, the Washington Field Office, and all of our partners, thank you. I'd also like to thank Judge Pirro. Judge, your team and you are absolutely amazing. You're the type of prosecutors and U.S. attorney, that all of the investigators across the country want to work with. They're hard-nosed and they're aggressive, and thank you for that. I'd also like to thank the American public for providing tips and leads, not just on this case, but every day on cases across the country that are being solved by law enforcement. And finally, I want to commend all of the members of the Washington Field Office, and most specifically, the investigative team. Their diligence and persistence led to this arrest today, and they are absolutely, totally dedicated not only to this case, but every case they work. So thank you, Washington Field Office. Last, I will say our work is not done. The FBI will continue to pursue every lead and use every resource that we have to ensure that the DC pipe bomber is brought to justice. Thank you.
You keep hearing the words partnership and team, and that's what we are. And we could not do this without our U.S. Attorney, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine, from day one, has worked tirelessly for our country and for our nation's capital. It's my honor to introduce my friend, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro.
Thank you very much, Attorney General. And you have been listening to a lot of thank yous and a lot of gratitude. The reason that we're thanking each other to the extent that we are today is because we have seen in this case an incredible collaboration around the clock, in the middle of the night. It doesn't matter. We call each other, we make contact, they need a warrant, they need something, someone wants legal advice. These are the men and women who never give it up. You hear about government employees, but I don't know if you really realize what it is that they do. They are incredible, and this case is big. 4 years, 10 months, and 28 days ago, an individual placed a bomb in the vicinity of both the RNC and the DNC. And for that amount of time, that individual evaded accountability. Today, as a result of the cumulative efforts of the men and women in the FBI and the police department and the Department of Justice, we are finally able to make an arrest of an individual by the name of Brian Cole. As the Attorney General has indicated, he is arrested for transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce, as well as the attempted malicious destruction by means of explosive materials. You know, folks, this case involved millions of pieces of data. And it is a huge win because it was like finding a needle in a haystack. So much of this evidence was very specific, but a lot of it was also very general. For example, there were 233,000 black end caps of the type that were used in this case. I want you to think about the fact that the FBI had to go through the sale of every one of them to try to find commonality with an individual, along with the purchase of the pipe itself, the cap ends, the wires, the steel, and the 9-volt batteries. Every one of those had to be mined and remined to the point where we were able to then connect. And make no mistake, It was this administration, it was this president who made the decision that we were going to use all of our efforts to get it done, and get it done they did. Finally, let me say this. Today begins the formal process of accountability, where this defendant will begin his journey through the criminal justice system. And I pledge to you that the United States Attorney's Office will take this case across the finish line. Again, thank you to the incredible work of the FBI, to the Attorney General, and to our local partners as well. This is a job that I think was well done.
Thank you. President Trump's directive to all of us was to not only make America safe again, but D.C., and to make it safe and beautiful. We could not have done that without our partnership with Mayor Bowser and Chief Smith. It is my honor to introduce Metropolitan Police Department Chief Smith.
Good afternoon, and thank you, everyone. I am Chief Pamela Smith, Chief of Police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you, Attorney General Bondi, U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, and FBI Director Patel for having me here today. For nearly 5 years, the agencies standing here today have worked together under the leadership of the FBI to locate our suspect who is responsible for the 2 pipe bombs that were placed around our city. MPD members assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force have supported this case from the beginning. That supports include looking, reviewing, and going through countless, probably thousands of hours of CCTV footage from around the DNC and RNC headquarters, and they followed up on hundreds and thousands of leads from members of our communities. What I will say today is that Washingtonians can rest easier today knowing that the suspect responsible for this act is now in custody. This morning's arrest is yet another reminder that committing any act with the intention of harming the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia will result in your arrest. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, the ATF, the U.S. Capitol Police, and certainly the prosecutors at our U.S. Attorney's Office will go to the furthest length. I heard somebody say to the end of the earth, but thank God we didn't have to go to the end of the earth today, that we were able to bring this subject into custody. I want to commend the men and women of the FBI and the members of the Metropolitan Police Department and all of the agencies who are standing behind me today on a job well done. I will turn it over now to Attorney General Bondi.
We're going to take some questions. Just remember, as I said in the beginning, this is ongoing. It's very active. The search warrants are still being executed. Many charges potentially to come. So just keep that in mind when asking your questions.
Jake, Fox News. So you said it had been nearly 5 years. We all know that. And that you said there have been no new evidence. So can you say anything about the evidence that actually did lead to this arrest? And then secondarily, you're talking about additional charges possibly. Can you say what those you might be considering, or terrorism charges, or what?
We can't discuss new charges, of course, yet, ongoing. But what I will say is this is why this was so incredibly important, more than any other case, is this is in our nation's capital where this happened. And now, thanks to the FBI, we know that this defendant was living just miles away from here in Virginia. So as to the evidence in the case, I'm going to let Director Patel take that, but it's still very active and very ongoing.
Thank you, General. And as I stated earlier, and as the General has already reiterated, our job is to provide full accountability in the court of law with Judge Pirro's team. And in order to do that, we have to preserve the chain of custody and evidentiary value. What I will say generally is that when you go through 3 million lines of information, y'all can think about the amount of cell phone data that has to be ingested and triangulated and dumped and received. You also have to think of just sheer human ingenuity. We brought in a team of experts who are the best at what they do in their specific fields to reevaluate that evidence, to dive back in, and to not come back with a no for an answer until they had found the suspect. And when you develop evidence, you get a search warrant. And when you get a search warrant, you get an address. And when you get an address, you hit the house. And that's what we did.
Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there.
So what can you tell us about this person's motivations and whether they were driven by politics or for any other reason why?
Right now, it's ongoing. Again, we just executed the search warrant early this morning. It's ongoing. But America's safer, DC's safer because he's in custody.
Mary Margaret Taylor Warner.
Thank you so much. So, any theory on why Kamala Harris has never mentioned coming within 20 feet of being assassinated, and any news on why her Secret Service team took so long to find this bomb at the DNC?
No, but what I will tell you is that evidence has been sitting there collecting dust. This wasn't a new tip. It wasn't some new evidence. It was the hard work of President Trump's administration, Deputy Director Bongino and Director Patel. I watched them from day one come in here and say, we are going to solve this crime. And they did, working hand in hand with U.S. Attorney Pirro and all of our great attorneys.
Pierre, ABC.
General Bondi, Director Patel, or Deputy Director Bongino, can you describe, was there a particular moment where the evidence is coming in and it's starting to look like progress is being made? What was the moment that you knew that you were on the road to solving the case?
Dan, you want to take that?
Yeah, sure. I was smiling at you because I certainly remember the moment. Darren remembers it too. He said, "Are you sitting down?" Called me on the phone. I said, "Oh boy, why? Is this bad news?" And he said, "I think we got him." What exactly that tip was, we're going to have to pass on that for right now. While we're still, obviously we're in the prologue of a long book. This is just the beginning. This is not the end of the investigation, as you all well know, having reported on these for a long time. There's interviews to be conducted. The search warrant processing scene is not even done. So we're at the early stages. So that's the only reason I hesitate to tell you what the exact tip was. But yes, that was absolutely the moment. And it was due to the diligent and incredible work of a team in the Washington field office that came in and just scoured through this over and over and over and over again.
In general, was it forensic? Was it a phone call? Was it something about a vehicle?
We'll just leave it generally forensic evidence. Yeah, it's fair enough to say.
Excuse me, how long ago that was?
I'd rather not say because of the ongoing interview process, and I don't want to. Yeah.
I just want to add something to tell you how thorough this team was. That moment that was kind of like the aha moment, that wasn't the end. This team continued to work and work and work to get every bit of evidence that we could get. We didn't stop at that moment, and that's a testament to the fact that the team wanted every possible piece of evidence that they could gather.
One more?
One more, Kelly O'Donnell and Lisa.
Thank you so much. Have you recovered the notable sneakers? Have you done surveillance of this suspect from that aha moment to when you exercised the search warrants today? And obviously this happened on January 5th into January 6th. How should the public look at this case separate from all of the cases related to what transpired on January 6th and the president's subsequent pardons?
I'm going to let Director Patel take the evidence part. We have to be careful again. You've asked very good investigative questions, but this is ongoing, very active. But America should feel safer today. We say a pipe bomb. These are bombs. These were live, active bombs that were placed in Washington, D.C. Director.
Thank you. This shows you how much detail you and the American public have paid attention to this case. Of course, we analyzed everything that you're seeing on this poster board and information that you will see through the formal charging process and court process. But we want to let that evidence speak for itself because, again, we do not want to disrupt the accountability that we owe the American public. Yes, you heard about the cell phone tower data. Yes, you heard about, of course, we surveil individuals who we think we're going to blow up American citizens. But how and when we do it and why we do it is not something we're ever going to reveal unless the Department of Justice deems it fit at trial. So we appreciate your attention to detail and your hardcore investigative work, but you can just imagine some of those same skills were being utilized by this FBI, this Department of Justice, our partners, the ATF, and everybody across the board, and this is an interagency win for the American people.
Radar before.
Thank you all. And one more thing, this is the best birthday present I think Deputy Director Bongino could ask for today. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Thank you.
All right, so that's the end of that press conference. Thank you very much for tuning in. We're going, but what good timing. We're going right back to the Brian Walshe hearing. I'm going to jump you live here. Let me get everything ready for you. Hold on a second. All right, there's Walshe coming back in. Let me turn the volume on for you. Let me get rid of that chat. That just slows things down. And then let me recenter this, and we are back from lunch in the Brian Walshe trial. How good timing was that? I'm Dow. Thanks very much for being with me and for watching today's coverage. I'm going to see if we can get the Myles King case. It's supposed to be at 2:15. No promises. All right, if I can get it, then we'll pause the Walshe case, go over to the King case, and then we'll jump back to the Walshe case. This is going to require all of my towel skills. Thank you for being with me. I'm going to jump live. All right, going to unmute this. All right, okay. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Now we're just waiting for the judge to come up on the bench and the mics to go back on in the Walshe case. Yeah, I agree, bossy Texas chick. Nothing about it makes sense at all. Hold on one second. Let me get Pete Bunny Towel. Pete Bunny Towel, we've had a development. Oh, no. Oh. That's exactly what happened. You see what I'm saying? I go get Pete Bunny Towel. I try the microphone out. I tried to blame Pete Bunny Towel. He immediately blamed me, though, which is correct, because I technically knocked the microphone over, even though Pete Bunny Towel was hopping along over. But anyway, he wants to say hi. He wasn't able to actually communicate anything. He was mostly just yelling at me for knocking the microphone over. I kind of woke him up from his nap, but he's Pete Bunny Towel. You can see we're about to come back into session in the Walshe case. I was also saying there's a 2:15 Myles King hearing. It might be at 2. We're going to try to get that, but I don't know. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. We're hearing that Turtle Boy, did you hear that from me, Stacy, or are you hearing it from other sources? Stacy is our on-the-ground reporter towel. We're very glad to have, I don't know if it's Stacy, it looks like Stace Lynn, but either way, if you're not Stacy, if you're Stace Lynn, you just let me know. You be our reporter towel on the ground. You let us know. Peep Towel and I, if you haven't met Peep Towel, he is a Peep Bunny Towel. He hates the commies, and he's here to say hello. Sometimes he just pops in and is like, how you all doing? And then I say, hey, I'm doing good. And he's like, well, you woke me up from my nap, which I did. I woke him up from his nap. He was napping on his little chair, and I woke him up. All right, just me and Pete. He hangs out. He's my comfort Pete Bunny Towel. Yes, the valiant guardian of towel. He is a towel in and of himself. He thinks he's an animal, but he's not. He's a stuffed peep. All right? He's also not edible. He's really concerned one day I'm going to get hungry and eat him, but you are made of fabric, and humans can't digest fabric, as far as I'm aware. If you were a stuffed peep, first of all, I'd be shocked that you were still around at this point. Second of all, I wouldn't eat you anyway, you know what I'm saying? All right, he's pleased with that. He doesn't eat peeps either. He considers that cannibalism. Here we go.
Welcome to Zoom for Government. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Yes, please.
Pete and I are confused.
You entered 76789. This meeting ID does not exist. Please re-enter your meeting ID.
This is very funny. Pete, are you enjoying this? Pete says it reminds him of the AOL days.
Enter your participant
you were not alive in the
Please
AOL
enter
days.
the meeting passcode followed by pound. You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting.
Yes, I will keep an eye on
The host would like you to unmute your microphone.
There might be a year of counseling.
You are unmuted.
We're looking for the result, folks. I think it was an extension of an RO, though. So I don't, is the RO extended plus counseling? I don't know. We'll look into it, folks. We're hearing initial reports about the Turtle Boy hearing. You can see Brian Walsh's case is about to come back into session. I'm going to try to get the Myles King case. This is going to be a heck of an hour, all right? I just want you all to prepare for this. Peep, am I ready for this? I should have had another coffee. I agree. All right. Well, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're along for this ride together. Let's see how it plays out.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we go back to that RTT file for the phone number ending in 7966? And can you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Trooper, I believe we left off with RTT that the last time Verizon was able to give you a location, an estimated location of the handset was around 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. My question to you is, according to these records, and if you could go all the way down to the bottom, Ms. Gilman, according to these records, when you analyze them, were there any other times after that there was any interaction between Verizon and the handset?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that based on the records?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, it's estimated distance of the device, not location. Estimated distance of the device.
Thank you for correcting me.
Sorry, Judge. I just need to ask for you to speak up.
Yes. Can the witness make sure you lean into the microphone and speak up?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so you corrected me. Verizon gave you the estimated distance of the device from the tower.
That's correct.
Okay. So my question to you is, after that time of 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023, according to the records, were you able to identify any other incidences where the phone or the handset had any interactions with the Verizon network?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at these records, can you tell us when you were able to determine that and what happened?
So line 831.
Yes.
That would be January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 a.m.
Okay.
The technology was Nokia. That's the start and time of the duration. And then if you could go scroll all the way to the right, please. The stop, sorry. Columns V and W, there is NA, which means they were not able to provide an estimated distance of the device. So there was a signaling event between the tower and the device, but they were unable to provide an estimated distance of the device.
Were there any other interactions from Verizon after that event?
Yes.
What was the final interaction that you were able to determine from the Verizon network? Or not interaction, the final activity of the Verizon network according to these records?
Yes, if you could slide back over to the left, please. There's line 832, January 4th, 2023 at 4:14 a.m.
Yes, sir. What happened at that time according to the data?
There was a signaling event, but signaling event from the network, Verizon, to the device, but they were unable to complete that transaction. So if you could scroll all the way to the PCMD procedure, keep going, please. Right there, column AA, alpha, alpha, the procedure time, there is no time. So the network was unable to connect with the device at that time.
Okay, so am I missaying this? The network sent out a signal, but the device never connected with it at that point?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that for us, thank you very much. So that's January 5th. But what time were you working on this at Cohasset PD?
It was later at night.
All right. So what do you do on the 6th on this case?
The 6th, I am at the command post in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and I receive 3 devices from Lieutenant John Fanning.
Where was the command post in Cohasset?
The Stop and Shop Plaza.
Okay.
Kind of in the center of town there. Not center of town, but.
Forgive me, I'm not in the military, I wasn't in the police. What's a command post?
Usually like a uniform command where agencies collaborate, there's communications, establish different units to collaborate and come up with a plan and action.
Were there any vehicles or anything like that brought in?
Yes.
What?
There was different police vehicles, I believe, maybe some four-wheelers, stuff like that, from what I recall.
Okay. So it's January 6th, you're at the command post and you received what for devices?
3 electronic devices.
And who gave them to you?
Lieutenant John Fanning.
And what devices did you receive?
I received an iPhone 13 mini, an iPad 6, and an iPad 6 mini.
And what did you do with these devices?
I transported them back to the Digital Forensics Lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton, Massachusetts.
And so about what time did you get back to the lab?
Around 9:30 p.m.
And so what did you do with these devices around 9:30 p.m.?
I began the extraction process on the iPhone 13 mini.
Walk us through, what's the extraction process consist of?
So in this case, I used Gray Key, which is a forensic hardware and software company. You will take the device, you plug it into the hardware on a forensic computer running forensic software, and then the data will be extracted from the device.
How long does this take?
It can take hours, up to hours.
And so did you do all 3 devices at once?
I did not.
Why not?
It got towards later in the evening, and I finished the devices the next day.
And so do you have 3 Gray Key machines, or can you put all one onto one machine?
No, it's one at a time.
Okay, so one's going to download, then you can get the next one.
Yes, sir.
And this information, once you download it, where does it go?
It goes to the forensic server at the office.
Okay, and does anyone have access to the server?
Just the people assigned to the forensic lab.
How many people are assigned to the forensic lab in January 2023?
At that time, I believe it was 3.
And so you said that you came back on the 7th to work on this?
Yes.
About what time did you finish downloading the devices?
Before lunchtime on the 7th.
And what was done with the devices?
They were returned back to the owner.
And who was your understanding the owner was?
Brian Walshe.
Now, once you've downloaded this information, can you just read it and go to town and do what you need to do?
No, sir.
What do?
The data is in a raw form, and then we use a program, Celebrite, which is another forensic software that we take the raw data. It is ingested into Celebrite. Celebrite creates a readable, interactive image of the data. It breaks it down to calls, contacts, pictures, videos, text messages, web history, stuff like that.
And so when did you finish getting the data into a readable format?
The late afternoon on the 7th.
And so on the 7th, what did you do as far as analyzing data from the iPhone 13 mini?
I began analyzing data from December 25th, 2022 through the date of I received them January 6th.
And was that now, did you ever have a second opportunity to download this data from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Trooper Nick Areno did that, I believe in the January 9th.
Okay. And so on January 9th, in addition to the iPhone 13 mini, did you have the opportunity to analyze data from any other iPhones?
Yes, I did.
What was the second iPhone you had the opportunity to analyze data from?
That was an iPhone SE.
And now, as far as looking at this data on January 9th, did anyone help you look at this data?
Trooper Nick Areno was there.
Now, are you familiar with the term native location data as it applies to iPhones?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, so native location in Apple iOS operating systems. Native location is made up of location services on the Apple device, and location services are made up of GPS satellite, Bluetooth beacons, wireless connections, and cell tower information.
And so native location data, how is that different than the Verizon data you just talked about?
So this is data taken directly from the device, and the other data is from a cell phone provider.
Okay. And so which one is more specific as far as a location then?
The native location data.
And so when you were talking about the handset being in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, based on the Verizon records, what are you able to determine based on the native location data of the location of a handset?
It is more accurate to a specific location.
And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to enter in the electronic files of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE.
There's no objection.
I'm just writing, but I'm happy to hear you. No objection. So the native location date or the location data for those two devices, the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE,
Yes, Your Honor.
is now in evidence as 161.
Thank you.
Did I mess it up?
I believe that our last exhibit was 158, Your Honor.
I have
No, we had the Verizon records were
158, 159,
159 and 160 were the Verizon records.
Oh, I see. We had one drive that had 3 sets of records on it, and it got one tag. That's why.
All right, well, just listen up when I'm announcing them. So let me clarify the record and make sure that I'm getting it right this time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So there were 3 sets of records. They were the Verizon for those 3 different phones ending 7966, 8082, and 8648. And I had previously announced on the record that they were 159, 158, 159, and 160. And now I'm being told that they're on one thumb drive. And all of those 3 records for those 3 Verizon, or those 3 phone numbers that have Verizon records are now in evidence as Exhibit 158.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. That will mean that this records, location data for the iPhone 13 mini and the iPhone SE is now in evidence as Exhibit 159.
Thank you, Your Honor, and my apologies. So, Ms. Gilman, could we have what's now been marked as Exhibit 159, and could you go to the file for the location data for the 13 mini? So, Trooper, directing your attention to the screen, we're looking at an Excel spreadsheet from 159 titled iPhone 13 Native Location Data. Can you tell us what we're looking at here as far as, I'll ask you, the first column has a number associated. What does that column represent?
That indicates the number of records line by line in this file.
When it says type, what's that supposed to indicate to you?
Type of data in the file, location data.
And then the next 2 are blank. And what are we looking at as far as this series of records, location, date, time, destination, and description?
These are native location data that I exported from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay.
And that is date, time, and then the latitude, longitude.
So when you get this information of the latitude and longitude, what do you do with it? Well, you've got this spreadsheet. What do you do with it?
I take the data that has been exported in an Excel form, and then I ingest it into a program called LexisNexis Tracks, which creates a KML file, keyhole markup language file. It's a Google Earth file. And then that brings up Google Earth. I ingest that file into Google Earth, and it presents a readable, interactive map of the data.
So this gets into another program, and that becomes a readable map of data.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it says item number, how many points of data did you have between the iPhone SE and the 13 mini?
Upwards of 40, 50,000 points.
And so how is it that the phone has all these different locations in it? Why has it got this 40, 50,000 between these two phones?
Any apps that you have location services on, anytime you use Apple Maps, Google Maps, stuff like that, your phone's consistently collecting this location information.
Now, in addition to getting this location data, did you also get the subscriber information for these two phones?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Ms. Gilman, I'm going to ask if we could go back, close out of this, go back to Exhibit 158, and go to the file for the phone number ending in 8082. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And so, Trooper, looking at subscriber MTN 617-895-8028. My bad, I said 8082. It should be 8028. Looking at this, what is the name of the account holder?
Diana Walsh.
And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll over to the end. If you could stop right there. MTN effective date, what does that mean?
That means when this number became active on the Verizon network.
All right.
And that would be December 22nd, 2022.
And so is this number, 8028, the iPhone 13 mini, or is it the SE?
The iPhone SE.
Okay, 8028 is the SE. Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have the file for 8648, subscriber information from Exhibit 158? Trooper, looking at this subscriber MTN 617-939-8646. Someday I'll learn how to read. 8646.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Yep.
All right, we are at sidebar. I'm monitoring the Myles King hearing. Nothing so far. They talked about Proctor a little bit, and then they said they had to talk about some like agreed upon extended protective motion, and then they're going to go back to it during the same hearing. So I'm monitoring that for you, and there you go. All right, so I'm going to take a listen to the CCC for a second. Hold on.
Training folks for compliance, that maybe some of our RBT shifts towards using those as educational compliance sessions so folks know, again, maybe even using our own investigators to talk about what compliance should look like. I think that'd be a good next step.
And this is also and also bringing it back to the work that Director Enos is doing and how we can begin to regularize communications with licensees, but also with, in terms of thinking about what that curriculum might look like and change. So I appreciate that comment. All right. So, Attorney Baker?
Thank you. Just quickly, some of the things that are currently baked into the RBT training that I think helped Commissioner Stebbins in this regard was strategies for de-escalating potential.
You may continue.
Thank you. So, Ms. Gilman, or actually, stop right there. Sir, what is the name of the account holder on this account?
That is Diana Walsh,
Okay. And what is the address for the account holder?
330 Paradise Road, Unit 1320, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, can you scroll to the end of this row of information? Okay. What is the effective date for this phone number?
December 12th, 2018.
And this phone number corresponds to what phone that you analyzed?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity, Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that? Thank you. Now, with this information, did you have the opportunity to see where the iPhone 13 mini traveled on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover in your initial examination of the location data of the iPhone 13 mini as far as where it traveled?
January 5th, 2023, the iPhone 13 mini was about approximately 8 a.m. The device was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. And then at approximately 9:30 a.m., the device is in the area of 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
And are you aware of any of Mr. Walsh's relatives that live in and around 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
Who?
His mother, Diana Walsh.
Now, where does that device travel in that area on January 5th, 2023 of 330 Paradise Road?
It is stationary in the southeast corner of the apartment complex where there is a large trash compactor.
Can you tell from the data you saw whether or not the iPhone 13 mini went into the buildings of 330 Paradise Road that morning?
I do not believe so.
Now, did you ever have the ability to compare this data from January 5th, 2023 of the iPhone 13's native location data to
all right, we got to pause for 1 second. We're gonna come back to the Walsh trial, but I think we have a moment here. Hold on, that's me. I think the CCC just finalized their social consumption regulations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune in and listen in real time, all right? So here we go. Let's listen.
Look forward on the 11th to voting on this, and this is a brand new sector and a big milestone that's been eagerly and long awaited and anticipated. Thank you.
And I applaud the work of Commissioner Stebbins, having led this working group for a number of years, and I applaud Commissioner Benedon for, like me, missing out on most of the conversations, but still trying to keep up with the work that our fellow commissioners have done, prior to this. So I thank everybody for that work. So with that.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Would you like me to kind of review, or would you like the implementation discussion to be more on the 11th?
I think we should do it more on the 11th. I want to just make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves. I'd like to just make sure we take the final vote. There's nothing that's going to be changed, and then we can talk about the implementation. So I'd prefer doing that at that meeting. Okay. So again, thank you. So is there any new business not anticipated at time of posting? I do not believe so. And then
trainer, the RVT program, I said I was watching, who is the chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. And since you did raise that, and it is relevant to social consumption, I did receive an email from Ellen Brown, who is the chair of the subcommittee that I'm the liaison for the research subcommittee. She's a member of the CAB, she's a veteran, and she's also an RVT trainer. And she said, I was watching today's CCC meeting, and there was a discussion about updating the RVT program. Is there going to be an opportunity for RVT providers to give feedback? And is there an opportunity to be on a working group that discusses updating the RVT program? So I will share that. I can't share it. I spoke about it publicly, so I can send it to you now. You can yep. So I'm going to forward this, and then you can reach out to Ellen, since you two are on the group, to get her
Commissioner Stebbins?
I appreciate Commissioner Roy, and I'm glad Helen reached out to us. Obviously, if we make any changes to RVT, it's in regs, so obviously we need to do public comment and public.
But can I ask, is the content it's just the requirement, but the content?
It's a conversation I think we can have with licensing.
Okay.
Licensing currently approves all the RVT trainers at this point. And at the same time, I know we've had a discussion about whether what we require of the basic core curriculum is still appropriate or should be updated. I think it should be updated. I also think.
I don't think there's any disagreement.
I don't think there's any disagreement.
No, I think there's consensus.
But I also think, Chair, to the point you've raised about training folks for compliance, that maybe some of our RVT shifts towards using those as educational compliance sessions so folks know, again, maybe even using our own investigators to talk about what compliance should look like. I think that'd be a good next step.
And this is also and also bringing it back to the work that Director Enos is doing and how we can begin to regularize communications with licensees, but also with in terms of thinking about what that curriculum might look like and change. So I appreciate that comment. All right. So, Attorney Baker?
Thank you. Just quickly, some of the things that are currently baked into the RBT training, DSA thing, are
going to be the work of Commissioner Stebbins. This is the will of the voters.
We will, if we're taking this back up on the 11th, we will try to have a draft back to you in the public as soon as possible. So please look out for that.
Thank you. And just to, again, I don't know if anybody wants to make any additional comments. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Attorney Bruno and DGC Baker and our paralegal and everybody on the legal team and everyone who did the yeoman's work to get us to where we are today. This was a long time in the making. It's a significant milestone. This is the will of the voters. And so there was a lot of thoughtful, mindful deliberation, collaboration. We went on multiple municipal tours. We heard from a lot of folks. So this is the crescendo, if you will, of all of that, and look forward on the 11th to voting on this. And this is a brand new sector and a big milestone that's been eagerly and long awaited and anticipated. Thank you.
And I applaud the work of Commissioner Stebbins, having led this working group for a number of years. And I applaud Commissioner Benedon for, like me, missing out on most of the conversations, but still trying to keep up with the work that our fellow commissioners have done, prior to this. So I thank everybody for that work. So with that,
sorry, Madam Chair, would you like me to kind of review, or would you like the implementation discussion?
All right, now we can go back to the Walshe hearing. Thank you very much for sticking with me for that CCC coverage. That was a very important moment, social consumption. Final vote, December 4th, ladies and gentlemen. Catching up where we were from the Walshe trial.
To its native location data, say, of December 27th, 2022.
Yes.
And when you look at the native location data from December 27th, 2022, can you determine whether or not the phone goes inside 330 Paradise Road?
Can't determine if it physically goes inside the building, but is in a different area, in the general area of the building, as opposed to the southeast corner.
Now, as far as the location that you're determining of the phone, based on the data from January 5th, what day are you examining this data that you see this?
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
sorry.
It's not really a well-worded question, so good for you. So what day were you looking at this phone's data?
That would be that weekend, January 8th, 9th of 2023.
And so when you saw that it was in and around a dumpster on 330 Paradise Road, did you alert anyone?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you alert?
I alerted my immediate supervisors.
All right. And have you had the opportunity utilizing this native location data from the two phones to create a PowerPoint presentation of points that you've discovered these two phones went to?
Yes, I did.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would seek to enter the PowerPoint presentation as the next exhibit. I've reduced it to a thumb drive.
Is there an objection to that?
No objection.
So the PowerPoint presentation is now in evidence as Exhibit 160.
So at this point, I would seek to publish the PowerPoint presentation, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the PowerPoint presentation for iPhone SE and iPhone 13? And can we go to the first slide? Okay. Trooper, is this the PowerPoint presentation you created?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what number or in what device are you looking at native location data and mapping in this slide?
This slide refers to the iPhone SE, the phone device ending in 8082.
And
can I see counsel at the side of the bench?
Sidebar, I'm still monitoring the Myles King hearing to see if we go back to the Proctor situation. Sidebar, I'm pausing to see if there's anything in the Myles King hearing about Proctor. Hold tight. Nope, nothing yet. They're talking about evidentiary issues. So I'm Lil Tao. Thanks very much for being with me. We're waiting for this sidebar to conclude. Oh, that's right. We can jump ahead a little bit. Want to see us jump ahead in real time? We're time-traveling towels. Have you ever wanted to be a time-traveling towel? There you go. Still time travel.
Okay. And so in the PowerPoint presentation, you made an error as far as transcribing those two numbers.
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Gilman, if we could close out of that, and for the record, on your PowerPoint presentation, the last two numbers are wrong.
Correct.
Okay. So if we could go back to that slide that we had. Now, looking at this, on January 1st, 2023, that's the date you've put these points in.
Correct.
What is the significance of the red dots?
That signifies this was the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. So let's go to the next slide. Now again, the number in the corner, the last two numbers have been transcribed, correct?
Correct.
Or transposed.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. So it should be 8028.
That is correct.
All right. Now, what is the significance of the red dot 2?
That was the line of data from the Excel. That's what the 2 represents, and this is the data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. Now, what is the date and time corresponding to that line of data?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:07 p.m.
And where is the device located according to the native location data at 5:07 p.m. on January 1st?
In the southeast, at the landing at Vinton Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? This next slide, again, the numbers should read 8028?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the significance, or what is the date and time you have with the red, what is the significance of the red dot 3?
That represents the native location data from the iPhone SE.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the native location data that corresponds to the location of that line of code?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 5:41 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the area of Lowe's Home Improvement in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay. Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, again, this should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the red dot for?
Again, that's the native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the data for line number 4?
January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:24 p.m.
And where is the phone located at 6:24 p.m. on January 1st?
In the parking lot of CVS Santander Bank in Danvers, Massachusetts.
Okay, could I have the next slide, Ms. Gilman? Now, this next slide, again, the numbers should be 8028, correct?
Correct.
All right. What is the significance of the red dot 5?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to the number 5?
This represents January 1st, 2023 at approximately 6:53 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please, Ms. Gilman? And again, 8028 is what it should read, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the significance of the red 8?
The native location data from the iPhone SE.
And is that dot's telling you where the phone would be, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the date and time of the where that phone is at point 8?
January 1st, 2023 at 8:08 p.m.
And where is it located?
In the Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Can we have the next slide, please? Now, same question. This should be 8028?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of red dot 10?
Represents the location of the native location of the iPhone SE.
And so that's where the phone would be located?
Yes.
And what is the date and time of where the iPhone SE is according to point 10?
On January 1st, 2023 at 8:31 p.m.
Okay.
It is located in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. And again, same question, 8028 is what it should read in the corner?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the significance of the number 12 with a red dot underneath it?
Represents the native location of the iPhone SE.
And what is the date and time corresponding to point 12?
January 2nd, 2023 at 9:30 a.m., approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located according to point 12?
In the Home Goods TJ Maxx parking lot in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Then going to the next slide. And so now, what is the phone number here?
Now the phone number, this is the native location data for the iPhone 13 mini. Phone number 617-939-8646.
Is that the same number that corresponds to the Verizon records?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the significance of the blue dot with the 1716?
Again, to distinguish between the iPhone SE and the iPhone 13, this data from the iPhone 13 mini is blue highlighted in blue, and 1716 is the line of data from the thousands of data points from the Excel sheet.
So before this point, there would be 1,715 points of data before this?
Yes, I would, yes.
Okay. And so what is the date and time that corresponds to the 1716?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 4:15 p.m.
And where is the phone located according to this line of data, 1716?
In the entrance parking lot of Home Depot, located in Rockland, Massachusetts.
Going to the next slide. What is the significance of the blue dot with the 1801?
It is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what was the date and time that corresponds to the native location 1801?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And what phone number is this for?
The number ending in 8646.
And where is it located?
The Derby Street shops by the Shake Shack in Hingham, Massachusetts.
If we could go to the next slide. What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And this corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of 1872?
That represents the native location data for this point.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to 1872?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Stop and Shop Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at this slide, what phone number is this for?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the date? What is the significance of 1895 with a blue dot?
It represents the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that data?
January 2nd, 2023 at approximately 6:13 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Walgreens Shaw's Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Now, sir, what is the significance of the blue dot 3776?
This represents the native location data from the iPhone 13 mini.
And you say iPhone 13 mini is the number ends in 8646?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this data?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:30 p.m.
And where is this phone located?
The device is in the area of the Claremont Apartments and Chestnut Glen in Abington, Massachusetts.
Can we have the next slide, please? What phone number corresponds to this slide?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And that corresponds to which phone?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3840?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 4:48 p.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Point Apartments in Abington, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Looking at this slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 3926?
The native location for the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to this?
January 3rd, 2023 at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And where is it located according to the native location data?
The Chatham West Apartments in Brockton, Massachusetts.
Could we have the next slide, please? Looking at the next slide, what phone number does this correspond to?
The phone number ending in 8646.
And what is the device that corresponds to?
The iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 5228?
That is the native location of the iPhone 13 mini.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to that point of data?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 9:44 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The Home Goods TJ Maxx Plaza in Norwell, Massachusetts.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, please. What phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 6461?
The native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 12:47 p.m.
And where is it located?
The Shaw's Walgreens Plaza in Cohasset, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this slide, which phone number does it correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 8194?
The native location.
And what is the date and time that it corresponds to?
January 4th, 2023 at approximately 4:25 p.m.
And where is it located, sir?
The Lowe's Home Improvement in Weymouth, Massachusetts.
And could we have the next slide? Looking at this slide, which phone number does this correspond to?
The iPhone 13 mini ending in 8646.
And what is the significance of the blue dot with the 15333?
That is the native location data.
And what is the date and time that corresponds to?
January 5th, 2023 at approximately 9:30 a.m.
And where is the phone located?
The southeast corner next to a large trash compactor.
Of what area?
The Vinnon Square Apartments. The landing at Vinnon Square Apartments at 330 Paradise Road, Swampscott, Massachusetts.
Now, if we could close out of that. Sir, what do you do to corroborate native location data?
We use cell site location information. So from the provider, again, we use LPRs and surveillance video.
Okay. LPRs? What are those?
License plate readers.
Okay. Now, in addition to getting native location data, did you have the opportunity to review the search history from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you create a report of the search history of the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
When I say search history, what is the search engine the iPhone 13 mini was using?
The Safari web browser.
I'm sorry, I should have said that. What browser is it using?
Safari.
Okay. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's using the Safari web browser to go onto the internet.
Yes.
And so how is this different than, say, the internet history if this is just the search history?
So this would just be the search terms related to Safari, so the term entered on Safari, whereas the web history would include pages visited, the amounts visited. It would have more details.
And with the web history, did you also create a select report for the web history of the iPhone 13 mini for December 31st at approximately 9:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a binder and ask you to recognize the documents inside of it. Take a look inside.
Yes, sir.
The first chapter, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that document?
This is the Safari search history of the iPhone 13 mini.
You created that?
Yes.
Using what program, sir?
Celebrate.
Okay, could you turn to the next chapter as well? It's all the way to the end. And that second chapter in the book, what is that?
That is the web history.
The web history. Now, the search history, what dates did that correspond to? If you want to turn to the front, you can.
Sure. That is December 25th, 2022 through January 4th, 2023.
And I frankly had asked Madam Clerk if she could check.
That was just December 31st, 2022.
Around 9:30.
I know you've been busy.
Yes.
Okay. So,
I just want to make sure I have all the paper in front of me. Is it correct that you have not filed a written opposition?
Yes, sir.
Had the chance to address it.
Right, almost to see if you have this binder for its exhibit to
Okay. And so here's,
iPhone 13 mini from December 25th, 2022 to January 4th, 2023. And Safari web history, Apple iPhone 13 mini, December 31st, 2022, 8:28 a.m. to 8:31 a.m.
okay. Can I see at the side of the bench?
Yes.
So it's one exhibit.
Yes, one binder, one exhibit.
All right, so the Safari search history and the Safari web history for the iPhone 13 mini for the times indicated by council is now in evidence as Exhibit 161.
Your Honor, may I publish the Safari search history?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the Safari search history for the iPhone 13 mini? So, Trooper, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you some questions about the columns at the top.
Yes.
Okay. So, what is the number column?
The number of data in this sequentially in this file.
Okay. What's timestamp?
Date, time the search occurred.
Okay. What is source?
Source is the database in which the data was extracted from.
So on this first line of code where it says Safari, are there other databases that this draws from?
Yes.
What is the other database that this draws from?
The Knowledge C database.
And so what is the difference between the two databases?
Knowledge C is a larger database within the iOS operating system. Takes app data, app usage, phone information, internet history. So it's a larger database. Safari is just the Safari database.
Now, if there is a search in the Safari database, and then there's a search in the Knowledge C database, are they two different searches?
No.
It's the same search located in two different places within the phone?
That's correct.
Okay. So the data will repeat within this report?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. What is value?
Value was the search term entered.
What is parameters?
So for these blank columns, not all reports, Cellbrite is not able to extract or parse out the data for specific apps. So in this case, Cellbrite was not able to parse out any information pertaining to these columns.
And so when we see account, service identifier, parameters, and there's nothing there, Cellbrite couldn't read the data or couldn't produce it?
Correct.
Okay. What does it mean if origin is unknown?
The source origin of the search was unknown.
Okay. So I'd like to direct your attention to item number 16 on page 2. What is the date and time of item number 16?
The date is December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the value?
Check a flight JetBlue.
And so value, what does that mean as far as, just so we're clear, what is value, how is value created on the phone?
Search term entered by the user of the device.
Okay, so it's not being generated by the phone, it's not being generated automatically by the phone. The user is inputting the value.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could we go down to item 21? What is the date and time of item 21?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value inputted into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
And could we scroll down to item 27? What is the date and time of item 27 on page 3?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:09 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
William Fastow, DC Real Estate.
Scrolling down on page 3 to item 35. What is the date and time on item 35?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:22 p.m.
And what is the value input into the phone?
Anna Walsh, Tishman, Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 43 onto page 4? What is the date and time stamp for item 43?
December 25th, 2022, 12:28 p.m.
What is the value input into the phone?
Christmas Day plane crash.
Can we scroll down to item 50? What is the date and time stamp for item 50 on page 4?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:31 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman Spire.
Can we scroll down to item 53? What is the date and time stamp of item 53?
December 25th, 2022, 12:45 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Anna Walsh, found dead.
Can we scroll down to item 57 on page 5? What is the date and time stamp of item 57?
December 25th, 2022 at 12:46 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad.
Now, Ms. Gilman, can we go to page 14 and look at item 193? Sir, what is the date and time stamp of item 193?
December 25th, 2022 at 8:28 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Autobahn.
And can we now go to page 22, item 316? What is the date and time stamp of item 316?
December 27th, 2022.
And what is the value that's put in?
It was at 6:57 a.m. and the value was all my X's.
Now, the next one down, is it fair to say that's all my exes live in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with that being a song?
Yes, I believe so.
Can we now go to page 54 and go to item 804? What is the date and time stamp of 804?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:13 p.m.
And what is the value put into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington.
And scrolling down to 813. What is the date and time for item 813?
December 29th, 2022 at 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
Scrolling down to 820. What is the time stamp for 820?
9:15 p.m.
And what day?
Sorry, December 29th, 2022, 9:15 p.m.
And what is the value input?
Crossing Building, Washington, D.C.
And can we go to page 85 and line 1271? Sir, what is the date and time on item 1271?
That is January 2nd, 2023 at 6:42 p.m.
And what is the value that is input?
I'm good.
Going down to the bottom of page 85 and looking at item 1274, what is the timestamp for that?
It is January 3rd, 2023 at 11:25 a.m.
And what is the value that is input into the phone?
Washington, D.C. Police.
Could we go to page 90? Thank you. And going to page 90, line 1, can we scroll down to 1343? Thank you. What is the timestamp for that?
That is January 3rd, 2023 at 7:23 p.m.
And what is the value put into it?
How to file a missing persons report.
Can we go down to page 91, item 359? 135. Item number is 1359. And I'm sorry, I meant to say 1358. Could you go up one? Thank you. 1358. What is the timestamp for 1358?
January 3rd, 2023 at 7:27 p.m.
And what is the value?
Washington, D.C. Police Department.
And can we go to page 92 and look at item 1368? What is the timestamp for 1368?
January 4th, 2023 at 10:11 a.m.
And what is the value that was input at that time?
The crossing wash.
Could we go down to item 1389? What is the timestamp for 1389?
January 4th, 2023, 10:14 a.m.
And what is the value that was put in?
Mazza Building, Washington, D.C.
And could we now go to item 1402, scrolling down the page? We're now on page 94. What is the timestamp for item 1402?
January 4th, 2023, 10:15 a.m.
And what is the value that is input?
Jeff Chad Tishman.
Can we go to item 1414 on page 95? What is the timestamp for 1415? I'm sorry, 1414?
January 4th, 2023, 10:56 a.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
Will Fasto.
And then underneath that, is there a different spelling of Fasto for item 1415?
Yes.
And then scrolling down to item 1438 on page 96. On page 96, what is the timestamp for item 1438?
January 4th, 2023 at 1:24 p.m.
And then underneath that is item 1439. What is the timestamp for that?
Sorry. January 4th, 2023 at 1:26 p.m.
And this looks different than the other values. What is this?
This was a search from Apple Maps, sorry.
So when you see that bolded result, is that saying it's from Apple Maps?
Yes, you can see the source file, Apple Maps.
So that's different than Knowledge C, and that's different than Safari?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last one is the one directly underneath it, 1440. What is the timestamp for that?
January 4th, 2023, 2:49 p.m.
And what is the value that is put in there?
I'm good.
Now, if we could close out of this and go to the second chapter in that binder, web history. On this, sir, what is this? The columns that look different, I want to ask you, what is URL?
Uniform Resource Locator. It's the website, essentially the website visited.
Okay. And what is the URL in item number 1?
casinos.bally's.com/Lincoln.
And what is the last visited time and date?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:28 a.m.
And going to visits and usage pattern, those are columns that are empty like our last sheet. Was that Celebrite didn't have any data, couldn't give you any data on that?
Yes.
And then for source info, it says Knowledge C. And the one directly underneath it says Safari. Is this also pulling from different databases?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay. So as far as the searches, as far as the web history for the device, for items 1 through 12, what did you notice about the URLs?
They contained the casinos.bally's.com URL.
And after .com, there's a backslash. What's the next word?
Oh, sorry, Lincoln.
Now, going down to item 13 through 17. So, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs for items 13 through 17 on page 4?
The URL was mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for 13?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Now, if we could then scroll to item 25. On item 25, sir, what did you notice as far as the URLs on items 25, say through items 30 to item 34?
Again, they contain the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the timestamp for item 25?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
And could we then go down to items 38 and 39? On items 38 and 39, did you notice about the URLs?
Again, it was the mgmspringfield.mgmresorts.com.
And what is the date and timestamp for item 38?
December 31st, 2022, 9:31 a.m.
Now, sir, in addition to having access to native location data and web history and search history, you can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you have the opportunity to, through Celebrite, look at text messaging or messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And then when I say the phone, I'm talking about the iPhone 13 mini.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with the iPhone 13 mini, can you break out the text to individual chats with certain numbers?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So, and with that, did you create certain reports that correspond to these chats?
Yes, I did.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize this first report?
Yes, I do.
And did you create this report?
I did.
And it's in this report, can you tell us what it is?
It is a text message report.
And what are the numbers that correspond to the text message?
The last four is 8646.
Okay. And that's the iPhone 13 mini's phone?
Correct.
And then the next phone number, the last four digits?
2005.
And does it have a designation or an ID or some kind of identifier next to it?
Yes.
What?
Contact associated as paint.
And what is the time frame of that?
This is January 5th, 2023.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this text thread as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Next thread labeled paint?
I would go by the numbers, but
Sure. Why don't you read it into the record?
certainly. It would be a text thread between 8646 and 2005.
Okay, sounds good. That's now in evidence as Exhibit 162.
Ms. Gilman, can we have that text thread up? So you said contact information when you referred to paint. Did you create that, or is that from the phone?
That was pulled during the extraction process of the phone.
So, but you don't do anything to put that number as paint?
No, I do.
The phone, Celebrite, through examining the data, gives you that contact information?
Correct.
Okay. So looking at this first entry, what is the significance of this bubble being in green?
Green means it was sent by the owner, the number ending in 8646.
And then underneath, so the from and to, who is this from?
That is from Brian Walsh.
And who is it to?
The number ending in 2005 with the contact paint associated.
What is the body of the text?
Hello, Brian Walsh, 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, 617-939-8646. New address from last time. Thank you.
And can you tell whether or not this text was actually sent?
Yes.
How so?
The status in the bottom left says.
So then there's a time and date at the bottom. What is that indicative of? What is that telling you?
The date and time the text message was sent.
Can we scroll down to the next message? Sir, looking at this message, who is the sender of it?
Brian Walsh.
To who?
The contact of paint.
And in the body of the text, is it fair to say it's just images?
It appears to be 2 images, yes.
And was it sent?
Yes.
And can we scroll down to the final one? The final text, who is sending it?
Brian Walsh.
And what does the body of it say?
Good morning. Let me know about the ceiling. Best, Brian.
What was the date and time of that text?
January 6th, 2023, 7:49 a.m.
You can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes?
Thank you. I'm showing you another report and asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And is that a report you created from Celebrite from the iPhone 13 mini text messages?
Yes, sir.
And what is the last 4 digits, or actually, what is the number the text message is being sent to, last 4 digits?
The number ends in 5605.
5605.
Yes, sir.
And this is printed on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's 2 pages, but on 1 piece of paper.
Yes,
All right. And you created this using the Celebrite.
I did.
Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as next exhibit.
Any objection? The Celebrate report between 8646 and 5605 is now in evidence as Exhibit 163.
Gilman, can we have that text thread between 8646 and number ending in 5605? Thank you. Sir, who's sending the first text in this thread?
Brian Walsh.
And can you tell us the body of this text?
Hello, I called MGH South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's. They don't have Anna. Thank you for your support, Brian. Please let us know if you have any updates.
What was now under this it says, there's a section that says delivered?
Yes.
What does that mean?
When the text message was delivered to the receiving party.
How is that different than the other timestamp in the bottom?
Because it could be sent it was sent approximately 4 seconds before it was delivered to the device itself.
I'm sorry, I talked over you. This status, it indicates that it was sent as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could we scroll down, Ms. Gilman, to the next text in the thread? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And so what's the significance of blue?
It is an incoming text message.
And incoming to the 8646 number?
That is correct.
And what is the body of this text?
Hugh Dunleavy, 1-347-913-2053.
And this text, this has a red line on it. What does that mean?
That's when the message was read on the device.
And in addition, there's a status. Does that also indicate it's red?
Yes, sir.
And then the last timestamp, what is that telling you?
That's when it was delivered.
Can we scroll down to the next text? Sir, who's sending this text?
The number ending in 5605.
And can you read the body of this text?
Hi, Brian. I believe Hugh has been in touch with you and understand the police are taking over. I adore Anna, thinking of you and the boys. Please let me know if you need anything. Teresa.
And can you tell if this text was read?
Yes.
At what time?
It was January 4th, 2023 at 8:10 p.m.
And can we continue to scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Who's sending this next text, sir?
This is Brian Walsh.
Or the phone associated with Brian Walsh?
Yes, the phone associated with Brian Walsh.
Just to be clear, you don't know who's sending the actual text. You just know the phone is sending it.
Correct.
Okay. And so can you read the body of the text?
Good evening, Teresa. Thank you for your support during these difficult days. The private investigators wanted to know if Anna had any vacation days this week. Thank you again. Best, Brian. P.S. We adore Anna too. Looking forward to her coming home soon. And she spoke very highly of you always.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:12 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the final text? And who's sending this? Which phone number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, what's the body of this text?
Last question. Are there Tishman Spire personnel at the Mazda building? Thanks.
And when was this text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 4:17 p.m.
May I approach?
You may approach.
Thank you. Do you recognize this report?
Yes, sir.
Is this an additional report of text messages you created from the iPhone 13 mini?
Yes.
And this corresponds to a contact. What's the contact name?
Alyssa.
And the other phone number associated with this text thread is 8646?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
So it's between 8646 and another number, or just Alyssa?
Another number ending in 2189.
2189 it is. The text message thread between the iPhone mini 8646 and 2189 is now in evidence as Exhibit 164.
Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to page 2, the top text? Sir, this is blue, this top text. Who's sending it?
The number ending in 2189.
And What is the body of this text?
Thank you so much, Brian. Happy New Year. Hope you're well. 4.
And when was this read?
January 2nd, 2023, 3:05 p.m.
And scrolling down to the next one in green, which phone's sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And sir, on this text, what does the body say?
Hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And when was this delivered?
January 3rd, 2023 at 10:34 a.m.
And scrolling down to the next text, who's sending, which phone is sending this? Which phone number?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Hey Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu. Super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And what was the date and time that this was read?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the next one? Which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
You're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And what is the date and time it was delivered?
January 3rd, 2023, 12:51 p.m.
And can we scroll down past that? One more. Thank you. To the top of page 4. Thank you. Looking at the top of page 4, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 2189.
And what is the body of this text?
Did you ever hear back? Question mark.
What is the date and time that it was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:10 a.m.
The next text in the thread, which number is sending this?
Number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
No, they are looking for her at work now.
When was this delivered?
January 4th, 2023, 10:19 a.m.
You may.
Trooper, do you recognize that report?
Yes, sir.
Is that another report you were able to create from messaging in the phone?
Yes.
And this has a contact associated with it. What is the contact's name?
Alexandra,
And what are the last 4 digits of Alexandra's contact?
5332.
And the other phone number associated with this thread is 8646?
Yes, sir.
And does this contain the messages of that thread?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
No objection. The Celebrate report between the iPhone Mini 8646 and 5332, that text thread is now in evidence as 165.
Sir, what is Viber?
Viber is another messaging app.
And this text thread, did this utilize Viber?
Yes, sir.
And so Celebrate reads Viber text messages just like it reads the regular text messages.
Yes, it has the ability to extract it, yes.
And so I'm going to ask you some questions about this Viber text thread with the Alexandra contact. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that up, please. Could you scroll down to the next text? Thank you. If you could stop right there. Sir, this green bubble, which number is sending this one?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this?
Happy New Year. Have you heard from Anna? She has been out of contact longer than normal. Speak soon.
What is the date and time associated with this text?
January 3rd, 2023, 10:35 a.m.
And Below that, is there a response?
Yes.
And these, because they're Viber, they also show up in green and blue, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, I shouldn't say because they're Viber, but they, like the other text messages, they show up in green and blue.
Yes.
Okay. So, which number is sending this text?
The number ending in excuse me, the number ending in 5332.
And what is the response?
Hello, no, I haven't. Last time was on 3112.
And what was the time of this text?
January 3rd, 2023 at 11:24 a.m.
I'd now like to scroll down to the first message on page 3.
Excuse me, that was 11:21 a.m.
11:21 a.m.
Yes.
So if we look at the first text message, the first message on page 3, which number is sending this message?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of this message?
She had to leave early due to an emergency at one of the buildings. She left early on Sunday morning. I didn't have my phone till last night because William hid it in his bed. Thomas found it. I wasn't worried at first, but she has never been this long out of communication. I will call her work tomorrow morning.
And what is the date and time with this message?
January 3rd, 2023 at 9:10 p.m.
And if we could scroll further down the page of page 3. Looking at the green bubble, which phone number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
I know. Let me if you get in touch with her. I will let you know when I speak to her.
What is the date and time associated with that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:12 p.m.
And then the next message beneath that, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that message?
That means no communication for almost days.
Now, if we could go to page 11. And if, looking at the blue bubble, which number is sending that?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that?
If she's not at work tomorrow, or if they haven't heard from her, what are you going to do? Question mark.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 3rd, 2023, 9:25 p.m.
Could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Looking at the green bubble, which one sends that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body?
Call everybody she knows in D.C. and then file missing persons. Let's hope there is an explanation.
Could you, Ms. Gilman, could you go to page 12? Scrolling down, the second message on page 12. Which number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that?
They can't find her at work.
And what is the date and time of that?
January 4th, 2023, 10:33 a.m.
And if, Ms. Gilman, could we go to page 14? And could you scroll down, Ms. Gilman? Ms. Gilman, could you stop? Looking at the last message on page 14, who is the sender of that? What number?
The number ending in 5332.
And what is the body of that text?
I think that you need to report this ASAP.
And what is the date and time of that message?
January 4th, 2023, 10:59 a.m.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Showing you this, is this another one of the reports you created via Celebrate of a text thread?
Yes, sir.
And does this involve 3 numbers?
Yes.
So besides 8646, what is the first contact that's associated with this text thread?
A number ending in 7966.
And what is the name of that contact?
Anna, new, and then a number sign.
And then what is the other phone number associated with this thread?
A number ending in 6708.
And what is the contact name?
Gem.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor, which would be a text thread between 8646, 7966, 6708, and 670.
Thank you. Any objection to that?
No objection.
Now in evidence as 166. Bless you.
Ms. Gilman, may we have this published? Looking at the first message, sir, it's blue. What number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this?
It is a picture.
And then above the picture, is there any words?
I love my necklace, exclamation.
And then under recipient, what does it say? Participant, sorry, misread it.
The number ending in 8646.
And does it acknowledge what time it was read?
Yes.
What time was it read?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down, please, Ms. Gilman. Who's sending this text? What number?
The number ending in 6708.
Gem?
Yes.
And what is the body of this?
Last night was so good, exclamation, thank you.
What is the date and time of this text that it was read?
It was read January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Going down to the next text. Which number is sending this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
The chef, world class, and company equally so.
And when was this read according to the phone?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:26 p.m.
Can we scroll down to the top text on page 3? On the top text of page 3, which number is sending this?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of it?
Looking good, buddy. Thomas just found my phone. It was in William's bed. Another amazing New Year Eve together as a triumvirate. Looking good in your new necklace.
And scrolling down to the final text. Which sender is this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of it?
My new necklace made a big splash yesterday as I wore it everywhere. I got double takes in the streets and at Whole Foods in Swampscott.
And what was the time that text was read?
January 2nd, 2023 at 4:13 p.m.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you another text thread. Is this another one that was created another report you were able to create from the phone?
Yes, sir.
And does this only have 2 numbers associated with it?
Yes.
What are the 2 numbers associated with it?
The number ending in 8646.
Yes, sir.
And the number ending in 6708.
And that also has a contact designation of Gem?
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth would seek to enter this as the next exhibit, Your Honor. The text thread between 8646 and 6708.
Any objection? The text of thread between 8646 and 6708 is in evidence as 167. $167?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the top of page 2 of this thread.
Could you have it published, sir?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I neglected to ask that. Your Honor, may I publish this?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Ms. Gilman, if we could go to the top of page 2. And I imagine, Trooper, it's a whole lot easier to see it now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, who is the sender of this?
The number ending in 6708.
And what is the body of this first message?
Merry Xmas to you, buddy. I miss you. Merry Xmas to all of you.
Date and time?
December
That it was read.
December 25th, 2022, 9:45 a.m.
Going down to the next text, who's the sender of that next one?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of that say?
Her phone is going directly to voicemail.
And what was the date and time that this message was read?
January 4th, 2023, 10:54 a.m.
And the next text in that thread? Which number sends that?
6708.
And what is the body of that?
Any news? Question mark. Have you alerted everybody at her work and the DC police? Question mark.
Now, I'd like to scroll down to page 4. In the middle of that, which is the sender of this blue text?
The number ending in 6708.
And what does the body of it say?
Hey, buddy, can you send me the photos we took on New Year's Eve? NYE? Question mark.
What was the date and time it was read?
January 5th, 2023, 11:17 a.m.
And the next thread, the next text down, sir? What number is sending that?
The number ending in 8646.
And what is the body of that text?
All the photos were taken on Anna's phone. I don't have any.
And when was that text delivered?
January 5th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m.
You can close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Would you like to?
I'm sorry.
I was just listening to the ordinance.
What a gentleman.
Your Honor, this next collection of text, I would actually ask the NARC for ID. I will show it to the witness, but I would not seek to enter as an exhibit at this point in time.
All right, and I think consistent with this morning, this is the first one. Is this, what do we say, I for ID? So we'll mark this exhibit as I for ID. And jurors, I just remind you that things that get a designation as a letter designation and for identification isn't evidence unless and until the parties move it in and I move it in. The numbered exhibits are the ones that you have as evidence with you in the back.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes?
So, I'm showing you what's been marked I for ID. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, it is a text message report created by me on Celebrate.
Okay. And can you tell us the two numbers that are associated with this?
Yes, the first number is ending in 8646.
Okay.
And
the second number?
the second number is the number ending in 7966.
And who are the contacts designated with this?
The 8646 is Brian Walshe, and the 7966 is Anna New.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Understand that this has been marked for ID, Your Honor. Is it appropriate to publish it and ask questions about it? If not, I can move on.
Well,
I'll move on. It's not a problem.
All right.
I've got something else to do. I can keep busy. The final report I want to ask you about, sir. I'm going to show it to you, but I want to show it to counsel first. Can I approach your Honor?
yes.
It's the last report I want to ask you about today, sir.
Yes.
What is this, sir?
This is the call log report from
Please, I interrupted you. Sorry.
that I exported from Celebrate from the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. Now, the call log report, is that every call in the iPhone 13 mini?
No, this was only a certain date range.
Okay. And certain numbers as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so this call log report for the iPhone 13 mini, you created this?
I did.
Okay. And what was the date range you were looking to create this for?
This was, December 25th, 2022 through January 3rd, 2023.
Okay. And I would seek to move this to the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
It's now in evidence as 168. That's the call log report between the dates of 12/25/22, 1/3/23 for the iPhone 13 mini.
Thank you.
Yeah.
168. Now, Your Honor, may I publish 168?
You may.
Thank you. On 168, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the columns. Under parties, what does that designate?
Who the call took place between the two calling parties.
And timestamp, I take it, is the same as it's been in the last. What's duration?
The length of the call?
And when you see source info and it's biome and knowledge C, what is the significance of biome?
Again, it was another in the iOS 16 when that came out. Biome was a newer database from Apple, so this data is going to be in two different places.
So at this point in time, I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom of page 12, item 143. What phone number is being called, sir?
This is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the phone call?
December 25th, 2022 at 11:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
33 seconds.
And if we could scroll up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And could we go up a little bit further to the next page, please? Continuing. All right, so Ms. Gilman, can you please continue up to further up, please? There we are. On item number 129, what is the timestamp of that? 129?
December 25th, 2022 at 1:40 p.m.
And what number is being called?
It's an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the duration of that call?
1 hour, 22 minutes, and 33 seconds.
And could you continue up, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Directing your attention to item 123 on page 10. What number is making the phone call?
This is an incoming call from 7966.
And what is the duration of this call?
1 hour, 27 minutes, and 7 seconds.
And what is the timestamp on this call?
December 25th, 2022 at 4:11 p.m.
Now, if we could go to item number 13, I believe it's the top of page 2. Bless you. Sir, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of the call?
December 31st, 2022 at 9:52 a.m.
And what is the duration of the call?
4 minutes, 5 seconds.
And if we could continue up from there, Ms. Gilman. Going to item number, pause if I may. Could we go to item number 9? What is the number what number is making that phone call?
Number 9, you said, sir?
Number 9?
Number 9. The incoming call from number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
December 31st, 2022, 7:27 p.m.
And what is the duration of that call?
0 seconds.
Looking at the item above it, item number 8, what number is being called?
It is an outgoing call to number ending in 7966.
And what is the date and time of that call?
January 3rd, 2023, 8:28 a.m.
And how long is that call?
15 seconds.
Does that mean that the phone's connected if it's 15 seconds?
No.
What can happen? What is an alternative explanation then?
Voicemail.
And do you see can we go up to 7 through 1? Do you see any incoming calls from the 7966 from entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And do you see any calls longer than 17 seconds in entries 8 through 1?
No, I do not.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach in that sidebar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Before the 4 o'clock hour. I know it's been a long day for you. I appreciate your attentiveness. You may catch me frequently. I know a number of you have, looking over and making sure everybody's still able to do their jobs. And I think I've said this to you a number of times. Sitting is very difficult all day. You're doing a marvelous job at it. You're all attentive, and I appreciate, and I know the parties appreciate your continued attentiveness to the case. And I appreciate your obedience to the rules, and I'm going to remind you again before we leave today. Don't approach any social media or any news media. Don't do any research about the case. Talk to anyone about the case and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. I remind you tomorrow, 9 to 1. Have a good night, jurors.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just going into the click in my brain to see if there's anything that I need to raise with you right now. And I think I'm going to hold off on the few things that are in my mind because I think they're a little bit premature. So, but I will start working on my main task in the next 24 hours. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. Anything that the Commonwealth needs to discuss before I get off the bench?
No, Your Honor.
And anything that the defense needs to discuss before I get off the bench?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks for your work today, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
That's the end of the day. Day 4, Brian Walsh trial. 15,000 of you watched on the Towel X. 6,000 over the day on the Towel YouTube. What a day. I'm exhausted. I think I'm getting sick. Gonna try to get some rest. I hope you do, you as well. I will do our traditional outro here as Brian Walsh has walked from the courtroom. A lot of data. A lot of information about Anna Walsh's state of mind. We covered multiple hearings today. I hope you'll forgive me for being exhausted. I gave it my very all. 7.5 hours later, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I did it. If you would like to support this stream, it is a public information service. It is supported by viewers like you. It's just one man here doing this with a computer. And if you benefited today, this stream is designed to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, such as to engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. So if you want to help Little Towel, who's clearly exhausted, good night, Nicola Cox. It was great to see you. If you want to help Little Towel, I dropped some of the donation links. After 8 hours, the only time I dropped them. There's a Venmo, a Cash App, a PayPal. Grant Smith Ellis is the Cash App money symbol, Grant Smith Ellis. The Venmo is at Grant-E1. It's a little picture of Elmo, my dear friend Elmo, who passed away. And the PayPal is paypal.me/Grant Ellis. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I'm so grateful to all those of you who tuned in, and I also will say, as much as I'd love to read all your names in the chat, I'm absolutely exhausted and I cannot do that. But I do want to do our traditional outro. And you know exactly what I'm going to say, little towels. If you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, good night, Nicola, to you as well. If you want to pay it forward, there's a way you can do that, little towels. Yes, you can look for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness for those around you. As you saw today, we got the wonderful opportunity to honor Commissioner Roy from the Massachusetts CCC. We got to honor her uncle, who there's a bridge named after Charles Braga in Fall River, Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen. And it was wonderful, before I go into our final outro here, it was wonderful to be able to honor Petty Officer Braga. And I will say Charles M. Braga was serving his country during World War II when he gave his all in the line of duty. He had enlisted in the U.S. Navy. Braga had the rank of Petty Officer Second Class. His military occupation or specialty was Yeoman Second Class. His service number assignment was 201664. He was attached to the USS Pennsylvania, BB-38. He was born on the 19th of March, 1919. According to the records of honorstates.org, Massachusetts was his home state or enlistment state, and Bristol County has been indicated within the archival record. They have Fall River listed as his city. During his service in the Second World War, Navy Petty Officer Second Class Braga was reported missing and ultimately declared dead on December the 7th, 1941. His recorded circumstances attributed to MIA, missing in action, incident location Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. He was awarded the following medals: Purple Heart, Combat Action Ribbon, World War II Victory Medal, American Campaign Medal, Navy Presidential Unit Citation, Navy Good Conduct Medal, and Pacific Medal, Navy Expeditionary Medal. Sorry about that, little towels. I absolutely forgot to do something. But yes, I was very grateful to be honored to be able to honor Commissioner Roy's uncle. Thank you for your patience there on that pause. Nancy, good night to you as well. But we have to end the same way every time, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to pay it forward, what you learned today, the stream, the public information service, look for reasons to do small acts of service. Not only honor our veterans, but donate to our homeless veterans, ladies and gentlemen. There should not be one veteran in this country homeless against their will. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if they want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them, but it is an injustice if even one of our service members who protected us is homeless against their will, and you can donate today to help them. Now, what if you like animals? Well, you could donate to animal shelters run by veterans or that help veterans. Great way to help animals, great way to help veterans. You can also donate to animal shelters in general. It's a great way to help animals. Pete Bunny Towel, who's napping, would be proud. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, you also could do something like donate to the Big Issue if you're in the UK. That's a great way to help populations experiencing homelessness. You could also do something like, for example, if you don't or can't donate, smile at someone on the street. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Maybe even donate 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and have them designated honorary towels forevermore. Yes, in that way, ladies and gentlemen, in this chaotic world, more so perhaps now than ever before, I believe we can live up to our towel eudaimonia or summum bonum, in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, our greatest good. And in that way, ladies and gentlemen, we will be able to change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, or demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. I believe it's possible for those acts of service to ripple outwards, and kindness, in turn, to bring about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. It's possible because of you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I refuse to give up. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Towel Friends on the X, you got a few minutes at the beginning, so all 15,000 of you, thank you very much for watching our Day 4 coverage of the Brian Walshe case, along with our coverage of the CCC, and then also Towel's coverage a little bit, although I was just commentating on it on the Myles King, Michael Proctor developments. Looks like that will be heard next week, maybe on a different day depending on the availability of the lawyers. So God bless you. Be well, Towel Friends over on the X. Thank you for watching. Have a great rest of your Thursday. I'll see you tomorrow. It's already Friday. And we'll do some more Crim Pro review. It's actually what I was working on today as you were all watching the hearing. So, God bless you, truly. And you can find more youtube.com/Grant Smith Ellis, or at Grant Smith Ellis, x.com /Grant Smith Ellis. Be well. Signing off for now. Towel loves you very much. Towel Friends on the YouTube, I'm exhausted. That was a long one. That was a long day. We did it, though. We got through it. Let's get some rest. Let's get through Friday. We got a big Turtle Boy hearing tomorrow at 2:15. Towel has permission to broadcast it, as you know. Let's conserve our strength. Let's get ourselves back together. Let's pick it up. Let's do it all again tomorrow. 3 Clerk Monty, great to see you, friend. They say stipulate that a Sally Port is a garage, essentially. Love it. We'll talk a lot. We'll talk a lot tomorrow. We'll watch the Walshe hearing. I'm telling you right now, though, Walshe, first of all, ends at 1 unless they have a reason to go later on Friday. We're ending Walshe at 1 no matter what. And then we're at 2:15 taking the Turtle Boy hearing. I have permission to broadcast it. I believe I have all the information. So I will go ahead and we will do that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited. You're excited. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. God bless each and every one of you. I'm exhausted. That was a long day. We got through it. We're multi-toweling all over the place because we're super towels. And I appreciate all of you for being nice to each other, showing compassion. Got to show that a different way is possible. Words don't mean anything. It's about demonstrating that compassion, demonstrating disagreeing without being disagreeable. And God bless every one of you for doing it. It means so much to me. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Towel loves you all so much. We'll see each other in the morning. Get some rest. Try to enjoy the rest of your Thursday, if there's any light left where you are. There's very little light left up here in the Northeast. It's cold. It's going to be even colder tomorrow morning. I'm going to hide inside tomorrow and study. That's what we're all going to do. All right, we're going to bundle by the fire. I don't have a fire, but if I did, that's what I'd be doing. God bless you all. Towel loves you very much. Have a good rest of your day. Until tomorrow, friends, my name's Grant Smith Ellis, and Towel